Pre-final action ready here from SpeedSportz Racing Park. KA100 JR beginning their final rotation around the circuit. A full outlap allowed here for Tristan Murphy and Nathan Dupuis. Your front row, Nico Orbezo and Luca Popescu will make up row number 2. Then it's Alexander Vanchev and Easton Cox back on row 3. Travis Pettit and Felipe Benito row 4. Cole Medeiros and Grayson Walcott on row number 5. We will quickly show you the final few starters. Actually, no, we don't have time for it. We're ready to go racing here, KA100 JR style. And let's see it, green flag in the air. We're racing down to turn number 1. Is it good enough to get them all through? It's a little bit tight and dicey there at the end of the corner, but I think it's okay. So pre-final action underway. KA Jr., there it is. We've got contact, middle of the field. Couple drivers, 2, 3 wide, 4 wide in that left-handed hairpin. And the side-by-side action sent a couple into the air, but overall it kept everyone moving in the correct direction. So we've got one big swarm headed through the infield. They'll head to the last turn for the first time. And then around that final corner, Murphy with a good lead. Dupuis has slotted somewhere inside the top 5. Looks to be about maybe 4th. Great start here for Nico Orbezo. It'll be 3rd for Dupuis, 4th for Alexander Vanchev. Travis Pettit and company here, 5th on back as they rocket through the S's for that first time. And a great look there at Tristan Murphy's RPM Tony Kart. The green colors lead us down the backstretch, 1 full circuit around, and 9 laps remain in these short pre-finals, and we're gonna dice it up for the lead here before we even get a full lap in green flag conditions. Nico Orbezo, new leader, and this group is gonna end up being marked at around maybe 10 cars deep. Rob, this is a heck of a fight to kick things off.
Yeah, the opening couple of corners were exciting for sure, were they not? 2, 3, almost 4 wide. The tail of the field really wasn't even lined up. They were quick coming out of turn 4 and 5. The guys in the back were straggling, and they got hung out to dry. Here's a big move by Orbezo. You talked about the fact he came out of the gate strong. A nice move to the inside of turn number 14, and we have contact there as well.
We do. A little bit of side-by-side action there in the last corner. It's going to send a couple in the mid-teens down the board. You can see the live timing updating continuously. There's your pole sitter, Tristan Murphy back, and Nico Orbezo is going to take them all down to the low side here. Nathan Dupuis will go high as Travis Pettit lines up right behind the leader. And, oh man, Nathan is really making it half car length to a full car width wide.
Travis Pettit, the driver on the outside, looking in on that one. He loses a couple of spots. Cole Medeiros gets through. Tristan Murphy got through as well, so he got roughed up a little bit there. Pettit, who was second across the line on that last lap, he ends up probably being here in about 6th or 7th. The driver's gone off as well. The 872 Xander off track. And
into the scale lines the way he spun. The AKT EOS cart around as the leaders head out of the last turn, and we've got some separation from it all. 3 down, and 3 have kind of gotten away. Orbezo, Dupuis, Vanchev, then Cole Medeiros, and then this group here led by Travis Pettit that still are all fighting quite a good bit. That's Isaac Mount-Hewitt there in the 870 LN cart in the middle of them with the black helmet. New colors for him for the month of March. As Orbezo, I don't know if he felt like he needed a block, but he paid for it. Dupuis to the lead.
Yeah, you can see Dupuis, they were hiding behind the ticker there, came shot way out to driver's left, got a much better run through turn number 6, and was able to slide to the inside of Orbezo, coming over to 7, 8, and 9. So he's already gone to the lead. Dupuis, head down, pushing forward, super aggressive to get himself up to the front of the order. And look at this, Vanchev not happy at all with Orbezo right now, running potentially some defending lines. He'll go back to the inside. Here comes the over-under. And wow, the move was made in 14. Dupuis goes back to the inside to take the spot.
A couple of cars collected there in the infield hairpin. One of them looked to be Luke Cruz, and I think the other one, maybe Grayson Walcott. 3 or 4 looked like they got all kind of tangled up there. They dropped down off the leaderboard as well. We are still so early on in this one to have as much fighting as we are, but the young gun at the front of the field, retaking the lead, Nico Orbezo, is feeling like he needs to defend that spot at almost every corner from all the big juniors bearing down on him, and that's going to back them up, stack them up, and get moves like that where you see Cole Medeiros trying to take advantage.
Exactly that. You can see them stacking up, as we said, coming through that corner, and allowed Medeiros there. Pettit's back at it. Remember, Pettit was up to second only a couple of laps ago. He finds himself now back into that fifth spot, but he's ready to make the move back forward. Orbezo has not run the opening or the race line when he's out front. He's only finally starting to do that, and Vanchev's going to have to go to work trying to find a way by Dupuis. We saw Dupuis up front, thought maybe he'd be able to pull away. Orbezo came right back at him again. We'll see what happens this time down the straightaways, Dan. They'll come through these corners through 4 and 5. Do we get another big defensive run down to the inside of the racetrack? There's your answer.
Yes, we do. Straight to the bottom. And again, he had about a 2-car length lead. Still, I don't think, even by the time they pushed to get to him at the end of the backstretch, I don't know if Nico needed to go, but he felt like he did. He has, and he's going to open up here with Vanchev blocking. That'll give him a bit of a gap. Biggest one we've seen this session. Nathan Dupuis is emphatically pointing forward to Alexander Vanchev. Vanchev doesn't trust him at all, and I wouldn't trust anyone if I'm in the lead group right now. I don't know who is going to actually push me, and I think after 3 corners of pointing forward, he still went about center track there in the last turn.
Listen, Vanchev's looking around behind him. He's like, dude, you're not wearing the same suit as me. We're not teammates here. So, listen, I'm going to push as hard as I can. Listen, Vanchev is, again, eCartNews.com driver of the month. This guy has shown at the start of the season, Dupuis got to be patient right now. He knows that Vanchev can be up front. He knows he can get the job done. Don't need to get too crazy. Work with each other and get the job done up front.
Down the backstretch, look at everybody fanning out. Wide again, big move from Dupuis down to the bottom, and it looked like one of the other RPGs, I think Popescu kind of got pushed back. He was 6th, and he's going to end up, I think, around maybe 8th or so as Dupuis. That was a really slick
nice.
over-under.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was really nice. Vanchev's going to go back to the inside, though, of turn 11, but that was a really good move. You can see another driver in there has moved his way up again, and that is Pettit. He went all the way back to 6th, got the 5th, back to 4th. Here comes Medeiros to the inside. Cole Medeiros is going to try to steal the way. Max Weiland coming through as well. Man, there's a lot of action here as we get into the waning laps of this heat race.
Yeah, let's take a breather here, at least for the moment, to show you the positions gained or lost right now. I'm sure a lot of you are trying to find out where your driver is in this swarm of 45. Well, it's hard for us to take our eyes off the lead because this could explode at any moment, but here's at least who has gone up or down in the session thus far, and the biggest movers in the top 10. Well, Murphy's obviously gone the wrong direction, unfortunately. Max Weiland and Cole Medeiros, though, through the chaos of it all, have picked up a good amount of positions.
Big improvement for, I believe, Jago Lemperman. He's one of the drivers who's been able to work his way forward. And again, all these drivers trying to do exactly that. If you didn't have a great qualifying run, you got to find some speed through this pre-final. You got to be able to get yourself back up to at least be in the place potential challenge for a top 10. Another big move for Medeiros to the inside, and look at this, trying to go over/under is Pettit. White flag, I think, this time by 2 to go. 2 laps still remain. Yeah, there it is there. Aaron Likens giving them the double stick. So 2 to go here now. And indeed, it's been a good run for Orbezo up front. He's been very aggressive. He's defended down the straightaway into turn number 6. They have not yet been able to unlock the answer, trying to find a way by.
Down the back straightaway, Orbezo low, Dupuis high, low, over, under. He almost got it there. He's done it before to him, and I think, Rob, it looked like there might have been a little more droplets coming through the cam as well. This time, Dupuis just going to rip the high side. Nice move.
I think he was looking at the over-under, but then you saw Orbezo get up over the curb, so that was a really solid change of decision there. Really last second for Dupuis to hold the outside, not pull the over-under, and was able to come away with it. So there you go. Now we got Dupuis back up front. Watch for Vanchev to get aggressive here as well. Orbezo into the back. Coming through, they'll see the white flag coming through 15 this time.
Yeah, 1 lap to go here in this KA Junior Pre-Final presented by Trinity Karting Group. Nathan Dupuis and his Nash Motorsports machine, only I think his second weekend aboard that package of the EOS kart and that blue and black and chrome livery. Can he bring him a pre-final win here in this massive grid? He's got them all trying to shove him out of the way as he covers down low in 5.
Xander, look who's arrived on the scene. Max Weiland. We saw a bunch of drivers in 4th. Medeiros was there, Pettit at one point, but now it's Max Weiland on the Magic. He's the driver putting the pressure here on Alexander Vanchev. Dupuis, though, out front as your leader in the Nash Motorsports machine, but Orbezo throws it back to the inside of turn number 11.
Yeah, Nico Orbezo now has to focus more about Max again in the last turn because that back and forth hurt him, and that's going to give Dupuis just enough. Out of the last corner, Nathan Dupuis will score our first pre-final win of the day, one that was action-packed in every single corner. Orbezo, Weiland, Vanchev, Medeiros, Travis Pettit, and Tristan Murphy. I think things seem to kind of calm themselves a little bit because I didn't see a lot of changing from 6th to 10th in the final few laps, Rob, but that's putting it, I don't know, loosely.
Well, no shortage of excitement and no shortage of driver exchanges as well. We saw a lot of the guys trying to chat with each other, of course, just waving their hands to each other, pointing forward. It was Dupuis on Vanchev. Pettit was just trying to get Vanchev to go forward as well. There was a lot of action there. Nathan Dupuis, though, coming out with the win by just over a 1/10 of a second ahead of Nicolas Orbezo, who, again, was very defensive on that back straightaway. Everybody kind of took that cue, though, and continued that run to the inside, not wanting to open the door at the end of the back chute into turn number 6. Max Weiland, as I said, Xander, was really kind of, for me, the impressive driver over the last couple of laps, even though with Dupuis getting the win. Weiland kind of settled down, worked his way by Medeiros, worked his way by Vanchev. A solid third-place finish for Max there to put him on the inside of row 2 for the main.
Let's look back at the rest of the field and how they fared. We mentioned we thought Grayson Walcott might have been collected in something. He ends up down in 30th. The Parolin driver, who was in the B final at the last time we were at Orlando, at least is above a good amount of this field here. And through it all, only one DNF from what we can see. Damian Baez-Cano in the AKT EOS kart, we saw him spun off into the scale line midway through that session. Everybody else through it all were able to finish, but let's talk about some of the heartbreaks. Tyrone Kemper there rolled from 18th. He will now start provisionally 44th in the main. Talking about some other ones back there with him, Lourenco Varela started 20th. He goes back to 43rd. And I believe a couple of our other big ones, Luca Popescu, 4th for the RPG driver to 29th. He's just above this. He's got a long way to get back up there.
Plus 14 for Iago Lempin. Started all the way back at 37th, got his way up to 23rd. That's a solid run to potentially fight for a top 15 in the main event. So I like that run from the back.
Indeed. Iago Lempin making some waves in the right direction. One pre-final is in the books. We've still got a couple more before the lunch break. On deck is Micro Swift. They'll run 9 laps, 1 lap shy of the full-size divisions. And then it'll be the first of 2 heat races for Pro Shifter before we head into the break. So there's a lot of go-karts and a lot of cleanup here from KA Junior. We'll take a moment here while they roll through the scales.
I'm looking to get back on the top step. I've won the series, I think, 3 times now, and I'm looking for number 4. It'd be great to get off to a good start. I think last year Orlando was the worst round for me and really set me on the back foot, so I just need a better start this year, and we'll be right there, I'm sure of it.
There you hear it from AJ Myers, one of many drivers from our media day that's given his thoughts about what to expect out of the 2025 Pro Tour. And talk about setting the tone here. Well, this class set a very crazy tone to start. We know Pro Shifter's up in a little bit. For the 3-time champ, talking about how Orlando was rough for him, well, at least he made it through to Super Pole. It wasn't an AJ Myers level Super Pole quali in terms of result, but he's going to be in the first 6 rows for the heats. And I mean, we think about, again, the fact that he's got the number 3 plate does not tell the story of how last year went for him.
No, there was, again, a lot of storylines last year. There was a lot of excitement. There was a little bit of anger. There was some there was a lot going on last year for sure. We had obviously saw some big wins, but there was a lot. And listen, the start of the season at the Winter Tour, Winter Series rather, same thing. We had a couple drivers clashing there too.
Yeah, Mateus Morgado and AJ Myers, that rivalry has bled over from last year into the Winter Series, and we know that both of them, I think, are at the point where they're not necessarily coming into a weekend with anger, but I think they've come to terms with the fact they will not be coming to terms of agreement of how they want to race each other anytime soon. And they're just trying to see what they can do to get the leg up on the other. But there's 42 other drivers in Pro Shifter, just like there's a grand total of 35 plus here in Micro Swift that are ready to do battle. And so they can't be too focused on each other, and we can't be too focused on them. Let's take it through the lineup here for the youngest superstars on the Superkarts USA Pro Tour. Dutch Westbrook and Hudson Howard will make up your front row ahead of Zeb Gottschalk and Brody Stoffel's CRG debut here on the SKUSA Pro Tour.
Look at row 3 and row 4. Mason Brody on the inside of row number 3 alongside Marcelo Flores. Aiden Go, the 278 starting 7th. Caden Cladara on the outside, the 238.
Yusuf Adi and Lennox Lockhart will complete your top 10. Lockhart had a spin in qualifying, but at least he ends up ahead of row 6 and beyond, with Micah Porter and Samuel Chabru rolling from 11th and 12th.
Look a little further back right now. We'll go outside that top 12. Bo Wyatt starting in the 13th spot alongside Jack Katowski, Max Santana, and Tristan Francisco on row number 8.
It'll be Garcia, Brown, Cueto, and Knifick that complete that first page. And then when we take a look back here to the remaining drivers, 31 in total, back to Kason Sanders and Joey Joe, Dusty Strayer, Liam Astalas, Batista Bassi, Rodolfo Garza, and Carson Bishop, Liam Francisco, Wiley Lee, Tyler Blackwood, Trey Sanders. 31 total drivers here on the field for Micro Swift, and we're ready for 9 laps of pre-final action. Round in that final turn. Here we go. Dutch Westbrook on the inside. He's in the blue and orange Bennett colors. Hudson Howard in the white and blue Alonso kart for J. Howard Driver Development. And I think this start is going to be a tall ask to develop into a green flag right there. The back of the field, just like that first race, Rob, still not quite formed up. Coming out of the last turn, or at least the last turn off the start zone here, coming out of turn 5.
Yeah, they're looking good now into the tram lines. Let's see if we get things fired up. We do. Green flag flying, and we're underway. Dutch Westbrook going to lead him through turn number 1. Way on the outside. Tough to start P2 here, but you do get the run back to the inside. Hudson Howard going to come away with 3rd, as I believe Zeb Gottschalk able to push through to grab P2.
Side by side through the double right there, and on the run over into turn number 11, that infield hairpin run. Big move to the inside for the 229. Oh, that is going to be Stoffel there on the JHED machine, as we've got Carnage in the middle.
Micah Porter, I believe, going around the 223.
And looked like the 263 of Yusuf Adi was involved also. Good bit of chaos there in that turn 11 complex, but the first time by the timing loop still has the 233 atop the board. Dutch Westbrook leads. Howard, Gottschalk, Brody, and crew. Check this out, Lennox Lockhart, good start, and another spot gain for the 242.
Yeah, Lockhart able to get by the 278 and Aiden goes to move Lockhart back up into the 7th spot. I will say this for Hudson Howard, fell back to 3rd, but the remainder of that lap was able to come back and take over 2nd. So he'll install himself on the rear bumper of Dutch Westbrook. We'll see whether or not he goes on the attack quickly, try to go to P1, but we do have what looks to be about a 6-kart breakaway here. 7th right now is Lockhart, having gotten by Aiden Go. So top 6 drivers trying to stretch away. Lockhart in that Sodi kart, ready to give chase.
Yeah, Lennox Lockhart already up a couple spots, looking for more. Fast lap, basically, if you want to count it. But we're really going to start to see a little more of the action right now. Goodness gracious, boys, it's early. That's lap 2, last corner. And Brody Stoffel is going to pay the ultimate price. He'll lose about 6. Oh.
Yeah, Zeb Gottschalk lost a couple as well there in the number 221. He was got the driver on the very outside, but was able to hold the line. You can see him right in the middle there. This is going to actually help out Lennox Lockhart a little bit. He was back by, I want to say, at least half a second probably, but no, all this battling is out. Number 1, a 2-driver breakaway, and look at the gaggle of cars. Look at there, so to the inside, no, and around goes Lennox. He stays on the throttle though.
Hammered down to quickly, that was heads up driving as well by Lockhart to quickly get back on the gas and not get taken aback by it, and probably would have been stuck in the grass. So big recovery for Lennox Lockhart there as we work through lap number 3. Chaos now is shifting its way through the top 10 with a big gap for the leaders. Hudson Howard in a safe spot. Dutch Westbrook is safe. And well, this group in the top 10, less so. Samuel Chavarri, Brody Stoffel, and look to be Caden Cladera now all going at it, along with Mason Brody as we get to the halfway mark. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Out of the Super Bowl, you didn't make it and talk about that qualifying session.
Yeah, really so much. Want to thank Gary Carlson. The package has been second to none all weekend. We put our qualifying tires and just slowed down. I was just talking to Billy's. He almost ran me over 3 times. I just had 0 lateral grip, and my tire feels like a rock. So it is what it is. Those are pre-final and heat tires, and see what we can do.
And you're starting pretty far back. Talk about passing at this track, because it doesn't seem easy.
Yeah, it's not easy, and I think it's a very good track. Just quite passing. We all drive quite early braking into the inside, so it's just hard to pass. I'm guessing it'll be a lot of first gear during the races, so yeah, it'll be difficult to pass, but I don't know. Hopefully we get some magical pace out of these tires. Gotta stay positive, and hopefully our race Sunday is. Thank you.
Apologies about I got a bit of that right there, folks, but indeed, Danny Formal, serious face there, right? He's locked in and ready to go. He knows he's got a long afternoon ahead of him, and so will some of these micro-sub drivers if they don't clean things up.
This is that fight behind the lead duo, and you can see the drivers finally gotten his way up. That's Marcelo Flores. He's been able to go up into P3, but if you have that breakaway up front, you'll get a look at that here next time through. Boom. There is Westbrook and Howard. They are well out front right now. They are capping over a second right now back to what was first Gottschalk, but now is Flores in the number 212. Hudson Howard taking his time, missed the apex a bit there, wide on the exit, and that's going to give Westbrook a little bit of breathing room here as we'll put lap number 5 of the 9 in. So 5 laps down, Westbrook your leader, Howard second, Flores third, Aiden Go works his way up into 4th. Remember, he's the driver who lost that spot to Lennox Lockhart, but stayed on the racetrack. Lockhart had the issue there, and he has fallen well back right now for him. I got to scroll down. Where is Lockhart? All the way back at 15th, so trying to fight his way back, Xander, after that off over here in turn number 6.
At least, again, it's not worse. This is still a pretty healthy field size of 30 and 31, and 30 remain on the racetrack. Tyler Blackwood's the only DNF, so even though Lennox Lockhart's back outside the top 10, for a driver who started 10th to be 15th right now of the 30 with a spin and a run through a very muddy infield in turn number 6, this is not bad, and it's still not over either.
No.
We're coming this time by to 3 to go, 6 down. This group here, led by Brody Stoffel, this is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th kind of loosely there. And in terms of Lennox, well, he's got a little bit of help with Brody Brown right behind him, and he's about a second away from kind of the next group of 3. Looks like he's actually already caught him.
Yep, he has indeed. He was I think 0.8 of a second, a lap quicker on the lap before, so he has worked his way up a spot already, as you said. He's up into the 15th spot. He's digging hard, turning 59.8, so he's turning actually faster lap times than the leaders right now. So Lockhart in that 242 is working his way forward. He will very likely get another spot. There it is. There he goes by now the 264 of Bautista Bassi. So good pass there. Oh, no, he might get roughed up. No, he's able to hold the outside. That might have been another trip to the grass for Lennox Lockhart, but instead he'll take P14.
So as we follow along here now, Brody Brown's going to try and, oh no! Lennox spins in a, and there's more contact. The 270 comes through. That was Axel Garcia off the front of Lennox, and
he might need an axle.
Yeah. Giving me shades of Henry here.
I apologize.
Oh man, here, check this out though. How about getting back to serious business? Lap and a half to go. We've got a fight looming on our hands for the lead. Hudson Howard has been trying to keep Dutch Westbrook nice and close. Last time by, Dutch got the gap back a little bit bigger, but the two of them are still well to the good to the pack where they can fight, and I think they're close enough to do so.
Yeah, a shout out to Samuel Chavarri as well in the 206. We've watched him kind of move his way forward. There's the replay of the spin, and then watch as Axel coming around the corner. Man, Garcia almost out of the seat and back down, and I think he might have squared him up enough that it probably didn't hurt the axle or the right rear wheel. So luckily for him to be able to get out of that one, which could have been a lot worse.
whatever axle he's got in that go-kart, if that thing is not bent, that is one heck of a commercial for the durability of it. Hopefully it'll have the speed to get him up the board a little more too, as he runs right now in 18th. Last lap though for the lead and the pre-final win. Dutch Westbrook in the 233. Hudson Howard right behind him. Closed back in last time. He needs a big run. I don't think he'll have enough to make anything happen here in turn 6, and there is just dust and dirt and debris all over this circuit right now, Rob.
It's been so impressive to watch Hudson Howard develop over the last couple of years, has it not? You know, we saw him kind of being in the middle of some of those cadet battles. Now we find himself here as going to be a challenger, I think, in the micro category. All the racing he does here in 2025. He's a championship contender for sure. Dutch Westbrook, we know his worth, his speed. He's a very quick young driver, and we'll see what happens here in the final lap. Again, this is just a pre-final to set the grid for the main, so you don't need to throw it all away. We'll see whether Hudson can put it together here over in turn number 14. He does not. He'll slot there into P2. Not there for a challenge. Dutch Westbrook's going to come away with the win, but a solid 1-2 finish standard for both of these drivers. Westbrook and Howard getting away from the chaos, running smart, not making any mistakes, and coming away with a solid 1-2 finish.
Nearly 1.4 seconds back to Brody Stoffel, who also kind of had his own little battle with Hudson's teammate and his teammate as well in terms of the Kart Republics of Marcelo Flores and Brody Stoffel, 3rd and 4th. Chavarri, Zev Gottschalk, Aiden Go, Mason Brody, Bo Wyatt, and Jack Katowski, your top 10. And again, Rob, like you said, fun to watch Hudson Howard's development. And for those that are rooting for the home state natives to come out on top, Dutch Westbrook representing the great state of Texas nicely here with a heat win in Micro Swift. We're going to take a quick break, folks. We'll be right back. Pro Shifter Heat 1 up next.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the two-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
This is Pro Shifter Heat number 1. The fastest shifter drivers in the world are lined up and ready to compete. Championship points are on the line for 10 laps of intense racing. A good finish here takes you one step closer to main event victory, but one single mistake can ruin your entire weekend. This is where the tone for the weekend is set. Who's got what it takes? 10 laps on the board, and everyone's going to fire off behind the number 84. Factory Fury GP Kart Motorsports, Charlie Stein's first career pole award on the anniversary of his first time to Super Pole a year ago at the Winter Nats, Rob.
How about that qualifying run in Super Pole? Charlie Steins, we talked about the fact that they didn't run him in reverse order, Xander. We expected to see the fastest guys come across the line last to potentially grab that fast, that Super Pole time. It was actually Charlie Steins that did it for us. The very last lap coming around, he made the star of the show there for that one. The GP driver will lead him up to the start line. He'll start P1 alongside him. Another great run as well. Gavin Bailiff, the 64 for TKG Barrel Art USA on the outside of the front row, one of the stars of the Winter Series. Keeping up the momentum, Xander, coming here into the start of the Pro Tour.
I don't know if anyone could have predicted this front row, or really this top half. Kyle Wick, best of the GMCs after the highly touted announcement of Danny Formal joining the black and white squad. And Jay Irwin out-qualifies his teammate Mateus Morgado by a couple spots to roll from fourth.
Yeah, Quarantine Rousseau in the number 92 ITAL Kart going to start in that fifth spot alongside Billy Musgrave, now five-time Super Nationals champion. Musgrave in the factory kart number 8 starting sixth. And as you mentioned, look at this, row number 4. Would this be a row 4 that we would normally talk about? Mateus Morgado on the inside, AJ Myers on the outside.
Best friends on row number 4, and then back to row number 5. Let's talk about Josh Conker. The Canadian makes up one half of an all-international final row inside the top 10. Adrian Reneden makes his American debut on the SKUSA Pro Tour with Sodi Racing USA by Velocity Racing, and his first Super Bowl appearance has him from the outside of row 5 in 10th.
Row 6, winners on the season already so far. Michael Avancino, winner in the Challenge of the Americas out west. Justin White, of course, a victory in the SuperKarts USA Winter Series in Orlando. They'll start on row number 6.
It's a mix of experience. One of the most highly decorated racing drivers on the grid here in Pro Shifter, Danny Formal to the inside of row 7, and Pro Shifter debut for CRG USA's Aiden Rudolph. And let's take a look back as well at some of the other notables while the field begins to form. Jacob Gulick back on row number 10 with Ian Quinn, the 2 and the 9. Talon Yockel in the number 5 plate with Catalyst Driver Development, also outside of Super Pole. And as we show you the final few starters to keep your eyes on here, Hunter Pickett back in 28, one of the worst out of the top 10 number plates. Eli Fox, teammates with Charlie Steins, got to see the pole data. He rolls from just barely inside the top 30.
And how about just 43 drivers in Shifter?
Oh,
come
unreal.
on. We had been waiting for this for a long time. Alan Rudolph built this racetrack to have a full field of Shifter karts here at SpeedSportz. He's got his wish. And indeed, 43 drivers. We love to see it for Shifter racing on the national level. This is where they want to come and play. The Pro Tour is going to be fantastic here for 2025.
There is just nothing like it. A Pro Shifter start, and 43 cars are going to have to quickly get into their boxes as the officials line the back of the grid up. Everybody knows where they're supposed to go. It's one quickly coordinated dance, and they're on a timer to do it as well, so that front row doesn't overheat with the external water pumps. But this one looks good. To the back of the grid, to the front of the grid we go. For the first time this year, 43 deep Pro Shifter, Heat 1. And one heck of a hole shot for Charlie Stein.
That was the first thing he needed to do, right? Got the job done in qualifying. He needs to see if he can't get out of the opening corner with the lead. He'll jet it out. Not too bad. Coming to the inside. Big aggressive move there for Kyle Wick. He's got the elbows up, trying to hold on to the spot coming out of those opening couple of corners. Great job, though, Xander. Charlie Steins leads him over to turn 10 and 11.
That was experience right there off the start. Kyle Wick caught Gavin Bailiff off guard, and we know who's really good at starts. How about the All-American badass? Billy Musgrave's up to third, and he's putting the heat on the number 4 plate right now. Bailiff and Irwin side by side a moment ago. They're 4th and 5th, and we got contact. A heck of a stack up here in the last turn. That's about 25th on back. Ian Quinn's involved. Truly Adams up and on to the side of CJ Bowman, and there's about another 10 cars in a traffic jam going into the last turn stuck together.
Yeah, everybody trying to find a way through and get these things refired. There's a long way before they come back around. They're through turn number 6 right now. You can see Wick going to work here now on Charlie Stein, trying to fully leverage that great run in Super Pole qualifying. Steins is the leader in the GP. Again, that instant over in turn number 13 continue to get worked on there by the staff.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Full course yellow. Full course yellow, double yellow out, and that is because we are still not cleared up over here in the last turn. Charlie Steins is going to have to bring everyone down to single file.
That's a pretty good call, I think.
Yeah, let's take a look back at the instant replay to start here. First of all, great jump for Charlie. Bit of chaos in the middle. One car got turned around back there. But look at how quickly Gavin Bailiff, he took the fight to Charlie to try and go wheel to wheel with him, and it allowed Kyle Wick around the outside and into the marbles there in the second corner to slip through. And then look what happens to Irwin too. He ends up in the marbles and goes backwards.
Just seeing if we can see that instant at the little bottom of the screen. Here it is here.
Oh,
one driver going around. And look at that, Truly Adams right up on top of CJ Bowman, as you had said. And a tough one, of course, as well. Xander for the number 10 of Niemkiewicz as he gets spun around as well. And that's the 7 who's off. That's Hunter Pickett as well.
Yep, and that cart is done. So Hunter Pickett and off, and Adrian Renedin hit the water during the full course yellow, and I believe he may be out as well, or at least back. So there's Niemkiewicz out, Ian Quinn out, Hunter Pickett out. 3 of your national top 10 from last year out of the opening heat race here for Pro Shifter.
Wow.
Craziness.
Looks like Ivana Richards involved as well. Andrew Byrne, Mitchell Lowry, Eli Fox. These are just throwing the names out of the drivers who weren't able to get that opening lap in. Otherwise, as we go full course yellow here, Steins, Wick, Musgrave, Bailiff, and Irwin. So we're going to go green this next time by. Aaron Likens throwing the green. Let's take the opportunity. We haven't done this yet. If you're new to watching the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, if you're new to watching Kart Chaser, one of the very cool additions or components of this staff for SuperKarts USA is Aaron Likens. Not only is he the flagman for SuperKarts USA and has been the lead flagman for the entire Pro Tour, the 16 years of the Pro Tour, he's also the flagman for the NTT IndyCar Series, Xander, and the Indianapolis 500. The stylist, no doubt about it.
Yeah, Aaron Likens is a true testament to hard work and talent and passion, taking you from just a karting club track to the SKUSA Pro Tour, to the Supernats, to the Indy 500. And there it is. Adrian Renedin spun off into the grass and got stuck during this full course yellow period. That was a look at the replay for Velocity Racing USA's leading man here in Pro Shifter. So Adrian Renedin, I believe he might have been able to keep that spot. He's showing 13th, but I think it took him further back. That is into the pit lane. Liam Jones in the 17 off. Looks like we're going to lose another. We're getting ready to go back green. Charlie Steins back on the power and back green here. We're back underway.
Well done for Charlie. Now listen, you're the leader. You're the one that sets the pace. He came out of third, number 14, and jumped on the gas and was able to pull away nicely. There's the lead between he over Wick, and Wick's got a bunch of gap as well. Back to Billy Musgrave, give a little shake of the head when he came out of 5. He's not liking the way he approached that. Because here comes more aggressive run. Look at these drivers diving it down to the bottom. Morgado did that little run that we talked about with, there's contact there, 2 drivers out over in turn number 8.
Russo spun around and Justin White involved as well. Danny Formal was getting by the pair, and Justin White got turned straight into the side of the 92. Now it's Musgrave and Gavin Bailiff with a big gap. And again, we're still showing, I believe, is that still showing yellow on lap number 4 into 5? Have they switched us back to green? Green officially, we're good. Billy Musgrave, Gavin Bailiff, 3rd and 4th, then a huge gap out back.
Just to finish my thought, talking about Morgado and the line he took to kind of cover everybody off over in turn 6. That's what Danny Formal talked about in that quick interview. He mentioned with the fact that it's tougher to pass here because the way a lot of these drivers will run is that more shallow entry into the corner, park it and get the thing to rotate at the apex. Here it is right here. Again, down to the bottom of the track. This is where we're going to get the incident coming out of the corner.
And so it's, Jay Irwin, number 6, trying to follow Justin White, gets into the back of him and just turns him right into Quarantine Russo.
Yeah, Russo had nowhere to go. It was not White's fault whatsoever. The contact comes from the back. And, of course, he's trying to rotate the car around. He was so far down on the inside there to try to get a spot. White was going to be probably knocking down 1 additional gear to get around the apex of turn number 7 there, coming out of 6. But again, here's a good battle on the racetrack still. This is for P3 right now, as we know that Steins and Wick are well up the road. This is over 2 seconds back from the lead. Musgrave versus Bailiff.
Off the racetrack there, that's the 18 of Burgess as we check back in. Irwin, you can see the rubber marks there from the battles he was in. That's Michael Avancino on the Ron White Racing CRG behind him, and a heck of a fight back at the edge of the top 10. AJ Myers, Adrian Renedin's gone back up and into 9th on the Sodi. and Myers is still under heavy fire. Look at Jacob Gulick right there in the number 2. This is how he got that number 2 plate, Rob. Quiet consistency, avoiding all the chaos and carnage. He's picked up already 7 positions, and he's on the cusp of 2 more.
Yeah, you got to see that out of a guy like Jacob Gulick. Again, the consistency we've seen. He's a Pro Tour winner. He's been on top of the podium before. Good battle right now, though. A.J. Myers is in the middle of a scrap trying to hold off Josh Conker. That is 10th, 11th, and 12th. And I think we all expected maybe a little bit more out of A.J. Myers. He's been digging hard, but he is battling to stay inside the top 10 right now.
Well, this sunshine is something we didn't see most of yesterday. Neither has the rubber and the track development. And look at this. Conker's been able to get by A.J. Gulick trying to go behind them. How about Ashton Henkel, rookie in the number 80, up a few spots here. This is a great run in the works for him as it is stop and go traffic. He's got, I believe, the Ital card of Callan Yockel, the number 5 plate from last year, right on his heels. And Aiden Rudolph right there as well as Talon covers off from the hometown kid.
Yeah, this is good racing outside the top 10. We know we've got the battles up front with Steins and Wick. Nose to tail. Musgrave and Bailiff essentially nose to tail as well. Morgado's got a second on Formal. Formal's got a half a second on Irwin. So the best battles, as Xander has said, are outside the top 10 right now. But let's pick up the lead again. Charlie Steins looking to see if he can't come away with a pre-final victory. Shocked everybody, I think, with that impressive run. First off, got into Super Bowl qualifying for the second straight Winter Nationals, as Xander had mentioned. Then he goes and lays the lap down to go pole, and now here he is leading one of the drivers who's been at the very top of pro shifter racing in North America for the last number of years.
Yeah, although Kyle Wick got a great launch out of 11 that time. He's already looking right here in the dog leg, and Steins knows it, so he'll cover the bottom off in that last turn. He's parking it as much as he can. That'll back them up towards Bailiff and Musgrave, but they're low on laps. 1 to go. And Kyle Wick, like you said, all over Charlie Steins, who has withstood the pressure impressively here for this duration.
Out of 5, the big run down the straightaway. Steins going to go to the bottom of the track. Wick's got lots of room. This may give Wick an opportunity for the big over-under as he get a better run through the corner. He's right there with them. Now the outside, now the inside. Through 7. He's got a potential move to the inside over in turn number 8 to the bottom of the racetrack. Book it. He's through.
Kyle Wick, your new leader with half a lap to go. 2 more major zones right here. He'll cover it off in 11. Charlie Steins right behind. Here comes Musgrave and Bailiff.
Now, where'd they come from?
Dude, what a race. And a heads-up move by the former Pro Tour champ. Covers off the last turn. Kyle Wick is going to steal it on this last lap for Heat 1.
Yeah, that was an impressive pass. Xander was able to go, obviously, to the outside of turn 6. You watch Stein kind of cover off the middle of the racetrack. Over-under. Wasn't able to get it done in 7, but the over, the under, then back to the inside of turn number 8 to get it done. That really, all that parking and back and forth is what brought Billy Musgrave and Gavin Bailiff back in. But I think a lot of great takeaways here. Obviously a big win for Wick, able to get himself forward, right? Steins holds on to a front row starting spot for the main. Billy Musgrave flexed the muscles. And again, the continued momentum for Gavin Bailiff out of the Winter Series to be able to put himself in the top 5 with a P4 finish.
Yeah, let's take a look at the results here as they head into the scale line. Kyle Wick, Heat 1 winner. Musgrave was not happy with someone. It was hard to say who on that last lap. He was shaking his head also. Bailiff, Morgado, Formal. Again, Jacob Gulick able to slip by A.J. Myers late in the going. He ends up 11th. Rookie Ashton Henkel there, 13th. Quarantine Russo, talk about a comeback. The 92 gets spun into the grass and recovers to 14th. Good job.
Solid run for Michael Avancino as well. Let's throw that name out there. Josh Conker, he and Gulick both able to get by A.J. Myers over the last 2 laps.
Here's a look back to the rest of the field. Lots of shaking up from our original qualifying order. Heartbreak for Justin White here in Heat 1. The good news is Heat 2 is still off that original qualifying time. So that means, of course, Charlie Steins will get another shot at a hole shot from the pole, and vice versa for some of the drivers back here like Hunter Pickett, Philip Nemkovich, Ian Quinn. With DNFs in Heat 1, they'll be able to recover from their qualifying spots for Heat number 2. The scale line's beginning to roll now. Kyle Wick, your Heat 1 winner. Let's see how he got it done with that last lap move on Charlie Steins, because it took a couple of corners to set up, and Rob, you called it extremely well.
Yeah, we saw it kind of happen. We saw the inside move. This is the over-under here. He was on the outside of turn number 7, back to the inside of turn number 8 as Steins tried to get back through. That was just a really textbook move, putting the pressure on and able to get to the inside, then really climb that curb coming through turn number 8 and had enough to pitch back and not allow that over-under to turn 9.
How about it as well for Danny Formal, probably one of the only drivers in the top 10 we didn't mention much in this race, besides being a bystander in that spin with Justin White and Corentin Russo, 6th for the big guy.
Yeah, a quiet recovery, I think, right? Obviously didn't make it into Super Bowl qualifying, so that was a disappointment. Complained, of course, about the tires. Didn't think that the tires are where they need to be, and did come back to P6. So, again, like you said, we start again with the same lineup for heat race number 2, but still another performance like that for Formal, and he's really going to be in a good place for the pre-final.
Yeah, no doubt. Danny Formal doing exactly what he needs to do to position himself nicely for tomorrow afternoon and mainly tomorrow morning. Again, that pre-final is a re-rack of the order. So while it is, somewhat of a consolation that the likes of Pickett, Nimkovich, Quinn, and company with a DNF or a bad result in Heat 1 could still start from a good spot for Heat 2, their heat race average, basically how they'll finish out Heats 1 and 2 in the points, is going to line them for that pre-final, and then it's a mix of your pre-final starting spot and your pre-final finishing spot for the main. Still a bit of cleanup to go. Obviously, there's Eli Fox and Mitchell Lowry. Looks to be another one of the CRGs off. I mean, there was so much carnage in that one. Let's see if we can do the math really quickly, Rob. How many did we lose? I think we only finished with, looks to be 31 of our 44 or 43 drivers here.
So 12 or 13 drivers out. Yeah, Burgess, Jones, Melchiori, Howard, Quinn, Nimkovich, Pickett, Richards, Byrne, Lowry, Fox, and how do you say that last name? Chase has got to help me out with that one.
Oh, Profile. At least that's what I'm going to go with for now.
I'm going to go find him and get that one dialed in.
Absolutely. We'll have a moment to do so, of course. There is a short break in the on-track activity coming up, folks. You can see that there's no activity yet on the grid. That's because the pre-finals are split in half with a lunch break for the hardworking SKUSA staff, our hardworking Kart Chaser camera and production crew as well. We've got more adjustments to keep bringing you more improvements to the coverage throughout the day. And thankfully, after what has been a very ugly-looking sky for the last 2 days, the sun is out here in New Caney, and albeit with probably 5 inches of water into the surface of this facility, we are looking for a dry racetrack and more dry racing action throughout the afternoon, with Master Shifter getting ready to kick it off at 12:45. So again, right now, pretty much on time, even with the chaos of KA Junior, even with a full course yellow and Pro Shifter. Tip of the hat to Neil Strickland and the SKUSA crew. They have kept us pretty much right on the money today.
Yeah, great racing, I think, to start things off. Very clean. We saw some good stuff out of all the categories that have already gone wheel to wheel. Again, we come right back at it, as you said, 12:45 with Master Shifter. Excited about the way things have started on the day so far, and the Pro Shifter guys definitely putting on a show.
We'll talk with some of these superstars from the Pro Shifter Heat Race on the other side of this break. Folks, don't go anywhere. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Nationals. Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Welcome back to Super Karts USA Winter Nationals coverage from SpeedSportz Racing Park. Sun is out and Pro Shifter action just concluded with their first race of the year. Heat number 1 in the books. Caleb, let's go down to you for a little bit of catching up.
Thank you, Xander. I'm here with Adrian Rennerton. First of all, talk about that race. You found yourself in the water, and you found yourself in the top 10. Talk about it.
Yeah, I make a really good start P5 after there was the double yellow, and the guy in front of me just braked so much that I couldn't avoid, make a spin, and after I tried to come back as best as possible with the remaining lap, and the speed is really great, so just need to drive and to stay on track.
I want to talk about your weekend as a whole, the qualifying as well, a whole new format for you, the first you've ever seen. What did you think about it, and what were the struggles in there?
Yeah, the format is really great. Just make mistake for myself, but all is great. The racing is good, really hard, but I will make the same and it will be okay.
Well, there you guys have it from Adrian Rennerton. Went for a little swim there, but looking hopeful for heat race number 2. Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you.
It's okay? Perfect.
All good from Adrian Rennerton, and we're ready for more action on the other side of the break, folks. Lunch break coming up. You can see that our Kart Chaser camera crew is ready to head off, and so are the Super Karts USA officials. Rob and myself ready to lock back in with Shifter Master on the other side. Happy to get our first chat with Adrian Rennerton. We'll clean up the audio during this break as well, so it may not be as much of a break for me, but that's okay, because guess what? It's finally dry.
And it's dry, and there's blue skies. Perfect.
Looking to be a beautiful day of action here, folks. We'll put the countdown timer up for you so you know when we'll be back. But it'll be 45 past the hour with Shifter Master. Welcome back to SpeedSportz Racing Park. Pre-final action ready to recommence after a short break in the on-track activity. Had us off to the side, and Master Shifter is now ready to go green for their pre-final. And Rob, the one and only Master Division, albeit the class we've gotten to see you join the SKUSA Pro Tour and Supernats over the years. KA Masters didn't have enough to be able to warrant a division here this weekend. Master Shifter has, and they've got double digits.
Yeah, it's a shame. Obviously, the KA100 Master category that gave me my opportunity to run the Super Nationals and the Summer Nats a couple of years ago as well is gone, at least for this year. We'll see whether or not it comes back. But again, always great to see shifters, Master Shifter drivers. Again, Superkarts USA, their DNA is all about shifter kart racing. Awesome to see the resurgence of it. The drivers that want to run the Pro Shifter category, we've got 12 drivers rolling in here to have a good weekend as well.
Scott Presti put 3/10 on all of them in qualifying in his debut under his own team, Presti Racing, aboard a Croc promotion machine. Scott Hargrove, we talked about a lot, followed him in qualifying, former karting shifter superstar out of the Pacific Northwest, returning to a shifter kart in Masters first, hoping to go in Pro Shifter for Vegas. First time for the pre-final, Master Shifters away in 2025, and it's pretty even off the line there. Hargrove got a decent launch, but it'll go to Scott.
Yeah, and Hargrove's going to have the inside line coming out of the corner. Presti gets out of the gate as the leader. Hargrove slotting into second. I believe that might be Jimenez now up into the third spot, so Victor with a good launch off the line as well. Surprising start, I think, was your reigning champion, Scott Barnes, Skitchy Barnes, in the 601 way back in qualifying, was P8 of the 12. We'll see whether or not they've been able to dial anything into that Maranello to allow him to move his way back forward, because this was not a Skitchy Barnes kind of start, as he has moved up a couple of positions here early on.
10 laps on the board for the pre-finals today, so there's still a good amount of time left. And the nice part for the Shifter Master drivers is they have room to spread their legs pretty early on in the session, unlike the 43 Pro Shifters that we witnessed right before the break that had chaos from the drop of the green. Look at this, though. A little look to the inside there by Jimenez on Hargrove for second. And midway through the field, there's the number 1 plate from 2024. Skitchy Barnes finds himself P5 after the opening lap, Rob.
Yeah, the Bermuda driver is pushing hard to try to get back up on that lead group. As I said, not a really kind of trademark start to the weekend for Skitchy Barnes, but a good start to this race as he jumps from 8th all the way up to P5, goes up 3 spots on the get-go to work his way now up into the 5th position, to try to see if he can now reel in Larry Pegram, who runs P4. So it's Presti, Hargrove, Jimenez, and Pegram, your top 5. Skitchy Barnes getting some challenge from behind from Jeff Mills. Baldus is right there. Pierce Baldus right there with him as well. So 5th, 6th, and 7th, that battle starting to heat up as the Maranello getting chased by a couple of CRGs.
Out front, though, all clean sailing here for Scott Presti. That lead is huge, and I don't know about you, Rob, but just as much as the lead caught my eye, all the dirt and trash offline caught mine as well on the outside of turn number 6. I mean, it is treacherous if you miss the mark a little bit there, and you can see it looked like Jimenez might have done that coming out of the corner.
Indeed, you got a little bit of a tag slapper coming to that corner. Jimenez Cadiz try to put the pressure on Hargrove, but Scott Presti out by 1.7 seconds already, just a couple laps in. And let's give Scott Presti some props. Not only has he started his own team, this Presti Racing program, but not at the Winter Series, he did not run in the Master Shifter class. We only had a couple guys, maybe 3 or 4 guys that ran Master Shifter at the Winter program. He ran the Pro class and was in the middle of a fight with a bunch of Pro drivers as well. So you got to give him a shout out there. Obviously getting things dialed into the Pro category. They're coming here to lead the way right now in Master Shifter.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he wanted a challenge. And to be honest, it was probably the best training to try and gear up for a Pro Tour title, going against the absolute best in the sport at their prime physically. And, of course, with how often a lot of those drivers are racing shifter karts. So Scott Presti right now is putting all those winter laps and training to good use here early on. 3.5 laps in, and you're gone. 3.5 seconds out, and that's why we've got our eyes on this midfield fight here just to bubble spot on the top 5. Skitchy, along with Jeff Mills. Pierce Baldus. Oh, man, what a slick over-under that was.
It was a Saul. You wonder, I thought maybe there was a missed shift there, potentially for Mills, but no, it was just a good over-under there for Baldus. He came away with the spot out of turn number 14, finished it off in 15. He'll go to work now trying to reel in Skitchy Barnes. Right behind them as well as Gauthier. Luis Gauthier goes to the bottom of the racetrack, side by side. Book it. He's through as well. And just up the road, Pierce Baldus now ready to challenge it up here with Skitchy Barnes. So yeah, no battle for the race win with Scott Presti out by 2.4 seconds, but a lot of racing here for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Yeah, this is great entertainment right now here for this midfield group. Again, Master Shifter, happy to see as many of them as we've got this weekend. There's been, even the Winter Series is a prime example of times where there hasn't been a lot of drivers for the entrants to play with, to have some fun and battle with. Even here, we got to change for second while we were looking back. So this is a first, at least in a while since I can remember, Rob. There was so much going on outside of a Supernats Master Shifter field that we actually did miss something trying to find a battle to watch, because there are two really good fights going on here. Larry Pegram closing in to make it 3 karts in the fight for second. And then this 4-car battle back for 5th. And check it out, Hargrove wants that spot. He wanted it back, and Victor said no.
I think he was in full intent on making that move to the inside, and Jimenez came across the bow a little bit. We talked about Scott Hargrove wanting to get back into training. He'll make a move to the inside there, slides through the inside over in turn number 12. And here comes, I believe, Pegram as well. He doesn't get through. So Hargrove to second, Pegram up in the third. There may be an issue with Jimenez right now, to be honest. He's fallen back a little bit. We'll see whether or not he's actually lost pace.
He's definitely destroyed that front bumper, but it was like that when he got to the top spot, I thought. Definitely looks pushed in, and I think, yeah, it is so crushed in. It is vibrating and probably dragging along the ground, and looks to be more so even on the left side of it than the right side. And that's hurting him because it's a predominantly right-hand corner track, so all that load goes to the left front tire. And right now, Victor is feeling it. So 3 becomes 2 in the fight for P2.
He may get reeled in very quickly here by Barnes, Baldus, Gauthier, and Mills. As Gauthier, as we saw, was able to get by Mills. So Gauthier now up into the 7th spot. Baldus was able to get by Mills a couple laps ago. He's now putting the pressure on Barnes, but they're all catching up to Jimenez. So this could put them all into 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th if Jimenez is indeed having some bit of an issue. Yeah, there's a move to the inside for Baldus. No, that was actually Barnes getting back by Gauthier. Gauthier was able to get by Baldus and was also by Barnes. He was up into the 5th spot.
Well, and they all were, again, kind of using almost Jimenez as a pick, right? Victor was just trying to hang on. He's still just trying to hang on. He's looking at both the left front and the right front side of the go-kart. He's back to 7th now as that pack has gotten through. And to the credit of Larry Pegram, even having to get by Victor after Scott was able to pass him, he's starting to track the Ital kart driver back down. So still might have a fight for P2. Still definitely have a fight here for what has become 4th and what was 5th. The 2 CRGs there of Baldus and Mills. And then, of course, Skitchy Barnes and Luis Gauthier, who now Gauthier has gotten by Skitchy. So that changed this lap, too, as we hit 2 to go.
I have a feeling that Jimenez might be a gearbox issue. It looked like he was having trouble grabbing the gears he wanted coming out of turn number 14, that out of the right-hander, the hairpin. But Gauthier has flat dominated this group here. Remember, he was behind this quartet of drivers. First he got by Mills, then he got by Baldus, then he got by Barnes. So very impressive run here right now for Luis Gauthier, who's now up into the 4th spot at 52.046. So he doesn't have an outright fast lap that's anywhere quicker than the guys up front, but he was definitely the better of the 3 drivers he was fighting there. So he is now up to P4. Great run here for Gauthier. 8 laps down, 2 to go.
Yeah, 2 laps remain right now, and this pack that was all fighting for 4th, they're starting to watch Gauthier pull the pin and get a little bit further out of reach. Final lap coming up. I think it's going to be Ron White Racing versus Kart CRG USA back for 6th. Skitchy might even be safe a little bit up the road there in the 5th spot with a consistent and solid points haul for him. Behind them, Justin Kelly, still a couple seconds away. Daniel Perras on the Sodi, who we saw had some issues in qualifying. And Cameron Cassell's there in 10th as we see this fight for 2nd.
We'll give a little bit of leeway here for Justin Kelly. He has not been behind the wheel in a while. He and I were talking. He's focusing on business. Him and his wife, Tiffany, have been focusing on biz. Hasn't had a chance to race, I think, since last year. So this may be his only race again this year. So we'll see how it all plays out. Nonetheless, he may get into a couple more Supercars USA races. We'll hope to see him here. But again, get things dialed back in. I think Kelly will have more pace by the end of the weekend. Checkered flag flying, and it was a flat, dominant performance for Scott Presti. Xander, 4.4, fell down to 3.8. He kind of checked it up in the final circuit. He ends up winning over Hargrove. Pegram holds on to 3rd. Gauthier, so impressively getting by Barnes, Baldus, and Mills. Scotty Barnes, though, starts 8th, finishes 5th, a decent recovery improvement for him, as he'll need to find more pace in the main event.
So Scott Presti ends up as the dominant force in Master Shifter, presented by Rocket Racing Company. You're checking out live scenes from the grid because we're rolling straight on to it. KA100 Senior, Peyton Phillips, and Arcane Motorsports. Technically their first stop on the tour of this national circus, as we like to call it. The big road show was just a couple weeks ago in Daytona, but this weekend another step up and another step forward for the new combination in 2025. Peyton Phillips and Arcane Motorsports were pretty good here a month ago for the Texas Sprint Racing Series, but I'd put them on another leap forward with the improvements they've made this week, and now getting to really show their pace in the dry against the driver who ended yesterday fastest in final practice, and one of the most highly decorated talents to come out of the United Kingdom over the last 2 decades. Oliver Hodgson will join the Austin, Texas native of Peyton Phillips here for your front row of a 46-driver KA Senior grid, another sold-out house, and just by one entry, the biggest one on the field.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one plays out early on. The opening couple laps, I would expect, will be pretty exciting. Phillips and Hodgson on the front row, as Xander had detailed. Blake Nash right there. We'll start on the inside of row number 2 alongside Frankie Mossman. Mossman, of course, with the Jay Howard Driver Development Squad of the Kart Republic. He runs for Jay Howard in the USF Pro 2000 category as well. So Nash and Mossman will be on row number 2. As you can see, a field of 46 drivers getting ready to roll out. Behind Nash and Mossman, Landon Skinner and Alex Machado on row number 3.
Check out moving down the board here with the rest lined up. James Overbeck sporting that number 1 plate here for the first time in his career. The 2024 SKUSA Pro Tour champ rolls off alongside Donovan Bonilla, the former Super Nationals race winner and one of the top talents pulling double duty here this weekend. They start again just ahead of Eli Warren and Ty Fisher, a couple of young bucks to round out your first 5 rows.
Yeah, big guns in row number 6, though. Oliver Calvo alongside Diego Ramos, both those drivers with multiple wins here in U.S. competition. Nico Sarfati, just 14 years of age, celebrated a birthday yesterday, his debut in the pro level here in the KA100 senior class alongside the veteran of the category, Brandon Lemke.
There was one adjustment from qualifying, but it wasn't a full DQ, and what we're looking at right now is a vantage point that is probably a little bit daunting. Bas Patel and Remy Angel, 45th and 46th, final row on the grid, and that's a look from the back of them all. Let's take you through the starting lineup with the rest of the graphics for your KA100 seniors. We've touched on the first few rows going back to Henry Wheeler and Santiago Fernandez. Here's a look back behind them with Mauricio Hernandez and Joey Friend back on row 9, and then Aiden Shimbashi, Brahim Alibi to close off page number 1 here, Rob.
Indeed, there's your top 20 that will look to get cleanly through turn number 6, 7, and 8. Cooper O'Clair, was one of the quickest of the first qualified group. He'll start 21st alongside Luciano Sosto, Jackson Menchu, and Chris Harrower on row number 12.
Moving back to row 13, Finnegan Bailiff and Timothy Pernod. It's an all-Bureau Art lockout back in 25th and 26th. Autumn Fisher, a couple spots back from her younger brother Ty, back on row 14, alongside Maxime Barron.
Shout out to Autumn, had a pretty good winter series. A bunch of top 20 finished, did a great job there. Carter Thompson starting 29th alongside Quentin Angeli, Max Saga, and Lorenzo Coffin will be on row number 16. Row 17, Paul Elefante, Christian Velez.
Roussel and Draytos, Manning, Mang, Anbar, and Joseph Hewitt round off the second page. And while the leaders are working their way around turns 4 and 5, Fernando Reynoso, Brooke Edie, Vladimir Portevich, Seth Lucas, Remy Angel, and Bas Patel. 46 drivers here for KA Seniors Pre-Final. We are ready to let them loose. Nash Motorsports, your presenting partner, but it's Arcane Motorsports on the left, on the pole, and Cop Kart on the right. Here we go. We're green on the first try-by down at turn 6.
See how it looks deeper in the field. It always gets a little wider. Yeah, there you go, 3, 4. How about 5 wide? Why not? Up front, a little cleaner. They'll work their way through. Single file coming out of turn number 6, 7, and 8. Through turn 8, the 8-9 double right-hand combination leads back over to 10. through the kink of turn 10 into the right-hand hairpin, turn 11. This will bring them back through 12 over to 13. Everybody looking pretty good here in the opening part of this race. Out front, though, the start is underway. Peyton Phillips with the lead, but immediately Hodgson goes to the inside of turn number 14. Can he hold him back in 15? He does. You can see that Phillips was trying to do the over-under, but no. The British driver now living in Arizona. Oliver Hodgson, the P1 on the comp cart.
How about that? Quick and to the point here. Oliver Hodgson takes over. Let's see if he decides to trust the drivers behind to follow him on the backstretch or if he's going to fade low. He'll go low, and he was right to think about it because Peyton wants that lead. Mossman is going to try to force his way to get to second, but Hodgson holds on strong, and now here comes Blake Nash. Dono into fourth now, and look at the Sodium Machado right there too.
Mossman tried to force the issue as well, going with Phillips, but of course the left side of the racetrack, the place to be, coming out of turn number 6, and that allowed Hodgson to hold the spot. Mossman actually lost a couple spots. I think he may have just lost 2 or 3 more coming out of turn number 11 as well. So a lot of action there as they work their way back to this final complex of corners. Machado goes back to the inside. He's got Ty Fisher right there with him too, as he does with the number 1 plate holder as well of James Overbeck. That's the fight for a little further back outside the top 5. I believe that is, that's 5th, 6th, and 7th. Machado, Fisher, and Overbeck. That's that next group outside the top 4.
And look how close they are here. That entire group's about maybe 14 or 15 deep. All they need is a little more fighting like this for the lead, and they'll get there, but they're going to fight on their own. Fisher versus Machado. You saw Bonilla get the better of Blake Nash for 3rd, and there's the champ, James Overbeck, slipping by on Ty Fisher.
Yeah, Machado just gave Fisher a little hip check there coming over to turn number 7. Said, listen, you tried to work me hard into turn 6, so you're going to have an enjoyment fighting for some grip on the outside of turn number 7. Sorry to tell you. They're still fighting there. Overbeck actually gets by, so move Overbeck now up into the 5th spot. Luckily for Ty Fisher holding on, but there's the front-running 4 drivers. That quartet pulling away as the fight further back, now being led by James Overbeck.
Still a 4-car breakaway. Did that gap get bigger or smaller? I'd call it about maybe even last time around, within a 10th or so. And to be fair here, there's only so much ground you can make up, but everybody stays around their same starting position. There hasn't been any big moments yet. We've just got our only 2nd lead change, really, between Hodgson and Peyton Phillips, as much as there's been attempts at it. And that is the first time we're really going to see the 958 drop back. He falls to 4th.
Yeah, Blake Nash got through, but first it was Bonilla. He was able to make the move to the inside up there in turn number 6, the end of the long back straightaway. So Bonilla goes up into 2nd spot. Nash followed through a couple of corners later, and wisely for Phillips was looking over the shoulder, trying to figure out where he could slot back in. This time Nash will go to work on Bonilla over in the hairpin of turn number 14, and Nash signaling forward, saying, hey, listen, I got a better hot rod. Let's go catch Hodgson. Can't let him get away. Can't be fighting for 2nd. They have to work together to reel in that comp cart once again to make it a 4-driver battle again as we're just coming to the halfway point.
Yeah, still a good amount of time left here in this pre-final for Nash Motorsports KA Senior, but Oliver Hodgson's trying to run out the clock with that gap here, and unlike the KA Juniors, he has an opportunity to not have to white line at the end of the race or in the middle because he's got that little bit of cushion room. Gives us a moment to go and check back in with that 2nd group. Overbeck, Ramos, Machado, Frankie Mossman, who, again, had that great start to get into 3rd and then got shuffled kind of to the wayside when they stacked up for the lead, and he hasn't really been able to recover. We've talked about it probably into the ground, and it's only Saturday morning, about how dirty it is offline, and it's something we've talked about because it's so tough with these tires specifically to clean them back off. If you get that clag, if you get those marbles on them, I have to imagine that might have been partly what hurt Frankie Mossman.
Yeah, 2 separate incidents, Andrew. He got hung out to dry on the outside, right? Once when he was battling up in the top 4, and once when he had fallen back to about 7th or 8th. He has been able to work his way back up to 7th, so the march forward continuing here for Frankie Mossman. But you're 100% right. Got hung out to dry on the outside, dirty tires, and has having to fight his way back forward. Now, this Nash battle, remember I said Nash was trying to get Bonilla to work with him. That didn't happen. Bonilla goes back by over in turn number 6 once again, over to turn number 7. So Bonilla retakes second. They are not closing in on Hodgson. We've seen this time and time again. When the leader gets out front, he's able to run good race laps. He's ahead by 0.6 of a second now, so no need to run any kind of defensive line. And now, Xander, they're battling it out for second spot and letting Hodgson pull away. You can't do that with Oliver Hodgson.
No, you cannot. That is not a driver you expect to put a wheel wrong, as we have some drivers that have definitely had a wheel wrong. Jackson Menchu, one of the GFCs, and Aiden Shimbashi collected here last time by the loop. I think they were actually in a decent spot inside the top 20. And, oh man, that is going to be huge. Looks like the other one might have been Luciano Sosto.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So 19th, 22nd, 23rd off the grid. They were hovering around those spots, plus or minus. And they go from only need to pass 20 karts to get to the lead in the podium. They need to pass 40 as the yellow flags wave here in the infield.
6 laps down, working lap number 7. Now you can see the drivers just on the outside. The yellow flags are waving. Oh man, that is close. The 972 trying to refire. Yeah,
race over here, Aiden. Pull it off in the grass and hang tight. No need to. That's a dangerous spot there. Again, smart move for, at least in his case, to stay in. As we got issues for.
That's Menchu again.
Yeah, Menchu was trying to get away too. For a second, it got thrown off. He has a similar body posture and helmet kind of color. If you look at a blur to Brandon Lemke, his SCR teammate, who, by the way, I wanted to pull this up here. He's up 5 spots and looking for more. Up 7 for Diego Ramos. So there has been some movers here and shakers as we see the battle for second open up again behind Hodgson. Bonilla, Nash now back to 3rd and 4th because Peyton Phillips has recovered to 2nd.
Good for Peyton. Remember, he got shuffled all the way back. None of the 3 drivers have been able to work together to try to close back up on Oliver Hodgson. They've essentially just gave that victory to him because it is a full second now for Oliver Hodgson on the cop cart up front. He is well out. And the issue now, I think, is maybe worried about the driver coming in from P5 and P6. Diego Ramos just set the fastest lap of the race, and he's digging right now. There's still 2 laps remaining, and Ramos is trying to close up on this battle. Instead of working together to try to reel in the leader in Hodgson, they're going to find a battle coming here. This is getting even more aggressive further back. Xander with Machado, Lemke, Fisher, and Calvo.
Yeah, well, the good news is they're not the only ones where it's getting aggressive. Back up in that main group here for second. Now, with Ramos, as you touched on, he's there. Bonilla now back with a haymaker on Blake Nash for 3rd. Ramos is going to be able to get by. James Overbeck could not. And Peyton Phillips is the next one to get some breathing room. And this racetrack, it kind of breeds that a little bit because those hairpins, they are designed so well when it comes to back and forth racing. But if you're around drivers that just really want to fight, well, you can make it a huge fight and just one by one let the leader of the pack get away.
1 lap remaining. Hodgson back to Phillips. And then I believe Bonilla. Ramos gets by Nash. Overbeck pushing there as well. Well, I don't know that Ramos is done. He may be able to find Bonilla here on the final circuit. Behind them, Mossman's all by himself. Then it's Machado, Fisher, Calvo, and Lemke. That's that next battle of 4. Bonilla's going to cover the bottom. Here goes Ramos looking for one more position. A lot of action further back at 6. That's Ty Fisher as well to the inside.
Oliver Calvo and Brandon Lemke and teammates there side by side as Overbeck ends up into the side pot of Blake Nash. Had the nose down low. Blake tried to hang it on tough. And let's see if Blake answers the favor there in the hairpin. He does not. Mossman's going to close in. Look at this group here. Calvo, Fisher, Henry Wheeler might be able to slip by both of them if they're not careful.
Yeah, I don't know if Calvo's going to like that too much. A little contact coming through. Nonetheless, checker flag waits for Hodgson, and he will see it across the line. Here it is to finish it up. Phillips, Bonilla, Ramos ends up P4 with a fast lap. Overbeck up to 5th. Mossman 6th. Mossman able to get by Blake Nash on the final circuit, Sanders. So a good run for Mossman back to P6. Machado comes out in front of Ty Fisher. Henry Wheeler 10th. Indeed, Wheeler was able to get by Calvo on that last lap, as you called.
Yeah, indeed. Henry Wheeler at least got by one of them there on that run to the last turn. He couldn't get both of them, but still a good run for the number 3 plate from 2025. So here's a look at it. Oliver Hodgson, 1 spot up. Peyton Phillips, 1 spot down. Donovan Bonilla from 8th to 3rd is a great result, and the same for Diego Ramos, 12th to 4th. He'll have a great shot to fight for the race win in the afternoon for their main event later today. Overbeck, Mossman, Blake Nash on the last couple laps drops all the way to 7th. And then looking down at some of the other drivers kind of up the board a little bit. We talked about Cooper O'Clair at the start of this broadcast with the KA Senior. Ends up a net gain of 6. That's solid. Big mover Max Saga up about 9 spots as we take a look back down one page here. And the few drivers on the back of the field, the likes of Remy and Draytos and company, picked up nearly 15 to 20. So let's take a moment to step to the side while more action awaits us here from Houston, Texas. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the 2025 SKUSA Winter Nationals. Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back to SpeedSportz Racing Park here in New Caney, Texas. And X30 Junior, presented by Rollison Performance Group, is gearing up to hit the racetrack for their pre-final. Only a couple more remain. Mini Swift will follow them along with Pro X30, and then it'll be straight into main events on the day for all the support divisions, capped off by the Pro X30 boys and girls to round us at 4:45 p.m. Central, 5:45 Eastern Time. But again, X30 Junior, full house here for this group. It filled up super quick in KA Junior. It's got a couple kids probably moving over to the X30 Junior ranks that weren't quite anticipating a move over this early on. But nonetheless, they are ready for action here, kicking things off with Sarah Bradley on a career best qualifying effort for the young lady out of Speed Concepts Racing. She'll start to the inside of junior rookie Marco Salmon, and the Brandon Jarskak Racing crew got to be fired up about that one here as their 125 program continues to get better by the week.
Xander, we always saw the pace out of Nathan Dupuis, very impressive early on today as well. He'll start on the inside of row number 2 alongside Alexander Vanchev, who's one of the top drivers in the Winter Series program. Vanchev for RPG, ready to roll off. We said from the outside of row 2. P4, Dupuis for Nash, P3.
Moving back from Vanchev, Dupuis, Max Weiland, Ashton Woon, Jackson Gibson, David Ybarra, and Tristan Murphy and Nico Katowski will make up your first 5 rows here. Let's take a look back at some of the starters a little bit further down the board while we line the rest of your grid. And again, it's a huge group, 46 in total for X30 Junior, completed with Ethan Sky Manuchik, who will not be here this weekend, was on the entry list. That's, I believe, why we've got the 46 number Ethan, unfortunately, is healing up after a heartbreaking crash down at Daytona 2 weekends ago, and he, I believe, has either a fractured or broken arm from a very scary incident. But I know he's gearing up and ready to get back after it, as are we. X30 Junior, round of turns 4 and 5 here, Rob. On the left side there, that black and white Speed Concepts Racing Sodi Kart. The young lady, Sarah Bradley, on the inside, and Marco Samet, the young gun, in only a couple of months of junior competition, to the outside of row number 1. Here we are, ready for the green, and we've got it. We're racing down to turn 1.
Bradley's going to lead him through turn number 1, and which is essentially turn 6 and 7.
Turn 6. I threw you off. That's my bad.
No, that's all right. 6 and 7. The opening corner of the first lap. Let's call it that. Bradley through cleanly. More drivers with some issues at the tail of the field. As we always say, it gets wider, wider coming into turn number 1, the opening corner of any track here when we go green. The guys up front trying to make it a little cleaner through. Everybody in the back, again, gets a little more aggressive trying to find those spots. One driver take it to the grass through the big puddle. Remember, a lot of rain here over the last number of days, including a torrential downpour late in the afternoon yesterday while the karts were on track. As we go, though, a good start here. In fact, a 2-driver breakaway. Nice job here for Sarah Bradley and Nathan Dupuis. They are P1 and P2. Xander, a little bit of a gap over top of Max Weiland.
Just a small one there here, not all too much, and early on, anything could happen to close that gap back up, but if the fighting is like this, further back, it will open up. Ruben Gutierrez going at it with Jackson Gibson's number 724 RPM Tony Kart, and look at Travis Pettit. Wow, he was getting after it with Gibson, and Gibson sent it.
So 15 drivers here in this field also ran in the KA100 junior race. 15 drivers doing double duty, 7 in the Pro X30 and KA100 senior class. So 15 of these drivers have already been on track. They've already got a pre-final in. They got a feel for this racetrack, but as you said before, Xander, it's going to be different every time they come on track. Not only is the temperature going up, 78 degrees now. Now we're back to full sunshine, and all the rubber that was washed off yesterday, this track is going to be evolving throughout the entire day.
Oh, it's going to be a huge swing, and I think we're going to see a lot of drivers that were fast in qualifying struggle in the afternoon, and a lot of drivers maybe struggled in qualifying look good as the day goes on. Nathan Dupuis looking good right now as he takes over the lead in X30 Junior.
You see Sarah Bradley trying to maintain her momentum there, didn't want to give any up, and knowing that the drivers are coming through from the back, she was hoping that Dupuis would help her push away to try to stretch away and make it a 2-driver fight. The last thing they want to do is bring everybody back in, but Dupuis elected to try to make that move for the lead. Bradley wisely tucked back in, and we'll see if she's able to push now and try to stretch away. They do not want to let everybody else back in the fight because there are some hungry lions third on back. Weiland, Murphy, Gutierrez, Gibson, Vanchev, Samet, Pettit, Woon, all right in the middle of the fight trying to work their way forward, as is Eric Doan. He's worked his way up into 9th.
Yeah, check out some of the drivers that have made up or lost some spots early on here. We're watching Ashton Woon and Marco Samet, a couple of rookies handling the high grip and intense conditions right now here in X30 Junior with the sun bearing down, as you touched on, Rob. Marco feeling, I think, even more pressure here from, who is that going to be? That is the 736, Jose Alejandro Halfman, sorry, in 12th. All over him. It's kind of a one semi-disconnected, semi-connected single file group all the way back to that SCR Red Speed way at the back of this pack. And that, I'm going to guess that one might be down to like maybe Javier Chaparro or Peyton Anderson. I mean, we're talking out of the mid-20s. It's just close. And when they fight like this for the lead, it'll get even closer at the front of the pack.
Sarah Bradley, a very nice over-under to go side by side with Dupuis through turn 15. She was not going to lift coming through the 1-2-3 complex, and she will lead it again down the back straightaway. The driver we may need to be watching, though, is Tristan Murphy in that 7-11. Coming on like an absolute freight train, working through a couple of spots now by Dupuis. I think he's probably one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack. The outright fastest last lap was Ashton Woon, but Tristan Murphy elbows up and working his way forward now back to P2.
Yeah, Tristan Murphy, red and white colors in X30 Junior. We're used to the green and white from that KA Junior. Same driver, same silver helmet, same speed right now, although Dupuis already seeming to rebound right back on him, and I think at least they'll be safe for the top 4.
Man.
Oh, no, Weiland just caught the bumper of Pettit, and he just went through the mud. Look at that. The Magic Cart's going to lose about another 8 or 10 spots here down the front stretch.
I believe it might have been Eric Doan that was able to slide through there at one point. Not quite sure, but they were making contact coming out of the corner, as you had said, and he got shot off the track just coming out of turn number 14, the hairpin, the right-hand hairpin, before the last corner on the track. Here's a big move for Pettit down to the inside once again, the 724 Gibson. So move Pettit from 6th up to 5th. He is trying to dig his way back forward. 4-driver breakaway right now, though, Xander. Bradley, Murphy, Dupuis, and Vanchev. And then you got to go back at least a second, over a second back, now to Travis Pettit running 5th.
Nathan Dupuis is still not giving up, though, even though Vanchev's now gone by. He and Tristan Murphy. And he's going to force Murphy to go low. Let's see if he can cross him up. Not quite. He'll have to tuck back in. But halfway in, halfway home, Nathan Dupuis looks so good early on. And we kind of saw this a bit, actually, out of the Canadian in Daytona, Rob, that he was extremely quick out of the gate. But for whatever reason, when the race kind of kicked on, and maybe it was just he was so much better on low air and cool tires than the rest of the field, he would start to kind of fade back a little bit. And that's what's happening right now to him. Whereas on the other end of the spectrum here, Travis Pettit is moving forward, and so is that easy to spot black and orange CRG of David Ybarra.
Yeah, indeed. The CRG pops out there, and Ybarra's finally worked his way up into the top 10. He is a top 10 runner, looking at Woon now as well. We'll see if Ybarra's got more. He's got open racetrack in front of him right now to try to reel in Woon and Gutierrez, so there's time to get the job done still. We're only 6 laps into this one. Long way to go. Still 4 more laps remaining, although Pettit getting a lot of challenge here right now from Jackson Gibson. That's a great battle we're watching here as well. And as they come across the line, lap 7, Bradley, Vanchev, they've got the gap, as I had said. It's a significant gap as well, over half a second now to Tristan Murphy and Nathan Dupuis. Then you get this next battle here with Pettit, Gibson, and Marco Samet. The 775 LN car to Samet right behind him and trying to push his way up a couple more spots.
Still can't talk enough about how great of a run this is for Sarah Bradley. The young lady last year was getting a couple of podiums here and there, and from her first one, she was able to add on to that list and make it more than just a fluke performance. But this weekend here in Texas, she is dialed in. I mean, Alexander Vanchev put the whooping on this junior field in the Winter Series, and that's putting it lightly, Rob.
Yep.
And here he is. He's tracking her down bit by bit, but they both are a little bit better than everyone else in this 40-plus driver X30 Junior grid.
Yeah, Sarah races a lot. She's got a lot of experience. She's just ready for that big major breakout, right? That big National Pro Tour win. It could come here this weekend. She's definitely got a hot rod here, and she's in the middle of the scrap. Her and Vanchev trying to pull away. They'll see the white flag when they come back around. We'll see whether she does a little look over the shoulder. She does. Does Vanchev knife it to the apex? He'll look to the inside. They're going to go side by side through the corner. Sarah's going to try to run him around the outside and dive back down the inside. Vanchev will look for the over-under, but she holds the spot. Nice defense for Sarah Bradley there with a really good aggressive move by Vanchev.
Sarah Bradley does not want to give away this pre-final win. She's going to start to defend now here with a lap and a quarter to go. Can't blame her. That's a smart move. And again, like you called it, Rob, she did not even make it a complete pass. Vanchev shrugged, frustrated. He thought that he was far enough inside for her to give way, but she has not given it up.
She's running a bit defensive. You can see Vanchev kind of pointed towards her and said, look, go forward. Now see that. Then he makes the move here. You can't do that, because once you do that, you're never going to get trusted by Sarah Bradley again, right? You just told me to go forward. I opened the corner up, so we're going to be okay for this lap, and you dove to the inside. So guess what? I'm not listening to you again. He'll defend to the inside. He's going to try to back up Bradley, I think, to the rest of the field now, and Sarah knows it. She'll have to stick right with him. It may be a pass to the inside over at turn number 14, but an over-under would come there as well. Through 8 and 9, Bradley lining up Vanchev for a final lap overtake.
Vanchev four-wheel launched it over that inside curving to try and open the gap up, and he did a great job of making it where he really didn't have to worry in 11. Might have to in the last turn, though. Let's see if Sarah's got anything up her sleeve. Vanchev low, Bradley high. I think it'll be close, but not close enough. Alexander Vanchev is going to hang on. He'll win the X30 Junior Pre-Final over Bradley, Dupuis, Murphy, and a hard charge at the end for the likes of Jackson Gibson and Travis Pettit, Rob. They were chopping some wood. 54 nines for the pair compared to the groups in front that, granted, were battling in the last couple laps. They didn't get a good lap in, but still 5th and 6th, they were hauling the mail at the end of that session.
And guess who was the fastest driver of that one, folks? Ashton Woon, 54.216. 2/10 quicker, or 2 to 3/10 quicker of everybody in front of him. Very impressive for Ashton Woon, just started on the inside of row number 4 alongside Marco Samet for the main event, the extended distance main event. Ashton Woon could be a driver to look for here. He was only 4 seconds back, a little less than 4 seconds back in the line. The battle up front between Van Chev and Bradley was a good one, coming down to the final lap.
Well, I think it's both a combination, Rob, of the track getting a bit cleaner and drier, and at the same point, I was just going to say the X30 Juniors did a great job of basically having a pretty low carnage rate compared to every other session, and then we just knocked the barrier coming in the scale line. But a light little tap there by Bobby Klein, and I think he just realized he might have just bent a tie rod on the right front tire there, hitting that barrier. Nonetheless, they are at least through and into the pits, albeit with a bit of a backlog onto the racetrack from how many go-karts are here in Houston. This is a long scale line, mind you. It is far from the actual, intended original pit lane that Alan had lined up when this place was designed, and that's that hot pit towards the last corner. And while you can use that as a hot pit, you can use it as a pit lane on practice days. This extra scale line was back when the Texas Sprint Racing Series first started to scrape 40 karts in the KA senior class a couple of years ago. Now we've got 40 plus karts in basically every single class. So you're talking about 80 go-karts can be backlogged in that scale line if your sessions run by quickly and cleanly, and they just did with the last 2 sessions. So got a bit of a moment that they'll have to wait to roll that scale line through, and it gives us a chance here to check out all of the 8 to 12 years old superstars on the grid. Mini Swift, another full house, and you touched on it this morning, Rob. These kids, everywhere we go, give us such a good race. 9 times out of 10, it is an unpredictable winner all the way down until the very last, maybe half a lap even, sometimes last corner.
Yeah, listen, I love watching the cadets get at it. We know how great they race. We know they have that racecraft that they continue to learn, but they show it so well. Looking forward to seeing these guys get out for the pre-finals, because we're almost done with those pre-finals, Xander. As you had mentioned, we've got one more here for the Mini Swift drivers. We've got Pro X30. Then we're going main event racing at 2 o'clock, so almost set to go for some main events.
Hey guys, it's Lucas Nogueira here from PSL Karting. I'm here to show you guys about the Micron 6. This is the new dash that came from AIM Sports. For 10 years using the Micron 5, now they came up with the Micron 6. We're gonna talk about some of the updates that they did. First things first, they have a larger screen now with a different screen that you can see your delta time in real time. So they have a bar graph now that will show the driver if he's getting better or worse throughout the lap. Like when you're driving in iRacing or something like this and you have the bar graph, we have the same now with the Micron 6. One thing that we really like here at PSL is now it comes with a USB-C port. So you charge the dash through this USB port, and you don't have a battery anymore. So the guys from the shifter that use the lever here, you won't touch your battery. And we can also use this to download the data. So many times when you're using the Wi-Fi and you're having trouble downloading interference, especially in Las Vegas, we have a lot of interference. You just come in with the cable, plug on your computer, download the data, it's super fast. Another thing that is really good about this dash is the new battery. The new battery lasts the whole week. Like, we've been using the dash for the whole week and we only give it a 1 charge. It's a very long-lasting battery compared to the previous version, okay? Something else about this dash that I find that it was a big improvement was that now it comes with IMU platform of 6 axes. That means it has accelerometers that will measure the acceleration of the dash. So for us that like doing match channels and use the GPS to analyze like acceleration, deceleration, now we're measuring that at 100 times per second. So these accelerometers are very precise and will help us find the balance of the go-kart and help find the right setup for the track. So that's pretty much it about the Micron 6. I hope you guys start using it. We've been using it and it's really good.
Huge thanks to Lucas Nogueira, one of the many extremely talented and extremely smart data technicians and analysts that make up the pit area here at a major event. He has helped break down and offered his services to give us a little bit of a taste of the inside scoop inside of a team. I mean, Rob, again, the last couple times you've gotten to race, you have run with the powerhouse, the Dynasty Rawls and Performance Group, and just like Lucas's point here, he's like, man, I'm happy to go ahead and give you guys tutorials. We're only scraping the surface. There's so much I could tell you, and you can attest to that too.
And listen, it's really great for the people that are watching at home, right, who may not be running on the national level, where you're a club racer, a regional racer, you get a chance to watch these Kart Chaser broadcasts to get a little bit of that insight in some of a team like PSL. Again, talk about a powerhouse and a stalwart. They've been around since the late 90s, right? They celebrated, of course, their 25th anniversary. They've been around a long time, so shout out to Dominic, and Stefan's here this weekend as well. I had a chance to see Stefan in the paddock as well. The two owners, the original owners, obviously, with new guys on board with Kevin King and Raphael as well. So, PSL is such a fantastic operation. I've raced with them before as well. Actually, I raced with them at the first time I ran the CKNA Grand Nationals. So, been friends with them for many, many years. Fantastic operation.
Let's look at the lineup for Mini Swift. You saw a bunch of those microns on the inside of the steering wheels on the grid. That's what Lucas was showing right there, and they're all going to be showing some high RPMs down that long straightaway when they get packed up. Leading the pack off, though, it'll be Maxwell Macha, stealing the pole at the end of qualifying. He normally has to fight his way through the grid. He has scored, I believe, his first career Mini Swift pole order, at least first of just a few. He starts alongside Jaden Francisco and ahead of Ty Borovich and Santiago Orioli.
We'll go to row number 3 in row 4. Byron Borman on the inside, starting P5 alongside Royce Vega. Sebastian DeMosiak and Alex Chandler will be on row number 4.
Aston Wyatt and Enzo De Janeiro back on row number 5. Two drivers who headlined a good bit of the action in Orlando. Wynn Gottschalk and Lawrence Perriman back on row 6, and we will quickly filter through more of the field. But Rob, a quick point as well.
How about that helmet on Lawrence Perriman?
Oh, yeah.
You see the basketball?
Yeah.
It is. It's even dimpled. You can feel it. It's. I think we're here in March Madness right now. What a perfect timed helmet that is. Awesome.
Oh, yeah. You can see the whole clip. We posted it at the moment that we saw that right
cool.
there. Such a cool crash helmet for Lawrence Perriman. Hopefully, we're going to get to see it at the front of the field. There's a lot of them in Mini Swift. 45 drivers. Here they go through turns 4 and 5. And we're ready for the first try at a start. Macha's on that black and orange Velocity Racing entry on the left in the Nitro Kart for Ryan Perry Motorsports. Jaden Francisco leads the right-hand lane. 9 laps, Mini Swift action. We got it. Green flag in the air down to turn 1.
Everybody holds their breath when they come through turn number 1. We're 2, 3 wide. Oh, 3 or 4 karts connected, and up off the racetrack to the driver's left.
No.
Oh, a big lineup there in turn number 7 as well. Talk about a traffic jam. Drivers backwards, drivers on top of each other. SKUSA crews going to work to try to get them all lined back up. The drivers will refire and continue. This one's going to get itself cleaned up pretty quickly. I think the 160's relaunching. The 165, though, is pulled off to the side of the racetrack. Xander looks like his day may be done early.
So has the 117. We've lost a couple at the start.
So the 117, Xander Clayton Stiles. The 165, Marshall Steves, the 4th.
There you have it. Now, it's still a lot of go-karts left to fight. This is Orioli losing a couple spots. He's pushed to the high side now. That's De Janeiro going by. Looked like one of the CRGs was pushing. That was Cooper Lorenzo Lopez in the middle of the line. Here's a look at, again, all the drivers frustrated and just stuck. Nowhere to go.
It's the risk reward of the opening couple of corners. Yeah, you want to take advantage and potentially get a couple of spots. You throw it to the inside, hoping you're going to come out. A lot of young drivers will do that. They'll just throw it in there, and yeah, we're going to beat and bang a little bit, but usually I come out clean on the other side. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you've ruined your race. And a number of drivers, as we know, all the way down the order. Steve, Stiles, R.J. Brown, and Liam Nakawati. I wonder if Liam's not running. He's in the tail of the field as well. I don't know if he was involved. Xander in another
I saw
incident.
his father here earlier this weekend. I'm not sure if maybe something might have happened on the practice day. Obviously, hopefully not. I hope Liam is okay. What may have happened to him is here's another look at the start. So it's Alex Chandler that gets turned in front of the field, and that is a scary position to be in if you're Alex Chandler. My goodness, you see 30 karts coming right at you.
Yeah, once you're backwards like that, there's nowhere to go at all. Francisco's going to make a move now on the 177 of Moravec, so away we go now with the battle here for second, third, and fourth. Maxwell Macha more than happy to let them battle out behind to see if he can't pull away all on his own.
This is the next group there falling back with the Benek of Royce Vega at the helm of it. But take a look at Moravec right here. Don't want to point anything out that would be harmful to him, but I'm worried as, oh no, we've lost one of the Nash cards. That's Byron Borman, I think, that just spun around at the exit at turn number 11. He was right in this group, and there he is. Off to the side, was 5th across the line last time by, as he kind of got, this is actually a consistent trouble point, Rob, at the exit of that hairpin. The grass is so waterlogged right now that, I mean, you end up dropping a wheel, it pulls you in, it sucks you in, and spins you around.
And when I was here with Alan Rudolph the year I ran the Supernats, I came out and did a day at the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy with Al. We were doing one-on-ones, and that was a corner. You can pick up so much speed through that corner, but you've got to be very, very careful with your exit point, right? A lot of corners you can drop a wheel or up on the curb or whatever, but it falls off there, and with the rain, he said, you end up falling off the racetrack as well.
Intel from Caleb Vieska down on pit lane. Liam Nachawati, a warm-up incident for the Mini-Swift driver, broke his arm. He is out for the weekend. Heartbreaker for Liam. We want to wish him the best and safe travels home. He's got a busy calendar that was lined for this year between a ton of American and international racing over in Europe. But sadly, I know as much as he'd like to be a part of this, he is not. So best wishes, Liam. But good gracious, you're getting at least a TV show out of this. This is a battle.
Up front, big scrap. Macho was looking for that potential breakaway. Did not happen as Moravec and Francisco and Wyatt, Ashton Wyatt, all there as well. Top 4 drivers separated by less than a half a second. And they have a decent little gap now back to De Janeiro, but they're racing so hard up front. Moravec now taking the move to the inside.
Side by side for turn 6 and 7. Macha tried to open up to take the fight back to Moravec. Couldn't even get down to lose only one spot. He'll go straight to 4th. And now Jaden Francisco and Aston Wyatt, the Nitro karts, are ready to bring the fight to the 177. They stay right on his tail there through 11, but they got tripped up coming out, and Macha's going to get him back.
Listen, this side-by-side racing is really going to bring the rest of the crew in. De Janeiro, Godshot, Demoisiak, Lopez, all ready to come and fight. Royce Vega's not that far back either. This is going to open things wide up. And again, indeed, look at this. It was 4, now it's 6, and the next group's coming as well.
Yeah, that's Enzo De Janeiro up to 4th, now up to 3rd as the leader falls to 4th here. Wyatt right behind him, and again, Win Gottschalk, the last of the train, ready to move forward in the 125. Then it's Cooper Lopez, Demoisiak right there. Colton Schneegenberg is, here we go to Freight Train, the 177 further. 2 more spots as the leader from turn 15, half a lap ago, is now 6th here, Rob.
And that happens, and they keep fighting. And look at that next group a little further back. Lopez, Demoisiak, Orioli, and Schneegenberg, all right there. And they're just pleading that they keep fighting. They need a little bit more. We got 5 laps down. We got 4 laps to go. So working lap number 6. And again, they're all hoping they keep fighting like that. You guys keep battling. We'll be there. Macha somehow back into the lead again.
Check out that 3-car group to make it 9. Colton Schneegenberg will be the next one to try and join up here. He runs about maybe a little bit further back now. He's been shuffled back by Brandon Eng in the 123. Meanwhile, for the lead, let's see if anything happens this time. Last time around, Enzo De Janeiro was clawing his way up and into 2nd. Does he try to take a run and make something of it? Yes, he does. Down the backstretch, all by himself, no help needed. New leader, the 190.
Macha took about 3 looks and tried to get back in behind him on that wheel, just waiting for the gap to get in, so to make sure that he wasn't going to lose another spot to Jaden Francisco. The 125 of Win Gottschalk, I believe, by Wyatt. So Gottschalk actually has the fast lap of the race, and not surprising. Little cover to the bottom of turn 11 there. Did not want to give that up. He made the passes. He's got the spots. He wants to hold on to the position. P4 now, knowing full well these drivers up front are not done fighting.
And this race, with 2 laps left, doesn't seem like a lot, but there can be a lot of fighting done in 2 laps, as we've come to learn here in the Mini-Swift class. 3 cars, nose to tail. You could even make some moves here in turns 4 and 5 if you're able to stay right on someone's heels, but I don't think we got any that time there through that double right in front of that nice low shot here. And now down the backstretch, you will see some movement.
De Janeiro loving this. He goes, yeah, come on the inside, block him, I'll get a good run. He doesn't even get out with that much of a lead either, because the move by Francisco puts him up into 2nd. De Janeiro ran the full race line, but you can see how quick Francesco was, even going to the inside of Macha to grab second, still right there. Again, 2 laps remaining. They'll see the white flag. We're getting a lot of defensive running down the inside of turn 11. That's stacking everybody right back up. Win Gottschalk's got himself up to 4th. Wyatt, Moravec, Lopez all still trying to get in there as well. We are far from done with this one. And a big move to the bottom there again. A full defensive. How about 3 wide, Xander, out of turn 14 to 50.
Hang on, boys. White flag from Aaron Likens. It's De Janeiro now to Francisco to Gottschalk into 3rd. Macha 4th, and you saw him way wide there coming out of turn 2. He's probably struggling for grip, being put 3 wide to the outside, and now it's the dance and the race down to the inside, and it's going to be contact-filled. Cooper Lopez, contact with De Moisac back there for 7th or 8th as De Janeiro holds the lead for the moment, but here comes Win.
Cones were flying on the straightaway. Win Gottschalk, fastest driver on the racetrack, trying to stop the bleeding here. May lose 1, at least 1, maybe 2. No, Macha not able to get in. It's still, though, up front, De Janeiro. Here they come through turn 11. There's a big move down to the inside there. And how about 3 wide coming out of 11 to 12? How's this one going to end?
4 wide even on the short shoot to the last turn. Chaos and Mini Swift as there's contact back that looked to be Wyatt and Boyevich as to the line. De Janeiro, drag race even with Francisco, he'll win it. Santi Orioli was the big surprise winner there. He ends up 3rd after the chaos. He was the one that put them 4 wide, got by everybody. Win Gottschalk, the big diver down in 11, Rob, was Aston Wyatt, and then it bogged his exit. And, well, there are some signs of good sportsmanship at the front. I don't know if we're seeing that everywhere else in this lead group.
Xander, we talked about how good the racing was in these cadet categories. These guys really lit a fire under each other in the final lap. Enzo De Janeiro coming away with the victory side by side across the line. 0.06 of a second over Jaden Francisco. That's your front row for the main event. Santiago Orioli, the big winner, as you said, in the last lap, comes from back, probably 7th, ends up P3. Win Gottschalk, who was the fastest driver on the racetrack for a majority of the run, ends up in 4th over Ashton Wyatt. You got to go all the way down to 10th position. Zane Burgess, the purple lap, the fastest driver, finishing up in 10th.
And from that quali effort of 18th as well, no doubt. 8 spots gained, purple sectors for Zane. We'll take a quick break here because there's only one more pre-final left to go, and then it's main event action. Pro X30 when we return from SpeedSportz.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
You know, right now the speed is good. We have
good equipment. We did some really good stuff down in Daytona, and I think we're carrying that on to this race, and I think we're starting the season off on the right foot.
Well, there you have it from Ryan Norberg. Short, sweet, to the point, and in the right direction. As mentioned earlier today with that pole award run in qualifying, he continues a streak of dominance that started earlier this month, 2 weeks ago, in Central Florida. And the Orlando native just is ready to prove that the theory of, 2/10 added on to your lap time when you become a father is not true. Ryan Norberg, a happy congratulations to him and his fiancee Shelby, as they'll be expecting their first child later this year.
I was going to say, how do you like that announcement on social media, right? That's pretty fantastic. Congratulations to Ryan and Shelby for sure, from all of us at eKarting News as well, because that is just awesome news. And like we said, time to buy that cadet cart. Let's get that kid cart out there and
yeah, he's already got the academy built. The garage is ready. Shelby's got her hangout place in the nice air-conditioned suite above. Ryan go do all the hard work. Well, he's definitely got hard work lined up ahead of him, though. As much as we want to give him some love here, we know this field is stacked. Let's take you guys through it. Pro X30 starting lineup. Kicking things off with Mr. 9-time, the #1 plate on the inside of the UK's own Caden McQueen and the Energy Corsa America's number 42.
Solid row number 2. Austin Garrison in the number 6, the veteran driver. Diego Ramos as well in the number 3 for PSL starting on the outside.
Jake Drew and Jesus Vasquez Jr. completed all GFC row number 3, and it really was close in the lap times right behind him.
All Canadian row 4, Aiden Ingrata from Ontario on the inside in the 55 for Speed Concepts Racing. Ty Fisher, the British Columbia driver, the TB Kart number 37 starting 8th.
It's a row of first-timers. Ruben Moya's first ever SKUSA Pro Tour and Chase Gassiet-Lee's first time in Pro X30. The rookie will join the Spanish Salmon on row 5.
Timothy Pernod in the number 55 starting 11th alongside Paulie Massimino. Paulie looking to attack quickly here in that pre-final. We got a driver off the racetrack already here on the opening lap.
Ming Nanzu has slammed the wall out by the forest. And I believe the officials are going to try to help him get collected back up. But the number 67 is heavily damaged.
Yeah, that's not going anywhere.
And so that will pull off to the wayside for Ming. It is just about that time here for Pro X30. Here we go. Norberg bringing McQueen, Garrison, Ramos, and crew on down. There is a total of 37 that have hit the timing loop now, not counting Ming Nanzu for the division. A nearly full crowd and a stacked grid that goes beyond your top 10. We touched on Timothy Pernod and Paulie Massimino. Fernando Luque's BJR debut alongside the new interim S Lead X30 Pro driver Enzo Needcotter. Archer Eversman rounds your top 15, and the rest of your field is ready. Here we go for the first time this year. CRG USA Pro X30, Ryan Norberg, Caden McQueen, pre-final action. Green flag.
Underway. And into turn number 1. How do they get through? The couple drivers further back, side by side. Oh, one driver spinning right in the middle.
Ingrata's around, Needcotter's around, all in galley, and one more of the CRGs through the mud. Henry Lepard collected, and who else? Pernod looks like he got hurt by that. So did Blake Nash. That has divided our field in about half.
Remember, Ingrata started 7th, and around he went. That was it for him. Going to go to the tail of the field. Out front, Caden McQueen has gone to the front there in the energy, Xander. McQueen leads. Right into second is Norberg, and then Garrison there as well.
Oh, Paulie Massimino around at the exit of turn number 11. Chaos reigns here in Pro X30's pre-final. And Caden McQueen has put one over on the champ. Austin Garrison is right there on his heels as well as Ramos looks on with Chase Gassiet-Lee up to 5th on the opening lap. Although we're going to shake him up. Norberg back to the point.
Couple of podium hopefuls, no doubt, back on the opening circuit. First, Aiden Ingrata. Second, Paulie Massimino. And now Norberg's gone back to the front, hoping for things to settle in a bit. I think here for a couple of laps as McQueen right there still in second. Garrison runs in third. Ramos in fourth. And how about Chase Gassiet-Lee? Going to focus on the senior categories this year. Looking forward to getting a full season running against the best of the best.
And the best of the best are putting on the best show right now. What a move by Caden McQueen. One of the first passes in the kink we've seen today.
That's a tough place to pass because you're all about trying to roll corner speed through there to set up for the right-hander. You don't want to get too far to the right side of the racetrack. You'll lose a lot of pace coming out of the corner. So very impressive for Kate McQueen to dive her to the inside there. And you know what? When you're making a pass like that, it's nice to have a guy like Norberg on the outside that understands what's happening. You don't need to force the issue.
I think we're going to force definitely a lot of battling, though, with some defending here in turn 6. Ruben Moya getting by Chase Gassioli. Probably caught the kid by surprise there for P6 as Ty Fisher, Jake Drew, Chase Hand, and I believe we go all the way back to Colin Lloyd on his Velocity Racing Sodi for 11 cars in this lead pack right now. Make it 12. Donovan Bonilla is there too in the number 8 as Gassioli just got put in the mud.
See, Xander, this new lineup here in this category for GFC with Hand, Drew, and Vasquez Jr. looking good. All 3 of those drivers running now inside the top 10.
Pass for the lead again. Norberg puts one right back to Caden there in the same type of position. Caught him right at a full throttle kink. It's not a corner that anyone expects to get past it. It's a corner you pay a massive price if you try to defend into turn 1 and of course the second to last turn. And tit for tat, we're back to even and back to the 1 plate, leading the way here with a gap that's open back up because look at that pack behind your leaders too, with Garrison taking over second now. Oh, McQueen got him back.
He did.
Big over under there, and now look at Vasquez. Zeus into 4th here as Austin Garrison retakes 2nd.
Xander, everything kind of checked up a little bit there, and Vasquez did a great job able to take advantage of that, kept the speed up and was able to get by Ramos, who was kind of trying to make a decision there. He was able to slide back through, so move Vasquez now up into the 4th spot. Ramos going to try to get a better run out of the final corner. This has allowed Norberg to stretch away a bit because Garrison's gone by McQueen, and Norberg using that in a big way, almost a full second across the line.
Yeah, that was a big lead already, and it feels like deja vu, but Ryan Norberg was in Austin Garrison's shoes about a month ago with the last SuperCarts USA event, and Joe Turney was the one getting away. Check out that slick move, under braking. Ruben Moya is here to do business. P5 now for the Pantano.
Yeah, the forward direction motorsports driver who was on the pole of the Super Nationals in this category back in November is up on the wheel right now. He is working his way forward. You got to go all the way down to Massimino as the fast driver on the track right now, but it looked like to me in the lead pack here, it's Moya. He is really running strongly, and it's kind of passing at will. We'll see whether he's now able to get a couple more spots. Here's a move here a bit further back there. That is the number 8 of Donovan Bonilla getting by Jake Drew, so move Bonilla up into the top 10.
Midfield gaggle going on back there as well, as that is the mid-teens, an absolute hornet's nest as we watch that main pack go through. Garrison did take 2/10 back out of the gap to Ryan Norberg as we see a fight for 3rd. Vasquez looked low, McQueen slammed the door shut.
He did. Look who is right there ready to take advantage of anything that happened. Ruben Moya is there. Right behind him is Ramos, and then Hand, and then Ty Fisher as well. Fisher making a move to the inside of Hand, I believe, coming through turn 11. Did he get it done? He
Yes.
did. Yeah, he's through. Tucked it to the inside of the racetrack at turn 11.
Highest placed rookie right now, Ty Fisher on the TV Kart USA machine, and Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg, familiar territory. The last time these two dueled was a year ago here when the US Pro Kart Series visited this racetrack. A smaller grid, but the same two drivers at the front. And back then, Austin Garrison gave Ryan Norberg all he could handle, but it was still not enough. Right now, he is hunting him down by a lot. 3/10 better last time as Moya sends it from way back on Vasquez and cannot complete it.
Because he sent it from way back, like you said. He went in deep and just couldn't get it back down to the apex. And really just a nice focus there for Vasquez to do the over-under to come away with it and get that spot back over in turn 7. You can see, Xander, that Ramos was trying to take advantage of that as well. Not quite. Moya able to gather it back up and still holds on to P5.
What a weekend it could be for Speed Concepts Racing. Sarah Bradley taking the fight to Alexander Vanchev in X30 Jr. Austin Garrison doing the same to Ryan Norberg in Pro X30. Mind you, he was fastest in the wet by a couple of tenths in happy hour yesterday. We know the number 6 is good in the wet and the dry, and right now he's less than a car length back from the number 1 plate here with 3 to go.
Yeah, remember that gap was a lot bigger for Norberg just a couple laps ago. We wondered whether or not Garrison had anything for him. Well, there is your answer. He has reeled him in slowly. It was 3/10 of a second a lap. 3/10 on the best lap, a 52.8 to a 53.1. Xander almost 3/10 lap, that last lap as well. 53.343 for Norberg, 53.072 for Garrison. So very quick, getting 3/10 a lap. Got him where he needs to be right now. He's in a challenge spot. They'll see 2 to go when they get back around to Aaron Likens.
One thing, though, Ryan Norberg is usually really good at, and that's making that car wide and specifically in the air and making a lot of dirty air for the car behind to kind of build that bubble so they can't get a run on him and launch out of the corners. You're seeing Garrison kind of struggle here. At about a half car length to car length back from. Let's see if maybe down the backstretch he can get something as they rocket towards us here down at turn number 6. Half a car length between them with a lap and a half to go, and the fighting is still on for Caden McQueen and Jesus Vasquez Jr., mind you, back just about 3 seconds away for P3.
No pass yet here on lap number 9. Garrison trying to line up Norberg. This would be a stout front row once again. We'll see whether or not they're able to hold these spots or if Garrison can pull the trigger before it's all said and done. As Xander said, more battling further back, but this one, we're keying on it. It's a good fight here. Norberg, these guys have battled each other many, many times. Norberg covers off to the bottom of turn number 9. Here's the over-under for Garrison. Side by side through turn 15. White flag will fly. Oh, down into
They put him in the water.
They did.
They put him in the water, and he takes it. Austin Garrison to the lead now through turns 4 and 5.
Xander, that was a veteran move. Knowing that water was out there, knowing that he had Norberg to the outside, didn't force him all the way down, just enough to be able to get the job done over in turn number 1. Norberg's going to try to run the outside. Here's the over-under coming through 6. Back to 7. Can he get it to pinch and rotate? He does not. Garrison still has it.
This is a chess match right here, Rob. Ryan's trying to make Garrison go deeper than he wants to on the inside, get more dirt on the tires, and blow the corner. But Austin's hanging tough. He knows that's not an over-under opportunity. The last turn is Norberg, I think, did not get nearly enough grip by going wide. And now to the final corner. He just needs to bring it home. A little bump coming out, but it should still be okay. To the line, Austin Garrison, pre-final winner.
Oh, that was solid. What a great couple laps there. 2 of the best in the business here in terms of American drivers. And again, a great pass there. Garrison doing the over-under, side by side through turn number 15. Kept him to the left side, left side of the racetrack, just enough to dip those left tires into that water and then finishing the pass off over in turn number 1. That was solid for Austin Garrison. I like this because this is going to we're going to see this again in the main event.
Oh, what a treat. What a treat here for the Pro X30 Pre-Final. Austin Garrison, Ryan Norberg, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Caden McQueen, Ty Fisher, and company. Let's take a look here at that moment we were talking about and how well played it was by Austin Garrison to get the job done on Ryan Norberg's RPG Cosmic. Before we go into main event action for our KA100 juniors that are already lining up the grid and getting ready to go, this Pro X30 Pre-Final all wrapped up. And Florida back on the front row once again as the 2 best of their generation for the last half-decade remain. Let's take a look back at this Coastal Link printing recap. First, Mingnan Zhu warming the tires up into the forest. Yikes. On the number 67. Not ideal. Heavily bent right rear axle. Took him out before the race began, but we started with Caden McQueen on the outside bringing the fight to Norberg.
Yeah, Caden was really aggressive from the very get-go. That was a spin there for Aiden and Grotta. He got driven over. A number of guys involved in that one. Aiden was able to continue on. But again, we saw the battle that Caden McQueen brought, trying the outside, trying the inside. Garrison was there as well. McQueen most definitely Xander in the fight for the first half of the race.
He was, and he even had a few tricks up his sleeve, like the first move we really saw from 0 to 100% in that kink before the last corner. And then the battling began when he began. The bit of defending for the lead, the bit of fighting. Norberg with a good answer here at the end of the straightaway as the pack opened back up again. But at one point it was about 11 or 12 deep here for the lead, and it just slowly kind of withered its way down to the 5 or 6. First, though, Garrison had to deal with McQueen, and Caden didn't make it easy.
Yeah, and that's where Vasquez was able to take advantage of Ramos in there as well. They got caught up a bit. At this point, Garrison decides he's ready to go, and he gets by McQueen for good. And then you see by the gap they had there, Moya makes his move on Vasquez. Ramos still there, couldn't quite get it to hold, throwing it in so deep. Vasquez able to come back on the inside.
And right here, Austin Garrison, veteran move. He knew that Norberg was going to hold the outside because the over-under, it's hard to complete normally. But that little bit of water on the left side that still was on the racetrack, and then crowding Ryan kind of on that first curve, He put him in a bad spot. Ryan had to bail. And from then on, it was a matter of just not making a mistake, not giving the lead back once he took it. And even here, little pop over that inside curb. Still good, though, to the line for the number 6.
Yeah, and Ryan had a bit of a run coming out, was able to go side by side with him across the line. Not quite enough, and Garrison will move himself to P1 this afternoon when we have the main event for Pro X30.
We've got the field just now into the scale line for Pro X30. That wraps up pre-finals. That means main events are on deck here from SpeedSportz. So they'll be coming up in just...
is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
What are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Look at this Kyle Cuthbertson. Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the two-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today. Well, welcome to main event time. Rob, it's been a busy day for us behind the scenes, but for you guys as well. What have you thought about the racing so far? And I would say welcome to Texas as well, a little bit far from Canada. We were joking around yesterday.
Caleb, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a great day. Not surprising, we've seen some incredible action. This track is technical, right? It's challenging. It's not a wide open racetrack. We're seeing a lot of great overtakes. We've seen a lot of great action up front. We've got packs like usual. And we've seen a lot of it here in the junior categories as well. I expect this one to be one of the best ones of the day with the KA100 junior class. Otherwise, I love SpeedSportz. I love the way it races. I love the fact that there's probably 5 or 6 places, especially in single speed, where you can overtake.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you who are very, into the KC universe, we like to say, they know I'm a big Texas guy, right? And they know I'm a big SpeedSportz guy. This is a track that, I've learned how to race on, grown up racing on, and I mean, it's one of my favorites in the nation, so huge shout out to Alan, and it's great to see it this packed, right? From fence to fence. You can't fit another soul in here, Rob.
I remember when Alan first told me that they were building the track down here, and the goal he had, he goes, I want a SKUSA Pro Tour race, right? That was a set goal. I want to make sure we get a SKUSA Pro Tour race. People said there's not enough room, you can't fit it in there. Well, they've done that, as we know. This place is absolutely packed. The paddock's packed with trailers, cars, and people. And anywhere where you can put a car, there's a car. Anywhere near this racetrack. That's how good it is right now.
Let's run you down your starting grid order here for the main event. Nathan Dupuis, Nico Orbezo, hometown kid running on road number 1. Max Weiland and Alexander Vanchek on road 2.
Yeah, we'll have the Canadian Cole Madero starting in the inside of road number 3, P5, alongside Travis Pettit, who's had his elbows up over the last couple of races, working his way forward. Tristan Murphy starting 7th alongside Isaac Mount here.
Go back to Carson Berry and Jackson Gibson, Nico Katowski, and from Dallas, Texas, Nathan Golseth on row number 6.
Yeah, look at row 7 and row 8. Gabriel Balog starting on the inside, P13 alongside Davis Henry. Braden Wagner in the number 15, or other number 894, starting 15th alongside Easton Cox.
David Ibarra with Kart CRG USA, starting on row number 9 alongside Felipe Benito. Rodolfo Lavin Jr., Jackson Baldus, your top 10 rows, your top 20 starters in the K8 Junior main event.
An absolutely packed house, as we know, folks. 45 drivers in total. Those outside the top 20, Cole Anderson and Valentino Santin on row number 11. Row 12, Cyril Flamini and Jeremy St. Cyr.
Howie Angel, Yago Lempin, Mason Kuhn, Alejandro Haufen, and more getting set to take the green flag here in KA Junior. It was elbows out racing in the pre-final, Robin. I tell you what, I think we're expecting to see the exact same, but issues further back in the field for one of the AKT OTKs, and I'm not sure, and we did get the green flag, so we're racing here in KA Junior.
Even with some of the chaos in the back, they decided to throw that green flag. One driver having trouble getting into his staging lane and getting on the brake and locking it up. There's more contact, two drivers together. That was hard contact coming out of turn 7. That driver, one of the GFCs, off to the right side of the track. You see some damage there. Yeah, I think he's worried about his hand there. He got driven up and over top of coming out of turn number 7. Otherwise, everybody's settling in. We'll try to find out which driver exactly that is for you. But underway with Dupuis going to the early lead. A very aggressive attack early on for Max Weiland as well. Kayla, he'll go into the second spot. A little bit of a 3-driver breakaway right now as Cole Medeiros jumping right up there as well into P3.
Yeah, and Max Weiland had a great drive in that pre-final, Rob. He was just, hitting his marks and really being patient with the entire field, right? You see ultimate fighting from Weiland. That's exactly why he put himself up at the front in this main event. So he's in prime position here in second. Nico Orbezo, a driver who was, defensive in that pre-final, now finds himself in fourth.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not he gets on the attack this time. We saw exactly that. Orbezo was super defensive early, and he had the big scrap with Alexander Vanchev, who's finally been able to go by. Vanchev quickly into the spot going into turn number 7. Right there as well as Travis Pettit. But again, up front, look at this. Weiland getting at it here with Cole Medeiros, the Racing Edge Motorsports driver, the 807, right on it here. Cole actually lives very close to me up in Canada and Ontario, and it's been great to see him getting a lot of success here over the first quarter of 2025. He's in the middle of a fight trying to get by Weiland.
Yeah, Pettit made a move there for 5th. He was here just a month ago at TSRS testing for this exact weekend, so he knows how to get around here. That weekend, sadly, we didn't have too much sunshine. It was cold, it was miserable, and it was rainy the entire weekend. So it's a good, it was a good test weekend for him racing in the rain, and it's a whole different weekend this time. Medeiros all the way to the bottom of the racetrack. Vanchev gonna slot back in the line.
Yeah, a little bit of a move there for Medeiros. I don't know if he needed to do that, but it worked. The leads didn't get past. Actually able to use that to make a move to the inside. He finally gets by Weiland. A weird entry to turn number 6 to be able to come out and get the pass done in turn number 7. Here's a replay of the start. You're not going to be able to see the contact behind the screen in the back as the drivers had some issues. Otherwise, we were clean and green and everybody getting nicely off the line. Dupuis held the bottom. Orbezo tried to go to the outside, but lost a bit there mid-corner. There's your start again. Back up front, though. Great launch here for Dupuis, as we know. And again, Medeiros able to get by Weiland. You can see the early laps here right now. It was 3, now it's potentially 4. We'll see if Vanchev can be that last train, part of the train rather than push them away.
That's not so difficult, right? I mean, you go into turn 6, turn 7, 2 of the slowest corners on the racetrack. So it's very easy to end up on the outside and really get past, but Medeiros not wasting his time. We were just talking about turn 6, one of the biggest passing zones here as well. He goes through side by side further back. Wow. Orbezo and more elbows out racing through.
Yeah, you can see a little outside the top 5, top 6, or even to the top 10. The driver's going right at it there. There's a big move. I believe that might have been Katowski. I think that was Nico Katowski getting at least 2 spots there going underneath the 2 drivers that were battling it out. We'll reset as they come back around. But early racing here has been hectic. And I'll tell you one thing, Max Weiland did not give up at all after that first incident where he went back a couple of spots. He is right back up into second. Cole Medeiros is the leader, though. Medeiros very aggressive, moving his way to the front. And as I said, early success on the year for Cole Medeiros. No doubt fueling the confidence and momentum for that young Canadian driver. We'll see if he's able to come away with a Pro Tour victory, the first of 8 main events. Round number 1 of this year's Pro Tour here at the Winter Nationals of SpeedSportz. Big run down to the inside. Caleb into turn number 6.
Yeah, a lot of drivers going to the bottom of the racetrack there, side by side. Or Bezo, you talk about drivers looking for their first Pro Tour victory. How about Max Weiland looking for his first national race victory on the KA100 Junior platform? And again, he's been knocking at the door at it, right, Rob? A lot of second place finishes across all the Big 3 series, but just still hasn't gotten it. And in this race, this is the one where he wants to get that monkey off his back.
And you know this is it, right? We talk all about it. When the driver gets that first big national win, sometimes you open the floodgates, right? The confidence is there. And that's one of the things for these young drivers. Confidence is not something you can buy. You can buy new go-karts, you can buy coaching. You can't buy confidence. You have to get that from pace and results on the racetrack. And when those drivers do finally break through and get a big victory like that, oftentimes they'll come away with a lot of wins. They go on a streak, right? Whether it's wins or podiums, we'll see if that happens today for a Max Weiland.
Yeah, now Medeiros to the bottom. A lot of drivers starting to fend out wide. Murphy and Xander always talks a lot about the rule of 3, right? 3 drivers in front of you go to the bottom. You have to find a way in a different lane to try and get yourself on the outside. And for Murphy, it worked out. He's up to P4 now, Rob.
20 lapper, Caleb, and we're going at it pretty hard here. I think 5 laps in. These guys are going to be doing this for 15 more laps. No one settling in. No one trying to work together. Everybody's scrapping for everything they can possibly get. David Ybarra up on the wheel as well, the CRG driver digging. Another Texan trying to take advantage of the home track here.
Yeah, David, I mean, a really good run for him. Qualifying didn't go his way. Golseth, again, you talk about Texans. He's a driver who's working his way up the field, looking to get himself inside of the top 10. But everybody from third on back, you just really need to be careful with how much you're going to battle. You don't want to let Cole Medeiros and Max Weiland get away this early in the race.
I was just going to say, is this happening right now? Are they fighting enough? Some of the drivers are a little further back in the field, really scrapping to get themselves back up. Medeiros continues to run that bottom line. Weiland thinking about the over-under, or Bezo right there. Rather, that's Tristan Murphy, who's up there into the third spot. Murphy right there with him. And then you got Van Cheven or Bezo. It's interesting. Oh, there's a move there. Wow. Tristan Murphy was a beast in that pre-final as well, and he has worked his way to second.
Yeah, Weiland not wasting time into the buckle, turn 11. He's clear up in a second. And again, just battling all the...
Bezo dropped the wheel on the outside of the corner. That's Ybarra. Ybarra back up to, I think he's in a P5. Or is that 4th?
He's up to 5th. So what a drive for David Ybarra. Again, Murphy to the bottom. And David has just had a really good race so far, picking and choosing his moves. A really methodical charge up the field to get himself into the 5th spot. I'm sure you and Jeffrey and his dad Ignacio are going to be happy about it. And this is going to help him out even more. Vanchev goes through. Now side by side for Weiland. Ybarra just really has to pick the right lane here.
That's exactly it. Can he go around the outside? He does. Move him into the 4th position. David Ybarra on the CRG for Kart CRG USA now works his way up into the 4th spot, having gotten by Nico Orbezo. There's a lot of action right now. It's still Cole Medeiros up front, but it is Alexander Vanchev, the star of the Winter Series, who works his way now into the 2nd spot. Nico Kotowski getting positions back there as well. He was 6th for a time. So that's what, 5, 6, 7, 10 drivers in the lead group. You got to go all the way back to Travis Pettit in 10th. And then it's almost a full second back to Isaac. There's the chatter there. Nathan Dupuis making sure everybody stays away from their go-karts. That is one thing to remember. You cannot touch your karts. You need to stay away. So the drivers are all working their way back. Vanchev's got the helmet on. He's just chilling out here.
And a little update here on the drivers who we've lost so far in this one. Braden Westphal is out early, the 847. Braden Wagner was the driver we were talking about earlier, the 894. Jackson Baldus, the 876 out of this race early. We'll go quiet on the airwaves here, Rob. I hope everything's all right and hopefully get some intel here soon.
folks, we're back here again at SpeedSportz Racing Park for the opening lap of Super USA Pro 2 edition. Rob Houghton by David Geske here. Watching some replay action here, the last couple laps of the event. On a red flag, driver involved in an incident down in, I believe, potentially turn number 11, next to turn number 11 here, 12. Detail on getting the drivers alerts. But again, here's some of the replays we saw. The Brent Kale and I were talking here when we were dark about the level of action, the level of craziness here in the opening half. Not even an athlete. It's crazy. Man, these kids were elbows up at the very beginning of the race. I mean, it's been wild, right?
I think, coming into a KA100 race, you know it's going to be hectic, you know it's going to be elbows out racing, but I think it's a little more than usual. And it even surprised me, I think, watching that pre-final a little bit, this one as well, the level of defending that we're seeing. And again, I would really assume that for the junior drivers, if you're watching the senior guys go out there and you watch, how patient they are and how mature the racing is there, that you would see a little bit of that and try to translate it into your racing, right? So it's just one thing to see, but again, it's going to get there when they get there. We have a lot of young drivers, a lot of drivers who just moved up from Mini, and a lot of drivers who are veterans here that have to driving in some different drivers. I would say classes, right?
Yeah, there's the red flag you see there coming out of the replay. So indeed, early on a red flag, and as Caleb said, you kind of hope that the young drivers will watch the seniors who really settle in and just kind of work together to a certain extent. We had no one really working together at all here. Pretty wild. We'll see how it plays out. Again, still here on the red flag. We'll try to bring in some more information here.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Brandon,
All right, stop. I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the US and the two-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
are there all these charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Step in your driver development journey today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges?
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome back, everyone. As we can see, karts are back with drivers inside of them here in KA100 Junior. A lengthy delay in the action here today, folks. Apologies, of course, for the delay in the action. A scary moment on track. The driver involved, awake and alert, checked out by the on-site medical team, will be evaluated at a further facility off-site. So in order to make sure that our medical crew was freed back up and ready for anything to happen for anyone on property here, that was what the holding pattern we were in was for. But it's allowed us to get our bearings a little bit. We do apologize about a momentary hiccup as well with the live feed. We're happy to say that all is good, and so let's take you through at least all is good again on our end when it comes to having our connection to you all. And 7 laps was what we were working on here in KA Junior. We were just getting things kicked off with main events, Rob. And now it's after a lengthy wait in the heat of the day, the driver's going to have to lock back in and do it all over again.
That's it. They were in the shade outside of turn 4 and 5 while they're waiting for the red flag to get pulled back, get back out to racing. So indeed, hopefully they're cool enough. They're all ready to get at it again. We're just about halfway through the race. 8 laps down, 12 laps to go. I'm being told we're going to be doing full distance races still. So here in this KA100 Junior category, brought to you by TKG Burrell Art USA. Alexander Vanchev in second, Max Weil in third, David Ybarra fourth, Christian Murphy in fifth spot, Nico Kwiatkowski sixth, Nicholas Orbezo seventh, Nathan Dupuy eighth, and Travis Pettit ninth. Green flag has been thrown back on the straightaway again, and we are racing. One driver's backwards coming through turn number 1, and someone else has got a bumper locked into his cart as well.
Oh man, we are already a bit shaken up again, and it seems like the waiting time has not driven any fear into these junior drivers' eyes, for better or for worse. Big send around the outside or attempt at it. Orbezo on the Iron Rock machine trying to go to the high side. Let's see the first lap back in speed. What are the gaps going to look like here for our field? Well, they're going to be tight because we just traded the lead again with a bit of contact. In fact, they're 2 by 2 on the run down the straightaway. New leader, Alexander Vanchev, David Ybarra second. Cole Medeiros right behind there on the REM Cosmic in third as they rocket through the S's.
Driver, I believe, around in turn number 6 with Jeremy St. Cyr. They'll work back around to the scene of the crime here as they work their way down to the straightaway again. Again, 9 laps in the books. We are red potentially again.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we are woeing them back up. Yeah, another red flag. So we go right back to it, Xander. Another red flag here after just another lap in the books.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, another incident. And again, I almost feel a bit ominous saying it didn't seem like there was any fear stricken into the junior drivers' eyes, because obviously we've lost a couple more that did not make it around. We got basically 1 lap in, or hit the loop, but we'll go back to the last time they all crossed, which would have been lap number 8. So we made it 1 further. But yeah, Jeremy St. Cyr did not make it back across the line. A lot of drivers actually taken out in that most recent incident, or at least didn't get to the timing loop. They may have stopped around the last turn. And I got to imagine, Rob, that's probably where it is. I mean, Matty Grace, Damian Cano, Salvador Ruiz, John McClellan, Felipe Benito, Mason Berry, and Jeremy St. Cyr and Carson Berry. All of those drivers somewhere between the original mid-teen starting spots for the likes of Carson Berry and Jeremy St. Cyr down to the mid-30s to 42nd.
Yeah, I want to say the incidents between the start and these guys hadn't gone back around, because I think we had 8 laps in the books and we went back to green. So we were at 8. So everybody else has got 9. So all these drivers with only 8 laps down are the drivers that were involved in the incident. So another driver's been involved here, and again, back to red flag. So still not to the halfway point either for the drivers here in KA100 Junior. And I say that because if there is a red flag and we're past the halfway point, the race director can make the decision to call the race. But we are, at this point, still a ways away. Still a couple laps away from getting that done.
Yeah, and I think that's, we're going to be probably in another major holding pattern for this incident. This was the driver they are attending to is the 872 at Damian Cano, and one of the 8
collected all in that incident that didn't make it around to the loop. So we'll go quiet again, folks. Apologies about all of this, but again, the heat is hitting here in Houston, and I think, well, these junior drivers, they want the win. Unfortunately, some maybe a bit too much, and the aggression has boiled over for the second time in their main. We will give you updates as they come, and as Rob mentioned, this race not official yet, so there will be more racing with KA Junior before we move on to the rest of our lineup on the day.
So, folks, there you have it. We are back at it once again and being told that this event has been called. We only got to the 8th lap mark, but being told that this race has been called official. Due to the 2 red flags. That would be Cole Medeiros, I believe, unofficially the race winner here. Alexander Vanchev in second, Max Weiland third. David Yabard worked his way up to 4th, and Tristan Murphy rounding out the top 5. And again, with a couple lengthy red flags, we were set to go. We are right now over a half hour behind now with Micro Swift drivers coming up for an 18-lapper. So indeed, Cole Medeiros, if it indeed is official, there you go. Unofficial results, Cole Medeiros with the win. Alexander Vanchev in second, Max Weiland third, David Ybarra and Tristan Murphy rounding out the top 5. Nico Kotowski will come home in 6th spot. Nico Orbezo in 7th. Nathan Golseth in 8th. Nathan Dupuis 9th, and Travis Pettit rounding out the top 10. Yeah, and again, folks, we'll say this right now. This is obviously unofficial at this point here. What I had seen on live timing with Speed Hive, they had 9 laps down, but not for, of course, the entire field. Not everybody was able to come back around before the red flag flew. So we revert back to lap number 8, and that's where we are with Cole Medeiros, Alexander Vanchev, and Max Weiland being your top 3. Again, unofficial results. I'd love to wait for Supercars USA to make these official, but again, as you can see, the karts have been brought off the racetrack back to the scales, where we will now look forward to moving into the next category, which will be Micro Swift set to roll. From after Micro Swift, we'll head on out with the Pro Shifters, heat number 2. Kyle Wick, of course, coming away with a big victory over Charlie Steins. Last lap pass by Steins, who put it on the pole. The factory Freer machine will have Master Shifter to follow, then KA100 Senior, X30 Junior, Mini Swift, and wrap it all up with the main event. The first of the year for Pro X30 here at the Supercars USA Pro Tour. Again, a lengthy delay for the incident involving Felipe Benito, who has been transported to the local hospital to make sure for precautions, to find out for more, of course, closer evaluation. Then the secondary red flag came out as well to stop it on the first lap back. We did not even get the entire field through the first lap back before we had the incident there. So juniors have been sent packing to the scale house, and we'll have drivers in Micro Swift, which I'm sure have been sitting and waiting patiently on the grid. Number of pickups still to be done here around the racetrack. You see the remainder of the results, 31st on back. Micro Swift gave us a solid pre-final battle, that is for sure. We'll see if we get it again here. 18 laps. We'll double the distance for them here from 9 to 18. Pro Shifter Heat race number 2 will follow after that. Again, just about 30 minutes off schedule at this point. Kicking off the season for the Supercars USA Pro Tour, the 16th edition of this national championship program that debuted back in 2010 with events at Sonoma Raceway and KAIR, USA International Raceway up in Shawano, Wisconsin. A track that we don't go to enough anymore. What a fantastic facility that is. You can see we're going to have a number of pickups here. There was lots of karts that were out on track, so they're doing their best to get the karts back into the scales. Then we'll be able to fire things back up once again. Micro Swift, Pro Shifter, and Master Shifter. Again, we talked about the fact that Pro Shifter, the win going to GFC's Kyle Wick with a great last lap pass on Charlie Steins. In the Master Shifter category, Scott Presti has things handled very impressively out front. So, folks, again, a little bit of a wait here while we bring karts in, and we were able to debut a cool program here earlier here on the show where we talked to one of our mechanics and engineers from PSL Kart. Let's head to another clip from PSL.
One thing that is really nice about the Micro 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. So basically they take these accelerometers and they calculate the relative position of the dash, and they give you a steering wheel angle on your Race Shooter 3. So as you can see here, the Micron is standing on the table and it shows me the steering wheel angle. So it's about 1 degree. Remember that you need to calibrate this, so just go here and auto-calibrate your sensors. But if I take the micro and I move, you see that the steering wheel angle is moving. So this channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So you don't need to understand the driver's behavior on the steering wheel at 100 times per second. Maybe 5 times per second, 2 times per second, it's enough. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red. So here at SpeedSportz, we know through the high speeds we have a lot of oversteer. So analyzing the steering wheel angle help us understand if the driver is oversteering or understeering without having any cameras or anything like this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Supercart. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Supercart USA Winter Nationals. We are ready to get things going with our second main event. Rob, you updated right before the break as well. KA Jr. sent into pit lane, and we have obviously a grid that was ready with go-karts, led by Dutch Westbrook and Hudson Howard, ready to go racing.
Indeed, the next group ready to go out here. Again, that is the drivers in this Microswift class, brought to you by Velocity Racing. And indeed, you see the field rolling through. Dutch Westbrook and Hudson Howard on row 1, Brody Stoffel and Marcelo Flores row 2. Zev Gottschalk alongside Aiden Go on row 3, Mason Brody and Bo Wyatt row 4 to cap off the top 10. Jack Katowski and Caden Ladera. They'll work their way to turn number 4 and 5. It's time to go racing here for the main event for the drivers in Micro. An 18-lapper here. They put on a heck of a show in that pre-final. We expect more of it, but it wasn't the settled-in kind of draft packs we normally see in a Micro category. These guys, like Mini, were elbows up. Field now set. Time to get racing, and we are underway. Green, green, green. And Dutch Brett Westbrook will lead them into turn number 1. A good start as well for Hudson Howard to slot in. Everyone clean and green in the first couple of corners. Let's see if we can get at least the first lap in the books clean and get everybody settled in place.
At least this time here looks good through the back and forth hairpins for the Micros. We'll send them to the infield. Oh, side by side there, Brody Stoffel, Hudson Howard teammates. And I think Brody easy to pick out in the black helmets. We got 2 off and a big splashdown at the exit of turn 11. Who do we lose there? That's the 241. That's gone off at the exit of the infield hairpin.
Bo Wyatt. Listen, the track is dry, but not off track. If you get off there down to one of the swales, there's a lot of standing water still in there. Bo Wyatt right on into that wet swale to the inside of the track there that's just full of water from all that torrential rain that we had yesterday. Otherwise, up on track, like I said, it is clean and green. The track is dry, and we are racing. Westbrook with the early lead. Stoffel slots into second spot. Hudson Howard into third. And that's 212 of Marcelo Flores there as well. Katowski looking to the inside of the 221 of Zev Gottschalk.
Here we are with just a lap underway for the Micros. These young drivers starting to assert themselves on the Pro Tour. Let's look at how they've gotten through the opening couple of laps. Any big movers up or down as we see a move from Mason Brody in the 272. He gets by on Katowski. That's to trade back that 7th spot. For the lead, nothing here yet. I think we're going to be good to call him out of that last turn and let you see the up and down movement with 2 laps completed, 16 laps to go. Dutch Westbrook's your leader, and overall, not a ton of shakeup, although the biggest mover so far is Lennox Lockhart in 15th. He's up 6 so far from 21st, Rob.
Yeah, Lennox was in the middle of a battle up front, as we talked about in the pre-final, but 2 separate incidents dropped him back a couple of spins all the way deeper outside the top 20, 25, I think even. He's been able to fight his way back up. He is the fastest driver on the racetrack here on lap number 2. He's up to 15th already, +6 for Lennox Lockhart, and on the move. He needs those drivers up front to do a lot of racing if he's going to get a chance to close in on them. But for the most part, they've been running nose to tail. More of what we expect to see out of these cadet categories, where they kind of get rolling, everybody gets settled in, and at least for the first half of a main event, they'll start running nose to tail. They'll try to work together and pull away. We'll see whether or not we get that here at the start of our Micro Swift main.
First move and only move in the main group there is going to be Mason Brody on the charge forward. He just got by Zev Gottschalk. That's another one back for the Nash driver. Put him 6th. Godshock fades to 8th. But a lot of patience being displayed out of the micros, and you know, I got to give a big tip of the hat to whoever, whether it was team owner, mom, or dad, or coach or tuner, that was in the ear of these young superstars on the grid, because when they're getting antsy and they're waiting, they want to pop out and make lots of moves like this after being held back for 30, 40 minutes on the grid with those KA juniors having multiple red flags and stoppages. But they have been very patient up front. The only move in the top 5 in the last 2 laps was the one you just saw, Hudson Howard getting by his teammate Brody Stoffel for 2nd. This is how you play the pack race, Rob.
That's it. Take your time. Going to the front there is Hudson Howard. He wants to go to the lead. He does it. So that idea of working together. In fact, he's going to get streamed. Did not work for Hudson Howard as Dutch Westbrook brings Howard's teammate Stoffel with him. So indeed, there's more of the fight going on up front. Let's just put it this way again. Lennox Lockhart still the fastest driver on the track. He went purple again on lap number 3. He moved from 15th up to 13th. Where is he going to be here on lap number 4? We'll try to pick up Lennox again. He's up to 11th already, only a half a second behind Liam Francisco, the driver in front of him, who just went purple. So the drivers in 10th and 11th, Sander, are the fastest drivers on the racetrack.
Yeah, they are moving, and partly because of the big hole being punched by the lead pack, especially when they go side by side. Great news for Florida's Lennox Lockhart there in the 242 to make up some more ground. Liam Francisco as well, of course. He's already caught up to the back of the main pack here, right behind Caden Cladera. So we're going to call it at 11 here in the lead group. How long it'll stay that way, hard to say. There's definitely some passes being made inside of it. But as long as Liam Francisco and Lennox Lockhart can keep maybe with the next car ahead of them or 2 ahead of them within a second, they can pick them off one at a time. And it's actually a little bit easier, I believe, Rob, when they're kind of spread like this to march your way up, climbing like a ladder or stair steps. When everyone's bumper to bumper and you're the fastest guy, you can't really show that. You know, you kind of get boxed in and you're not able to flex muscles. So yeah, Lennox Lockhart's come from way back to get there, but no one's going to pay mind if they're all 2x2.
Caden Cladera runs in 10th. Lennox Lockhart in the 242 and 11th, and they are only 2.6 seconds behind the leader. There's a move to the inside. Aiden Go is going to get a spot from Marcelo Flores. So move Aiden Go now up into the 3rd position, but less than 3 seconds separate your top 11 drivers. You got to go back another 2 seconds, at least 1.2 back to Tristan Francisco. So the top 11 are very close together. You see the 2 Sodi carts on the tail there. That is Cladera and Lockhart. They're going to continue to push forward. Sooner or later, they're going to hit a wall where they are not as quick as the drivers in front of them, but they'll have to go to work and see if they can't get a couple of spots here and there.
As long as the lead pack keeps the leader in check, it should be relatively doable here, Rob. We're still only at the end of lap number 6 now. Lots of time left in this Micro Swift presented by Velocity Racing main event. Albeit there hasn't been a lot of movement for the lead. Dutch Westbrook's lead about a car length back to Brody Stoffel and company, but for the most part, they have done this. Every time that it could really get stable, every 2 or 3 laps, we see a new leader. And, well, that was the first big moment there. That was Katowski with a side-by-side moment with Hudson Howard, and that has probably given the biggest breakaway yet.
Yeah, just a little bit of that side pod to side pod contact as Katowski went to the inside. Howard didn't want to give up that much of the room on the inside of the corner, wanted to make sure he had the momentum through. There's the first pass there for the couple of the drivers. I think that might be Cladera getting a spot there. Lockhart, he got by Cladera and then works his way to the top 10. He may be 9th now. What a run so far for the 224 of Lennox Lockhart. Up on the wheel from deep in the field. He is up 11. Started 21st, now running in 10th spot, maybe even ready to fight it out for P11. No, call him 8th now, Xander. He is on the move.
Yeah, he is charging right now. Lennox Lockhart after that heartbreaking moment in the pre-final. But heads-up moment at the same time to keep his foot on the gas and drive through the grass to not get stuck. We saw a European champion, and Adrian Renedin, get stuck for a moment in the grass in the Pro Shifter Heat race the very next session. But for the young superstar out of Miami, Florida, Lennox Lockhart, he kept his head up, didn't get thrown off by it, drove back into the top half of the field, and now he's making the most of it here in this main as we approach the halfway mark. He is in the frame of our lead group. He just needs to stay there, and that's going to get a little bit tougher because we're watching this back and forth for 4th, and the top 3 are kind of falling out of our picture just a little bit.
Indeed they are. Brody Stoffel, I mean, the driver as the leader now. You'll see as they come back across the line. I think Stoffel has got that lead. DD has. Stoffel is the leader. Aiden Go now up into the second spot. Third, I believe, now is Dutch Westbrook. Or actually, it might be Katowski. It could be Jack Katowski. He's worked his way to third. Lennox Lockhart up into seventh. He's only 1.7 seconds back. He was about the same speed as the leaders last time by. There's that group. You just see the tuck there behind behind Brody rather, is Lockhart. So here's a move to the inside. How about Jack Katowski going to second, book it to the inside, but watch for another over-under here. No, he's going to hold that spot. I thought we were going to get an over-under. We did not. Big move to the inside for the 272 of Mason Brody.
There's your over-under, Rob. Marcelo Flores takes both of them back right there at the exit of the double right. Classic move here at SpeedSportz, and it's going to lead to more side-by-side action out of 11. Oh, man, Lennox Lockhart now. You can see him there in the red and white helmet, and the velocity Sodi's going to get, almost. Can he cross him up? I think he pinched the run. It'll be close. He's going to hop in the seat. The momentum will go the way of the Miami native. Lennox Lockhart is into fourth, but now, Rob, there is a big gap. I mentioned that I felt like he had to keep the second driver ahead within a second. He's now a little bit further than that, 1.4 back from the top three, and they are even kind of separated as well. Brody Stoffel with the biggest lead we've seen today in micro, a full second back to Westbrook.
Still a fantastic run for Lennox Lockhart, plus 17. The only guy that's closer is a plus 14 further back for Tyler Blackwood from 31st up to 17th. Good run for Tyler, but we are watching this fight forward for Lennox Lockhart. Stoffel, though, with that big lead of a full second. That's massive in this category, Andy. You mentioned it. Unless Westbrook and Katowski can really hook up, this may be an instant when we see Stoffel pull away. We're only at the halfway point. 9 down, 9 to go. We'll see if they can work together, but a really nice, comfortable advantage right now for Brody Stoffel.
Another move to the inside for Marcelo Flores. This time it doesn't stick. It was on Liam Francisco. We've been talking a lot about Lennox. Liam's also cut his way through that group mostly. He still has Mason Brody ahead of him to try and get by. But P6 here for the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart from 15th on the grid. And beyond your top 10, any other notables? How about Grayson Knifick up about 10 spots? Tyler Blackwood up double digits easily, 31st to 16th currently for the 218, as there's a lot of moves down low on that back straightaway. Godshock, Hudson Howard, Marcelo Flores. The leaders are going to be long gone, unfortunately, boys, here just off that one exchange alone. I mean, that's going to add about another 2 seconds, I would guess, Rob.
Yeah, you just can't do that if you're trying to battle for the win. But again, you get yourself into the middle of a fight where, listen, you're thinking about what's in front of you. You're thinking about top five. You're thinking about trying to be at the front of your group. And when it gets hectic like this, a lot of times drivers will forget that ultimate goal of trying to get themselves back forward. It's more living in the moment than it is for the last 5 laps of the race. 10 laps down, 11 now when they come across. So there's going to be 7 laps to go in this 18-lapper. Stoffel leading now only by a half a second, though. Dutch Westbrook and Katowski have closed up. Another fast lap for Lennox Lockhart, 59.997. He was 4/10 quicker, Xander, last time by than the leader Stoffel. He is rolling here right now, 1.4 seconds back at Katowski.
Liam Francisco now under fire again as Lennox Lockhart gets further away. Now, look at that crushed-in nose cone, or front bumper for the 242. This would be, talk about a rain on your parade moment for Lennox Lockhart, thinking back to how close he was to that first big win in Orlando, and then on the last lap, just barely lost it into the line, fighting with Marcelo Flores 2 days in a row. Now here, he's closing in because the leaders are fighting, and there's a lot of time left, and he's one of the fastest on the racetrack. Last time he was the fastest on the racetrack at a 59.97, but that pushback bumper penalty, it is extremely hard to get a full appeal and reversal on, because you need to prove that the entire duration of the race from green to checkered and beyond that, you did not make contact with anyone that should have been forceful enough to deploy it.
Yeah, once you think you've done it, you don't really have free reign if you ever want to try to get an appeal. And look at this battling up front. This is what we got right now. Katowski's going to come potentially away from the lead. Not quite. He'll go back into second. But no, he'll lose the other spot. They are racing hard for first, second, and third, playing into the hands right now of Lennox Lockhart. Even if that nose cone is deployed, pushback bumper, even a victory here, I think would be a personal victory. It may not come away with an official win if indeed has issues with the bumper, but to be able to come from 21st like he is and potentially walk away with a win would be huge for the confidence of that young driver.
He's within the toe. He's in the pack. Call it 4 deep now here with 12 laps completed, and I believe more now even. Still continuing to roll. This Velocity Racing Micro Swift main event through turns 4 and 5 and down the backstretch now. 13 laps down, 5 laps to go, 4 together, and I mean, it's 5 seconds back to the next group. It would take a lot of fighting to bring them in, but how about a 2-for-1 pass? That might back them up a little. Put Jack Katowski to the lead.
The TKG Barrel Art USA driver goes to P1. He'll cover the bottom through turn number 8 and 9. The double right-hander, not enough. Westbrook goes back to P1, and look who's to third. Lockhart third. He's going to go to second. He's going to try to bring the 229 Stoffel with him.
Brody Stoffel not able to go all the way, and now as we continue to watch through that last corner onto the front straightaway. Now another lap in the books here for Micro Swift at the line. It's only about 2 car lengths right now, the difference. Back from Dutch Westbrook to Lennox Lockhart, then Brody Stoffel again on his heels, and then about a car length or 2 away, back to find Katowski there on that TKG Barrel Art. Your update on anything else moving further back? You aren't missing too much. Mason Brody, Hudson Howard, they're kind of riding along in that second group. And that's why we're up here, because we just saw the biggest moment so far. Lennox Lockhart's race, the 242, to the lead through turn number 6. And he's got a couple, at least, if not a full-on fan club, fired up on the fence line.
Wow, that is 21st to first for Lennox Lockhart. A couple of issues in the pre-final. Again, we're worried about that front bumper for him, whether or not it's pushed back or not, that could potentially steal this win away. But he just a little tap on his head. He's trying to pull forward. Could we see the victory here for Lennox Lockhart? He'll go back into second, then back to the inside, the over-under for Westbrook. We are working our way through the laps here right now. That's going to be lap 15 as they come across the line. Xander, 3 laps remain.
This is just so fun to watch here, Rob. I mean, Lennox Lockhart, Dutch Westbrook, Brody Stoffel, Jack Katowski. You saw on your screen, folks, Josh Conker and Justin White, the stars of today, watching the stars of tomorrow. And as you've called it throughout the day, Rob, these kids, they just never fail to deliver a show. Another move for the lead. This time it's Westbrook, and Katowski gets to third.
We are enjoying this one, folks. Back and forth, over, under. That's the thing about this racetrack, as I've said before, there's so many places to overtake, especially in the single speed category. A little tougher, I think, in the shifters, but here we go to turn 11. Another perfect place to pass. Big move to the inside, and there goes Lockhart back to the lead. Is he going to have any chance to potentially stretch away, or does Westbrook throw it to the inside again? No, a little cover to the bottom. As look at the drivers who are watching over this one here right now. A couple of the best ever in the sport, watching the young guns getting at it. Formal and Musgrave watching intently to the action on track.
Yeah, and if those two keep going at the rate they are, they might be racing these kids here in a few years. Lennox Lockhart, Dutch Westbrook, a little bit of contact there through turns 4 and 5. First bit of contact we've seen probably all race out of the lead group. By the way, the gap was at 1.4.6, pushing 5 seconds from the lead to that second group. It's lowered now to about 3.5. It's less now, and look at the gap. Lennox Lockhart, biggest lead we've seen in a while as Stoffel throws it down the inside. Dutch goes back around him as well. Brody, Dutch, and Jack are letting Lennox drive away, and he might have a serious chance at outrunning a bumper penalty.
Hey, listen, Xander, we're going to see the white flag this next time by as well. They got to keep battling back there for second. Lockhart with a massive lead right now. That's over a half second as he's able to get the full race line here. Whether they battle for second or they work together. White flag will fly this time by. We'll look at the gap when they come across the line. What is it for Lockhart out front of Westbrook to put lap 17 in the books? It was about 0.8 of a second, a half a second this time by.
So close for Lennox Lockhart in the 242, closing in on the race lead and the race win. Half a lap away now as Dutch Westbrook continues to put the heat on down the back straightaway for the final time. The fight is on here for your top 4 drivers. Jack Katowski, Brody Stoffel, both of them trying to fight for their first career SKUSA Pro Tour win. Dutch Westbrook so close to this one, and Lennox Lockhart
He's been robbed of a main event win. He had taken the lead back at Daytona 2 weeks ago, Rob, and the red flag came out and it reverted him back one lap. He had led a good bit and came up so close in Orlando.
Trying to wrap things up here, folks. Lennox Lockhart looking to try to go for a win over the 18 laps. He started back in the 21st position. He went to the lead. Is he able to bring it home? Lockhart to the 242, the Sodi Kart, looking for the race win. He'll work his way out of the final corners. A fastest lap laid down just a couple laps ago to 59.9. Here we come across the line to wrap it up, and it's a 0.3 of a second win. Lockhart scoring the victory. Dutch Westbrook coming home in second. Jack Katowski into third. What a great battle there as everybody behind Godshock, Francisco Flores, all pushing on that front four.
Then beyond them, of course, Aiden Go into the top 10 at the end. Mason Brody, 9th. Hudson Howard rounds off your top 10 finishers in micro.
Is that production?
And I'm sure here now.
If we get to hear.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Pro Shifter Heat number 2 on deck for you all. So stoked to bring you the action. Let's take you through the lineup once again here, folks. This is the same way that they qualified earlier today. Charlie Steins and Gavin Bailiff make up row number 1. Kyle Wick and Jay Irwin back on row number 2. Corentin Rousseau, Billy Musgrave back on row 3. And Mateus Morgado and AJ Myers on row number 4.
Indeed, you'll go back to row 5, capping off the top 10. Josh Conker, the number 54, starting in 9th spot. Adrian Renaudin now there in 10th. Row 11, Michael Avancino and Justin White. Row number 7 is Danny Formal alongside Aiden Rudolph, the local driver.
Talon Yockel and Gabriel Cower back on row 8. Ashton Henkel had a great drive forward in that opening heat race. He rolls from row number 9. Then row 10, it'll be C.J. Bowman alongside Ashton Henkel, of course, the rookie, and then Jacob Gulick and Vincenzo Saracino for the first half of this massive grid. We'll show you also, we kind of skipped over them, but thankfully they're taking their time on this outlap. Some of the primary starters here further back. Ian Quinn and Philip Namkovich, 2 drivers looking for some turnaround in this second heat race on the weekend. Mario Gill and Truly Adams as well. It was pretty much the next couple rows all wiped out in the last turn, Rob, all the way down to Hunter Pickett in the number 7.
Yeah, TJ Madonna, John Melichiori, Micah Hendricks, Hunter Pickett. Row number 15, Ivana Richards and Frankie Adavea. Row 16, Angel Reynoso and Gage Korn, Andrew Byrne, Luis Mendez, Charles Gauthier, Noah Zarsk on row number 18. Row 19, Mitchell Lowry and Derek Proctor. Row 20, Eli Fox and Riley Pegram. And, of course, the tail of the field with 43 in total. Drivers working their way up. Xander into the stage, being lanes into their grid spots to get underway with heat race number 2.
Yeah, it's about that time. It's Charlie Stein's first time pole award winner, and he did so in spectacular fashion back in Super Bowl. 2 laps, had to lay it all on the line against the best in the business. And now 10 laps, heat 2. Green flag and away we go, and it is a close one. Gavin Bailiff will get the whole shot this time down to turn 1 as there is chaos behind them, and chaos through turn number 6. This time the number 60, John Melchiori, up into the air as it looks like we've gotten more of our field through the first 2 hairpins on the second go-round.
Yeah, Xander, you can see Stein did not look comfortable at the start there. Had a little bit of a jump and a little bit just didn't get off the line quickly, and right across came Gavin Bailiff enough to be able to pinch him down. Gavin Bailiff puts the barrel art out front, and a good start for him. Same goes for Billy Musgrave. Once again, Musgrave up into the 3rd position as he tackles the drivers right beside him. Of course, Kyle Wick was right in there. As we know, A.J. Myers gets a good start as well, but nonetheless out front, Bailiff with that nice launch. We saw a lot of launches like that in Orlando. He would be able to get up the line well.
Yeah, what a launch for Gavin Bailiff in the number 64. Nearly a full second clear at the end of the first half a lap. On the field, as we got TJ Madonna buried in the grass here. That's another cart down on the opening lap. How many did we lose? I think about 5. Better than last race, but still not fully clean as we check back in here with the back half of the top 10. Adrian Renaudin in there in 10th, under fire. That's Michael Avancino right in the mix with him. Justin White, Josh Conker and company. And they are stacked up here behind the Velocity Racing Sodi driver. Looked like one of the Marinellos just got the better of Avancino.
Yeah, the driver's not able to come back around to get the opening lap in. C.J. Bowman and Ivana Richards, those are 2 drivers not able to get the opening lap in. Issue as well for Philip Nimkevich. He goes deeper to the tail of the field as well. We know that Melchiori had some trouble. And as we just saw, here's the replay of the start. Look further back to see whether or not we had any contact back there.
Yeah, if it would have been, it must have been later in the lap. Looks like okay for now. And we saw there on your screen right before we cut to that replay as well, Aiden Rudolph making some moves. And here's the veterans taking it to Charlie Steins. The Feel Good Pole Award winner is getting a ton of the business from Billy Musgrave, Kyle Wick, A.J. Myers, now Jay Irwin and Mateus Morgado to the inside. And, well, thanks for coming.
Yeah, you know what? When you get hung to the outside like that, you really got nothing much you can do. You got to kind of force it back in hardcore to get the spot. Back driver's gone around.
Wick!
Yeah. Kyle Wick, who won the opening heat race, Sander around, coming through turn number 13.
And that is going to give a huge lead now to Gavin Bailiff and to Billy Musgrave, A.J. Myers, Mateus Morgado. Oh, you couldn't script it any better as Morgado gets through in the middle of 4 and 5.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of look back and forth. That was, I think, behind them. Irwin looking up at Morgado. A.J. Myers, I don't think, didn't like the contact there in the middle of the corner, watching him to dig his way back forward as Morgado has gone through, but right in the middle of the scrap as well as Rousseau in the Catalyst driver to Velvet Ital Kart right up on it. He was able to take advantage of the issue with Myers as well to move himself up into the 4th spot.
This is just insanity. This is bulls in a china shop. 30 of them right there, it felt like, packed up from maybe just the end of the top 10
back to probably 20th or so. Jacob Gulick rolled from 19th. He's 16th as of last time by. 4 down. 4 down, so 6 to go. Bailiff leads to Musgrave, to Morgado, to Russo, and then here, fighting to hang on is A.J. Myers over the former KZ2 European champion, Adrian Renedin.
Xander, we talked about it earlier in the day about the way the track was going to change from start to finish with that torrential rain that we had yesterday that really washed off the racing surface. We're also at the high of the day at 82 degrees as well. Much different than we had earlier. Renedin tries to throw it to the inside, almost tosses it away in turn number 8.
What a save, and well, that was, I think, an introduction to the style that A.J. Myers has. He's one of the last guys to give up the corner, and that's where he and Mateus Morgado have tangled with the more, I would say, European culture of throw a dive bomb from far back. If I see color, I'll bail, but you better do the same for me. And Renedin, well, he did a very nice job cutting A.J. a big-time break there.
Renedin back up on it again, had the thing all crossed up. Charlie Steins has been able to limit the bleeding right now, running in that 8th position after qualifying on pole. Went back early, got hung up to dry on the outside of a couple of corners. Here comes Renedin to the inside of A.J. Myers, who just doesn't have the big pace here this weekend. Neither of the drivers, Morgado nor Myers, really have massive pace right now. It's Bailiff out to a 2.3-second lead. And to see the momentum continuing from the Winter Series for Gavin Bailiff and TKG Barrel Art USA, this is a big story here for the weekend. As, again, only in the heat race number 2, still the pre-final, the final tomorrow here for Pro Shifter. But, Xander, we got some great storylines and some new stars step into the forefront here to start 2025.
Across the line this time by, 3.5 laps remain here in heat number 2 with another one, or sorry, yeah, 3.5 remaining. I keep forgetting how far up the road Gavin Bailiff is right now, right, folks. 2.6 seconds and counting. Back to Musgrave there. Morgado's going to be under pressure from Rousseau. We're still kind of keyed in on this battle at the back of the top 10. Steins going back by A.J. Myers, got him there, and oh, Avancino just got kind of turned sideways right alongside Justin White. He had finally made up a few spots, and now he's side by side with the big guy.
Danny Formal tried to dig his way back forward. Remember, he worked his way up to 6th. He did not make the qualifying run through the Super Pole, was not in the top 6 in his qualifying group, so he qualified well outside the top 12. Fought his way up to 6th for some of the chaos that happened in race number 1. Formal currently outside the top 10, currently sitting in the 12th position, and he is getting battled big time here, able to get by Avancino to go to 11th, but this is not what Danny Formal nor A.J. Myers were looking for to start off the season.
Not at all. I mean, in the case of Danny, he's really just having to come back from a poor quali effort. And the problem is on this racetrack, as we've been told by many, that you can narrow your lineup really easily and not lose too much time. Look at him doing that right now to Michael Avancino, backing off the Ron White Racing CRG driver. He just got by him, and he's granted parking it as much as he can, but at the same point, he's not losing a ton to the cars in front. And that's what's really opened these gaps up.
Well, what Danny did say, too, is he's not really happy with the set of tires he got for qualifying in these heat races. I think he's just trying to limit the damage now and then potentially able to come back at it when he gets fresh rubber tomorrow afternoon. So that may be what he's waiting to do, try to find some more pace. But again, this is the drivers putting on the show right now. Gavin Bailiff, 2.6 out. That's the lead over Billy Musgrave, who's got another 1.6 over Mateus Morgado as well. Remember, Musgrave a winner last year at the Summer Nationals, and trying to see if he can't get this season off to a big start here for Factory Kart.
This would be huge for Billy Musgrave in the number 8 last year on the last race of the season, the main event. A win there took him into the SKUSA Circle of Champions Fund, and that was allowing him to get free entry, free tires for the 2025 Pro Tour, and into the money. And when he asked him after that race win what that meant, he had the prize money from the main, and now he had the championship and the next year's security. Said that was big for us. We're still a startup brand. Over the offseason, of course, they picked up some additional investment. They've got a huge factory coming, and for Billy Musgrave to make all that worth it, he's got to put on drives like what he's doing right now, and the same again for Gavin Bailiff, who has been so impressive today.
Again, like I kept saying after the Winter Series, he needed to keep that momentum up. He was right there. He and Morgado in the front row. He got a bunch of hole shots with Myers in the fight as well. But he was right there on the podium. Didn't have quite what it took to score the win, but he was right there. And here he is here leading the way in heat race number 2, coming off a strong run to 4th in the first heat race. As they stand right now, I think Billy Musgrave may have the outright best times or best points. We'll see how it plays out at the end, but man, I'll tell you, but Bailiff with the victory here, dominant. Talk about giving you some confidence going into Sunday.
Bailiff over Musgrave, Morgado, Quarantine Russo, and then Jay Irwin, your top 5. Adrian Rennet in 6th, Charlie Stein 7th. The Marinellos had a 1-2 punch on AJ Myers, and it looks like Eli Fox, Truly Adams colliding here late in the going. Those two obviously not on the same page. Oh my, look at the damage there. The front bumper completely ripped off of Eli Fox's GP card.
Yeah, they're going to finish down there in 35th and 36th, respectively. That hurts in a big way. That's not what they needed at all. Top 10, though, Bailiff, Musgrave with the fast lap, Morgado, Rousseau, Irwin, Brennan in 6th, Stein 7th, White 8th, Conquer 9th, and A.J. Myers rounds out the top 10. Danny Formal adds an 11th place finish to the 6th he took in heat race number 1.
Well, let's pull up those results so you guys can quickly see here. Heat number 2 is going to require some cleanup. Not as much as the first heat, but a good amount. Josh Conquer, A.J. Myers, Danny Formal, Avancino, again, at the end was in the battle with him, and Danny backed him up to his teammate in Jacob Gulick. How about the turnaround for Kyle Wick? Literal turnaround with the spin. He comes back to 15th, right behind Aiden Rudolph. Good recovery.
So a 4th and a 1st for Bailiff, a 2nd and a 3rd for Musgrave. Bailiff, I think he'll only have the 4 points. He may be in the best shape right now, but here's the driver's standard outside the top 15.
Yeah, these guys got some work to do. At least it was a finish that time for Nimkovich and Hunter Pickett. And beyond them, of course, here's a lot of DNFs. And I'm sure the scale line's got some chatter here after another very, very tight heat race here for Pro Shifter. We're watching just from the back of the area. We did finish with more of them, but of the big names that went out late, Ian Quinn also taken out with just a couple of laps to go. A lap and a half remaining, and then Eli Fox and Truly Adams, they tangled there at turn number 5 on the last lap. So they were both running, I would imagine, in a much better spot than a 37-38 based on where they were tracking, probably hover in the top 20. And now they're going to find themselves deeply outside of it in this heat and potentially more. And well, the worst part of it is you end up still on the racetrack here because of the backlog from the scales.
Master Shifter drivers under the awning of the grid, getting ready to head out next for their pre-final, or their final rather. Pre-final victory, very impressive, Xander. Scott Presti was a dominant factor. Scotty Hargrove ended up coming home in second spot, but Presti was dominant up front and was able to pull away cleanly. He'll start from the pole alongside Hargrove as that main event. 20 lapper getting ready to go here. Master Shifter brought to you by Rocket Racing Company.
It is going to be a second here, folks. Rob and I will take a moment to catch our breaths after another action-packed Pro Shifter heat. If you're just joining us, we do have, of course, more sessions to go on the day. Support main events continue to roll. They are, of course, a bit behind the original schedule. Master Shifter's main, as Rob mentions, up next. KA Senior, X30 Junior, Mini Swift, and then Pro X30's main event to close out the afternoon. They'll be obviously a bit later than originally intended, but that's what's coming up your way. We've still got a lot of racing to go. Let's go down to Caleb Vieska here for a little more intel from that one.
And I don't think there was anything I could have done better. I had a better prediction of what the flagman was going to do. The first start, it was a bit different than all the Winter Series races, so I just got caught sleeping basically. But yeah, I mean that heat showed the pace that we have.
That was my next question, right? You had a guy like Billy Musgrave with his experience, and you were gapping him lap after lap. Talk about how it felt inside your Burl Art machine.
It felt great. I mean, the thing's dialed in. This track is different. I've never been here. I think only a few people have, so getting a good jump on the weekend is obviously great. But yeah, we've done a lot to get this kart on rails, and I think there's only forward progress to be done.
If my calculations are correct here, I think you're set to start on the inside for the pre-final tomorrow. How does that feel? How was the outside? It seems like you like it, but how do you think the inside will hold up?
I like the outside, but I think there's plenty of like clean track on the inside, so I'm not worried about starting on the inside. I think I'm gonna be able to get just as good of a start.
There you go. Congrats, Gavin, on this heat race victory. A veteran drive from Gavin Bailiff today.
Master Shifter onto the racetrack now as we get set for more main event action. Let's set the table for you once again, folks, here. This one will be another 20-lapper. And in the pre-final, that was a good bit to talk about, Rob. We had a lot of going on. Not too much for Scott Presti, the race leader, but beyond him, it was a good battle.
Yeah, Presti, Hargrove, Pegram, pretty good out front. Massive battle further back with Luis Gauthier, who came through Jeff Mills, Pierce Baldus, Skitchy Barnes to get himself up to P4. He was the fastest of that group in there as well. That was kind of the best battle we saw. Xander was 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Excuse me, I expect more of that here right now, but all those drivers, they all need to find a little bit. They've got to make those adjustments. Presti and Hargrove, you know, what adjustments are you going to make up front, right? Maybe dial it in a little bit. But those guys that are back by, 3-4 tenths of a second on outright pace, those are the guys that got to make some changes to try to work themselves back up if they want to be on the podium.
Yeah, there were kind of like 3 categories of drivers, right? First, there was Scott Presti out on his own, and then you had Hargrove and Pegram, and we had Victor Jimenez before he had an issue that sent him down the board. And then you had really much the majority of the rest of the field, and then a few stragglers, like you said, that really need to find some more speed. But they've had an extended wait, essentially, here to get ready to go green. Master Shifter presented by Rocket Racing Company's main event, 20 laps on the board, and after a couple of hours and the sun absolutely baking this place, Scott Presti, Scott Hargrove, they're ready to show what they're made of here for the next 20 laps, and we're ready to bring it to all of you. Master Shifter here on deck with more sessions to go. Again, for those that may be just joining us off the timetable, after this race will be KA100 Senior, then X30 Junior, then Mini Swift, and then Pro X30. But first, Master Shifter is away, and it's a great start for Scott Presti.
Solid start for the inside of the second row again. Larry Pegram trying to see if he can't get out in front of Hargrove. He doesn't quite get the job done, and he actually missed it. A shift coming out of turn number 7. That's going to allow Skitchy Barnes to work his way into the 3rd spot. I'm not sure if that was either Pegram or potentially Gauthier, but regardless, look at him going right back at him again. He's right into the spot once again. So Barnes grabbed 3rd, but is not able to defend it coming through turn number 11, and he goes back to P4. Out front, though, not surprising, Scott Presti with that early lead. Hargrove sliding into 2nd spot, first time out of turn 15. They come across the line to get things underway.
Yeah, 1 lap in the books. Victor Jimenez already on the charge. You can see he's halfway up the grid already. Trailing Skitchy Barnes has gotten by Pierce Baldus and Jeff Mills as CRGs. And look at the gaps here. We've got maybe a little bit of a looming fight for 3rd. Gauthier with a big send on Larry Pegram. And around goes Skitchy. Caught the marbles on the outside, spun it around. He was able to keep it going. To the rear, though, for the number 1 plate.
I wonder whether or not there Skitchy kind of rolled on the binders a little bit more as he tracked into the corner, because I think Gauthier almost went around there. We didn't see it as we didn't pan through the corner, but I think Gauthier in that move to the inside of Larry Pegram had him all crossed up. I want to say that Skitchy may have just rolled a little too much brake mid-corner, and that thing rotated around him. There's Gauthier. Look at, he is really up on it here right now. Gauthier, who's gone into 3rd, ahead of Larry Pegram, then Victor Jimenez now into the 5th spot. So, indeed, that's the shakedown there as Barnes goes all the way back to 11th.
Long way to go, though. Lots of time to recover for Skitchy, and that heads-up move. We've praised Lennox Lockhart a good bit about it.
We'll be able to praise Skitchy as well if he's able to make the most of it and drive back through the pack here as they all slide sideways into turn number 6. And so much kind of, looseness or out of shape moments there for the field going down into the back hairpin turn 6 route makes me think that there still is just a lot of debris on the racetrack or getting drug onto the racing line somehow or another. And it could just be a factor of how dirty that straightaway is and putting half of the field on that inside lane for starts. And they drag all that stuff on the backstretch back into the line in the brake zone to 6.
Yeah, Victor Jimenez able to get by Larry Pegram. So I believe move him up a spot as well. So Gauthier runs 3rd. Jimenez in 4th spot. Pegram, who finished 3rd in the pre-final, now back to 5th. Mills 6th. Paris in 7th. Baldus 8th. Kelly, Castles, and Barnes. No Luca Bartone. So only 11 drivers taking the green here. But this is the battle for the final spot on the podiums. Yeah, this is 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yeah, this is a good little fight here between Luis Gauthier, Victor Jimenez, and Larry Pegram. And if it looks at all like what the pre-final did, Larry's going to have the edge on both of them late in the going, so they can't fight too much. Well, they're fighting right now. Victor's gone by, and with a clean nose cone and whatever issues else he may have had, he's seemingly not experiencing them now. P3 with 2nd looming as we go back down to Caleb Vieska on pit lane.
Thank you there, Xander. I'm standing by here with Aiden. You have, I would say, a lot of laps around this place, but I don't think you've ever had anything like what you just had so far to start this weekend.
No, definitely not. Heat 1 and Heat 2 were, nothing can prepare you for how the racing is out there, and the track conditions right now are as hotter than I've ever raced in. So, yeah, it's super physical, obviously, and the drivers, I've never driven against drivers as this on this caliber. So, it's definitely different. It's a big learning curve, but, just for me personally, if I just continue to go faster each session, then that's all I need.
What's the biggest thing you've had to learn?
Honestly, the racecraft, using first gear more than you think, So, just the racecraft, these drivers are obviously extremely aggressive. So, just the racecraft, like lap-to-lap pace is all right. Still some things to tweak, but yeah, just the racecraft is definitely different than what I've ever experienced. So.
Obviously, a long weekend still ahead. Pre-final, main event tomorrow, but what would be a successful first race for you and Shifter here, Aiden?
I started the weekend off thinking I'd be running top 5 easily, but obviously that hasn't been the case so far. Our pace is definitely top 5. It's just, unfortunately qualifying led me to start, in the mid-pack, not the mid-pack, outside the top 10. So if I can somehow lock in a top 10, I'd be happy, but the pace is showing really strong. So as long as I can hold on for 25 laps tomorrow, I should be fine.
Well, there you guys have from Aiden Rudolph racing in his own backyard with a lot more visitors, I should say, this week. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Caleb. And as we watch your field work its way through the S's right now, Scott Hargrove, Luis Gauthier, still battling there in the fight for P2. And watching them head down the backstretch, about a half car length lead. Gauthier had a big send earlier in this race, kind of to that degree. And it looked like that time he decided to not go for it.
And Victor Jimenez was able to close up on Hargrove and get by for 2nd. So Victor Jimenez currently running in that 2nd spot. In fact, last time by, he was 3/10 quicker than Scott Presti. We're only 6 laps in to a 20-lapper. I don't know that we're done yet for the race win. We had talked about the fact that Scott Presti seemed like the class of the field. He literally drove away in the pre-final. But we know that there was some kind of an issue for Jimenez. I think it might have been the gearbox. We'll get a confirmation on that at the end of the day. But now we got this amazing fight here for 3rd spot. It's Hargrove, who looked like he was going to have 2nd locked up. No, Gauthier is up on it right now, putting a ton of pressure on the Canadian in the ITAL Kart. Gauthier trying to see if he can't work his way onto the podium. Scott Barnes has got himself back up into 9th spot, but at this point trying to reel in Justin Kelly. He's actually right there with Kelly, maybe able to get by. Here's the move to the inside again as Hargrove is doing everything he can right now to hold off Gauthier, who misses a shift.
Yeah, Luis Gauthier, big bobble there, and it backs up Pegram. Now Pegram's got a chance in 11 if he wants to stick it. And Gautier's going to try to erase that thought there, covering off the inside lane and keeps him at bay now. But it's a huge gap that he just gifted Scott Hargrove.
Yeah, he was putting all that pressure on Hargrove over the last couple of laps. And we've still got, again, like I said, nowhere close to the halfway point again. We're only going to put lap 8 in. Still 2 more laps before we even get to the halfway point, and sometimes that plays a little bit with these Masters drivers. You know, what kind of race shape are they in? Have they have themselves dialed in to be strong all the way through a 20-lapper? No doubt about it with Larry Pegram. That guy is ripped. But a lot of the guys are the same way. A lot of these Masters drivers really take the fitness side. You know, they really push hard on that. They really focus to make sure that's not going to be a weak point on their program. And I love seeing that. That's what it's about, the Masters racing. You've got to make sure you've got that strength all the way through to the end of a 20-lap race. So again, that's the battle you're seeing right now. It was just a minor little shift error for Gauthier that allowed Hargrove to get back at it, but Gauthier seems like he's dialing things back in again. He's pulled away Xander a bit here from Pegram, putting the focus back on Scott Hargrove.
Pierce Baldus and Skitchy Barnes here. We covered obviously Skitchy's moment, as you mentioned. He probably didn't expect it to loop around on him the way that it did down in turn 6, but the number 1 plate just picked him off. He just got another spot away. So the black and red Army has swapped between himself and Justin Kelly, but he is trying to close that gap. Something happened to Baldus actually altogether. Yeah. Pierce is no longer running.
Has not got back around, Xander, to get lap number 9. We had a red flag.
Oh, no, I believe that's just a hiccup there. Yeah. All good. Yeah, Pierce Baldus, something amiss for the 676, so he'll fall to the tail as we approach the halfway mark. 10 in, 10 to go this time. Still all clean and green. Skitchy Barnes there in the 601, rounding turn number 11, and a couple more seconds before he can try and get to another one.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got the pace right now to close up anymore. He's got himself up to 7th. Last time by was actually about a 10th slower than Jeff Mills, but he was making a pass potentially on a driver. We'll see whether he can get it going here on lap number 10. That'll be the tail. 52.368 for Mills, 52.561 for Barnes. No, he's losing a couple of tenths of a second for Mills, so looks like it could be a 7th place finish, barring any other incidents and drivers in front of him. I will say this, another fast lap for Victor Jimenez, but Scott Presti has matched him. Both drivers doing 52 flats. Jimenez quicker by a couple of hundredths of a second, so it's still 1.5 seconds the gap between Presti and Jimenez up front.
Look at that there. I wonder if we'll be able to get a replay of what just happened with Skitchy Barnes. It almost looked like it popped out of gear for him coming out of the turn 6 complex, and I wonder if maybe that was what happened to him as he was downshifting with the original spin, that it just like went to neutral on him. Or maybe just downshifted or upshifted when it shouldn't have, because it looked like he was kind of taken aback by it and then had to grab the lever again. We'll see if we can get a closer look. That was a great head-on shot by our cameraman, and I will say as well, Scott Presti, when you talk about maybe problems or not, I don't know what the issue is, but the speed has started to fade. 52.08 for him. Victor Jimenez, maybe it's not even much of an issue for Presti. Jimenez that much faster. Picked off another half-tenth last time, and he's got a best lap that's half a second better.
Yeah, just 1.470 back last time by. Let's see, Jimenez just kind of chipping away at it. Still 9 laps remaining. That's the key here. There's your battle between first and second. And listen, if you've raced and you're in second and you're a little bit quicker than the guy in front of you, you know you're closing up. Sometimes you can dig just a little bit deeper. We'll see if Jimenez has it. Indeed, this time by a half a second faster, Xander. He's only a second back. We could have ourselves a battle for the race win here. 8 laps still remain.
Yeah, still a lot of racing left, and at that kind of closing rate, we're going to get a great battle here at the end of this Master Shifter main event. It's what makes the finals so different and so fun to cover from our angle than even the heat races. The heat races are fun because you get a lot of those close-up angles. Here's a look at this, Rob. Check out this instant replay for Skitchy. I don't know if his hand bumped it, or to me it looked like it popped fully out of gear, and then he went down and had to kind of push it back in or pull it back to get it back in.
Definitely not what he was expecting coming out of that corner on power.
Yeah, so I mean, either that or again, like it's kind of hard to tell from the angle we were at the apex if maybe his right hand had kind of bumped it for a moment. So let's see if we can take a look at what happened there to Skitchy and check in on that moment ago excursion for him. But either way, we've also, of course, got to keep our eyes peeled on this fight for the lead and the potential race win right now, folks, because, again, Victor Jimenez, fastest lap of the race by a good margin and closing in. Check it out right here as we slow it down and take a look. What's that right hand?
Yeah, it looks like he went around and maybe went down a gear coming out of the corner. He might have had it loaded up a little bit, didn't have the gear he wanted, and had the revs down a little much, but yeah, went to downshift one more and then came back to the upshift. So it's a little issue there coming out of that corner. But we're back to watching this battle here right now because, again, 0.2 of a second faster for Jimenez on that last lap. He gets it down to 0.6 of a second. When they come back around, there's 5 more to go. He is inching his way forward a couple of tenths of a second. And here he is with a little shallow look to the inside. Lets Presti know that he's coming. Look at this, Sander.
This is going to be close. This is going to be really close because Victor Jimenez has started to kind of taper off a little bit, and Scott Presti must have been saving up just a bit. Or either that or he got the adrenaline flowing once he looked back and didn't see a big gap anymore, and he saw a lot of green. 5 laps to go at the line, and a head-to-head fight on the way here in Master Shifter. Victor Jimenez closing in behind Scott Presti on debut for Presti's new program and a croc promotion machine after spending the winter racing against the pros. And Victor Jimenez joining a bunch that are returning to action here with Master Shifter at 12 entries here in Houston. And here he goes to the inside. Got him. Great pivot there on the exit to not wash it out.
Wow.
Jimenez, your new leader.
That was fantastic. He tried that the lap before, making that early entry coming into the corner to see if he could get it to rotate at apex, and he did. Threw it all the way in there, released the brake and rolled it to the corner and able to get it to rotate. And Presti with nothing to do. He checked up to try to do an over-under, but Jimenez had the position there. So calling an RPG Tony Kart up front with Presti Racing Croc back into second spot. The first time all day somebody's been in front of Scott Presti.
Yeah, Scott Presti hasn't had any gauge, hasn't had any opportunity to learn off anyone else or see if he's got anywhere where he could really improve tomorrow besides his own raw feel and instinct. Now he's got the fastest car on the racetrack right in front of him, but this is also still the main event. You still have to try and keep everyone behind you to be the first of the checkered flag, and you saw him kind of fade low there into 6, but didn't get a good drive out, didn't get a good run through 7, through 8, through 9. And Victor Jimenez, what a run back forward here from 11th from the last row to the lead, coming to 3 to go this time by.
There's a replay right there of that dive bomb move. Drive it all the way down to the bottom, release, get the thing to rotate. Look at it, he's got a good, really nice rotation on it, and gets a great shot out of the corner. So really drove that hard in, got the weight transfer, and he came away with the race win. Quick little update on Skitchy Barnes, actually out. He retired on lap number 11, got 10 in, so whatever happened, maybe terminal with the gearbox, whatever happened to the machine there, bottom line is he has put the car behind the wall, went to the scales. That'll be it for Skitchy Barnes. 9 remain here with 3 laps to go.
Scott Presti is doing everything he can to keep Victor close. It seems like they're definitely better in different portions of the racetrack. Here seems to be Jimenez's strong suit with how planted the rear end is through those 180s without being too stuck to the ground. Presti seems to be losing the rear a little bit more so. But then in some of the S's, we're still looking pretty good in the form of Scott Presti. Now, coming to 2 laps to go this time by, getting reports that the number 1 of Skitchy Barnes is still going, but maybe a transponder would have failed for him. So where does that put him currently? Well, here's your 2 leaders. We know they've got about 4 seconds back to that Catalyst driver development at Talcart of Scott Hargrove. There's another second to Luis Gautier. About 5 seconds to Larry Pegram. There is Jeff Mills on the CRG, and there's Skitchy. So he's still digging.
There he is, yep.
Transponder may not be functioning, but race control should manually score him as long as it stayed on the go-kart and didn't fly off, and it just ran out of juice. And if so, that would put him provisionally 7th.
That's where he figured he was on track. So yeah, that transponder, whatever happened on lap 11. We lost him there. And if you're looking at live time, you can see where he is all the way down, and he actually have him down as retired on live timing, but they'll be able to obviously update that. Watch the battle here at the very end. Jimenez did a 52.176. Presti responded with a 52.075. White flag flying Zender last lap. Does Scott Presti have anything here on the final circuit? He did a 52.1. Presti quicker again by about 0.04 of a second. Scott Presti, again, looked like he had things handled here in the pre-final, but here we go. Does he have any kind of run up into turn 6?
Big, deep run on the brakes there. You can see the differences in lines, but I don't know. I don't feel like he's got the bite off the corner that Jimenez does. And
that Rollison Performance Group Tony Kart is going to keep it nice and wound up through turns 8 and 9, through the kink at 10, hairpin at 11, last to first. We've now seen it 2 sessions out of the last 3. Lennox Lockhart driving to the front, Jimenez to the front, and to the last turn. Here we go, Rob, master shifter to the line.
Yeah, this is impressive. From the tail of the field, Victor Jimenez on the RPG. Tony Kart gets the victory, plus 10 on the day. Fast lap of the race of 51.366. He is your first master shifter winner of the 2025 SKUSA Pro Tour season. Scott Presti ends up finishing in second, 4/10 back. Scott Hargrove coming home in third. There's the acknowledgement there from Presti. A great run for Jimenez. Luis Gauthier finishes in fourth. Larry Pegram rounding out the top 5.
He'll pick up some marbles now. All good to grab those. That's extra weight. Victor Jimenez in the 6:23, your unofficial winner. Scott Presti again was able to just kind of keep him within a half second to 6/10 of a second margin. Just nothing more after that. He ends up P2 after dominating most of today. Hargrove, Gauthier, Pegram again, and then as we believe, 7th will be Skitchy Barnes, so long as that transponder still is on the go-kart. Justin Kelly, Cameron Cassels, Daniel Perras, the top 10, and then a DNF for Luca Bortone. And for Pierce Balders, Bortone, I don't believe made it out for that main, or at least didn't make it out of the first lap. An unfortunate deal for him. For us, it's a break in the action, a short one, with more main events on tap. 4 good ones are coming your way, folks. 4 sold-out classes. X30 Junior, KA Senior, Mini Swift, Pro X30. First up, though, it's time to wind up those 100 cc's. KA Senior at 46 strong is on the way.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead, follow, on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
What are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Because Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
We're ready for more here from Houston. KA100 Senior onto the circuit now, folks. Main event action continuing from New Caney, Texas. Let's take it through a quick look at the starting lineup while they finish their outlap. Oliver Hodgson and Peyton Phillips flip-flopped your front row. They changed sides. That's about it. The rest of the field, it does look a little bit different. They're already towards the end of this outlap, so we're just going to show you where your favorite driver may roll off so you can pick them out, because there's a lot of them and we want to make sure that we get every angle possible live and ready and on the start box down at turn number 6. 46 total drivers on the entry list, much like a number of other divisions here this weekend. Keep an eye on the likes of Timothy Pernod and some of those big name drivers at the back of the field with a lot of work to do and a lot of hay to move to get towards the front. There'll be some big movers, but most importantly, there will be some big moves made with a main event win on the line. The first of 6 up for grabs on the 2025 season. It's Hodgson on that yellow and blue comp card on your left. Peyton Phillips on the black and yellow Arcane Tony card on your right. KA Senior, presented by Nash Motorsports, is green down at turn number 6. Oh, and there's contact for the leaders off the bat.
Oh, no doubt. A couple drivers together, one getting driven over as well. That 993 CRG.
Joey
100%.
Friend.
He got driven over.
Oh, and there's more here. That was Santi Fernandez up over the top of, I think, another of his teammates, Oliver Calvo. Off goes the 903. Henry Wheeler, the 3 plates off. One of the Nash machines went wide as well. I don't know if that was Blake Nash or one of his teammates, and I think it unfortunately may have been Blake. There he is in the middle, all the way back with Finnegan Bailiff. Donovan Bonilla up and into second. Mossman third. Look at the field as they all fan out high and low, and let's pull up the leaderboard as they cycle by the timing loop. Hodgson, Bonilla, Mossman, Phillips, Ramos, and a great start for Alex Machado on the Velocity Racing Sodi.
Yeah, definitely an aggressive couple of corners there to start things off for 6, 7, and 8. Even all the way over to turn number 11, they really got on top of each other. Hodgson will take an early lead out here with Bonilla running in second. Looks like about a 6 or 7 kart breakaway. Look at that further back. We got 2, 3 wide. James Overbeck, your reigning champion, digging in there, trying to work up here with Ty Fisher. He's right into it. Lemke's there as well. Fisher gets shuffled off the outside, going through turn number 8.
And he's going to lose about 6 or 7 or 8 spots. Raheem Alibi, Landon Skinner going by. That's Sarfati dropping a tire now. And all of this fighting is just going to allow a huge gap to the lead. Lemke had the bumper getting knocked behind the tire. He goes wide, had to kick it out with his right foot. And Brandon Lemke continues, but albeit back about 10 spots as there goes the back. Here comes the front. 7 deep and a huge gap back from the number 1 plate of James Overbeck.
I was going to say, was he not right in the middle of the fight when they came through turn number 6? By the time they get back over to turn number 15 and over to turn 1, he's at the tail end of what is essentially the lead group back to 8. From here, it's 2 seconds from Overbeck back to Coffin. That's how quickly it happens when they battle like they are through 6 all the way back over to 15. So all that action has given Overbeck a lot of room. Is going to allow him to potentially put his head down to try to reel in Hernandez, the RPG driver who runs P7.
Donovan Bonilla, Peyton Phillips in the pre-final. They fought enough to allow Oliver Hodgson to get away. Right now, they're doing what they can to keep him in reach, but it very well could be another runaway if they're not careful. So here with Phillips going to second, Dono has to trust him, and to be honest, he's kind of at Peyton's mercy as there's more contact there in the middle. Who is that? That is Fernandez spun around. Santi Fernandez spun at the exit of 11. As we take a look back at the start, and one of the SpeedSportz entries ends up and on the back of someone else and then jumps over the front nose cone of Joey Friend. And then here's the rest of that start. Look at Blake Nash here, Fernandez. Something happens at the end of the corner also, and yeah, there's Nash and Wheeler together.
Yeah, that's it. That was where Nash went all the way down, currently into the 14th position, -8 over the first couple laps. And 14th, not the worst. If you look at the fact that all the way down the tail of the field, Henry Wheeler, National 3, all the way dead last out of this race. That is not a great way to start off the 2025 season.
Long way to go here, still in this main event. Plenty of racing to make. Oh, no! Oh, wow! One up and over. One of the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speeds has flipped at the exit at turn number 9, just off camera. Oliver Hodgson leads, and he did get a walk away under his own power. We'll get an idea of who that was in a moment. In the meantime, back to the point.
Yeah, you can see the battle that's happening there right now. Bonilla's got pushed back to P4. It's still Phillips out front. Mossman's made his move up into the 3rd position. Let's see whether or not they work together. There's the answer. No, not at all. Mossman goes to 2nd. He'll bring Bonilla with him. Phillips now goes back into the 4th spot. Right behind them is the Barrel Art driver from PSL, Diego Ramos, and Machado there as well, just 3/10 back. So really, the lead group standard probably top 7, 1.8 back, and then they get Overbeck there by himself, a 2nd behind Hernandez.
Got confirmation it was Oliver Calvo, the driver that went out in turn number 8 and flipped over. He quickly got out and under his own power and walked away. So glad to hear Oliver's okay. Heartbreaking end to his day as Diego Ramos makes a move on Peyton Phillips. That was back for P4. Backs them up a little, gives Bonilla and Mossman some room, and Frankie Mossman's been here before already this year, Rob, with a gap that he had to run down. The difference is back then, that was not against one of the most decorated drivers, one of the most experienced drivers in this entire pit area in Oliver Hodgson.
Again, it's going to come down to the trust, I think, for Bonilla. Does he believe that Mossman has what it takes to go run him down, right? Otherwise, he's going to try to be the guy to make the move. but that would end it. You got to give the guy up front at least a little bit of time to potentially reel him in. If you start battling another big wreck,
flip.
Yeah, big flip in the back there. You can see in the back part of our track coming through. Well, that would have been through turn 8 and 9 again, I think, Xander. That's what we saw the incident with Calvo. We saw another driver go over as well in the background. But here's that battle up front, continuing to watch Mossman. Does he have the respect of the drivers behind him to potentially reel him in? Looking at the line where they come across, go lap number 6. Very similar lap time to Hodgson, maybe off by about 0.06 of a second. So no need to throw him out yet. Maybe he'll be the guy if Bonilla can push him down the straightaway. And there's Overbeck close to the tail of that group as well.
Sawyer Roussel, the driver involved, and red flag's out. Red flag's out now. Sawyer Roussel, the most recent flip, and I think at this point the officials are going, okay, that's enough. And we need to get a bearing and make sure that he's okay. Oliver Calvo, they were checking out as he quickly was able to scurry away into the scale line with where he flipped at turn number 8. But Sawyer Roussel, we saw the back end of that, and that was almost an end-over-end flip for the Team GWR Giller driver. He was right around 23rd, and he's ready to continue.
All right.
They obviously want to check him out. I'd imagine before they let him get on the racetrack, they'll probably want to do some kind of concussion test.
Possibility. He did hop back in the car, as Xander had said here, but otherwise we are red with Hodgson as your leader. This is again where they came across the line. Hodgson leading, Mossman second, Bonilla in third, Ramos fourth, Phillips fifth. Hernandez runs 6th, Machado 7th. James Overbeck had just turned the fastest lap of the race in 8th. Landon Skinner in 9th, and Nico Sarfati rounding out the top 10. Blake Nash had been able to work his way back up to the 11th spot. Here's the shot of the replay here. Look in the background then.
Oh yeah, Sawyer spun and, oh man. Top of the corner right there, your screen. Sawyer Roussel up and over. He's obviously good, ready to continue, A-OK. And checking in on Oliver Calvo, I believe, is the reason for the red being called. So while we thought originally he was up and okay, I mean, again, he was up and alert and okay, but they are checking out him still.
And I'll say this, flipping's never good. But when you flip like he did, we kind of landed on his back and his head, the car continued to flip. He came out very quickly, which not like getting caught, you know, you're either barrel rolling or whatever it may be. But just kind of, you can see he's back up and ready to go. He wants to keep going. Kart's still fine. So I understand that, but again, I also see that the SKUSA crew wanting to make sure he's fine after that kind of an incident for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they want to check him out, and I think, I don't know if they're pulling him off partly because the red may have been called for him, but we do believe that it was mainly to continue checking out Oliver Calvo, and I think what probably may have triggered that, without speculating too much further, would have been the fact they were already using medical resources to check out Oliver, and then saw another flip and said, well, we can't end up in what's known in the industry as a double casualty event, where there's too many incidents and not enough trained medical personnel to tend to them all. So between the mix of everything, and hopefully all good with Oliver Calvo after his scary flip that was just off the side of the angle that we don't have a replay of, we are under red flag again, third time today. First time in KA Senior, the other two came in KA Junior to kick off the main events. We'll take this moment, of course, for Rob and myself to catch our breath. And just like in KA Junior, folks, if you're watching for KA Senior action, it's not done. This race will not be called official. They've only got 5 laps completed per the rules, so that still leaves 5 more at minimum to get to the halfway mark and be called.
I mean, this is a different season from the others I was used to do it. This year I will be racing cars as well, soon I will announce. So this will make me race a bit less than what I was racing last year, so kind of less time in a go-kart, but I think that doesn't change because once you know how to ride a bicycle, you never forget. And I think will be a great year. I will try to defend my #1 plate for the Pro Tour. And my goal this year, more than anything, is to win the Super Nets, and I hope I can succeed this year.
As you can see, there's some movement beginning to happen on the racetrack. They're beginning to regrade your KA100 seniors. Caleb Vieska has been able to keep an eye down over in the area where all the incidents have taken place, unfortunately, in the first couple of moments. Let's hear from you, Caleb. What do you have for us on Oliver Calvo's status?
Landed on his elbow, unfortunately. He's going to be transported off campus, and he's going to be taken out for further evaluation.
All right, engines are about ready to fire here, folks, down on the racetrack for the restart. Before we do, the other driver involved in an incident was, of course, Sawyer Roussel. Caleb Vieska has him standing by over in the scale area.
Thank you, Xander. First of all, Sawyer, that was a gnarly one. Walk me through it.
Pretty much I was just going down the straightaway, got through the right, and then coming through the left, I went for a move on the guy in front of me. Didn't work out how I wanted it to. I think I high-sided the go-kart, flipped up over it. I'm not sure if I was upside down or if I was just out of the kart, but overall not how I wanted the end of the day. Felt like I had more speed than I had all day and all weekend pretty much. Shout out to the SKUSA crew for helping me out there. I definitely wanted to get back in the go-kart. I saw it had 4 wheels on it and didn't look that bent. I was at least going to try to drive it back to the pits just so I save him some effort. But all in all, just looking forward to tomorrow with the speed that we found in the last race.
There you go. High spirits from Sawyer Roussel, and we'll see more of them tomorrow. Thank you, Sawyer.
Yep, thank you.
Appreciate the intel down there on pit lane. Caleb and Rob, for the viewers at home, it is a breath of fresh air that one sounded good, looked good there at the end of it. Apologies, all of you, and thank you for the patience, as always, for sticking with us through a crazy hot day here in Houston.
Yeah, always good to see an opportunity to talk to a driver who's gone over, who can tell you, hey, it's okay, I'll be all right, I'm looking forward to tomorrow, right? That's one of the things we all want to see after an incident like that. We had a chance to have a good look at Sawyer going over. I'm sure he'll go back and look at the Car Chaser coverage himself to get a better feel for exactly what happened. Didn't sound like he really had a good idea of what happened. But nonetheless, we're refired. It is a very warm day. As you said, 83 degrees here at trackside right now. But again, much better than the rain we had the last couple of days. We are 5 laps in officially to this one here. 15 laps still remain. Oliver Hodgson is your leader, but remember, restacks everybody. It's going to help a lot of people here. They'll be able to potentially close back up. Blake Nash being one. He, of course, got tied up in an incident at the start that pushed him off the racetrack. James Overbeck will close back up as well. He was the fastest driver on the racetrack at 8. But it's Hodgson, Mossman, Bonilla, Ramos, Phillips, Hernandez, and Machado, the top 7. Overbeck was closing at 8th. Landon Skinner and Nico Sarfati are going to close back in as well. Those drivers that were not part of that kind of lead 7 or 8 are going to get a chance to press the reset button with 15 laps to go to get back at it here. KA100 Senior ready to go back to racing after this. KA100 Junior, Mini Swift, and Pro X30 to cap off the day.
Now that you've seen the lineup, we'll pull that off so you can get the full view of what's going to happen down here at turn number 6. It's a long straightaway. Oliver Hodgson leading us back to green after the red flag for Oliver Calvo. He's been checked out, awake, alert, and off to the side. Okay to go back racing now, and we have got them all back 3, 4, 5 abreast back there as Ty Fisher got bogged down off the green and put in the middle, and everyone's trying to take advantage of the fact the field is as close as it's been since the start of the race. So this restart is going to be elbows out for sure, but at least with how slow it was clean, as we had one driver bail for pit lane right off the rip there, Rob.
Yeah, there was a couple drivers as well that got together. You saw one driver take a big move, a deep move down to the inside. There was a driver on the outside that was trying to come around, but eventually took the brunt of that, trying to go 3 wide through that corner. Nonetheless, a veteran start there for Oliver Hodgson, nice and slow, bringing it down before he was able to punch off and get at it, knowing that he did not want to have a lot of speed rolling into turn number 6. Wanted to be able to get through to the apex by himself, let everybody else battle further back. See some yellow flags flying coming through turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, we've got our pulse on the order now. Frankie Mossman with an opportunity to try and throw it in on Oliver Hodgson, keep him from walking away with this one. For now, he's playing nice, but he still could pull the trigger if he wants to here with how close he is, as we see Diego Ramos do that on Donovan Bonilla. Change for 3rd. And how about Mauricio Hernandez? Only really touched on him a little bit through qualifying when I actually misnumbered him there instead of the 903, the 933. But he is, just barely staying ahead of James Overbeck, who was making that move on Peyton Phillips. Having a solid run, although right now it looked like he got a bit frustrated by that move, and, he's going to lose a spot in that last turn as they hit them both with a quick 1-2 punch.
Well, I said before, Overbeck was the fastest driver on the racetrack before we went red. Overbeck getting 2 passes done very quickly there, first by Phillips and then by Hernandez, and then, of course, Phillips followed him through to get by Hernandez, too. So great opportunity there. And listen, let's be real, probably the biggest opportunity was for Mossman and Bonilla and Ramos, the drivers who really were trying to line up to see if they could reel in Hodgson, because he had already developed over 5 laps a nice little advantage and was potentially lining himself up to pull away because they were not closing at that time. They were running similar lap times, but they were not eating into the gap at all. This is going to be an opportunity for them to get back at it, although last time by, Xander Hodgson was quicker by over 0.2 of a second than Mossman. He may just be the flat-out fastest driver, at least the one up front, because we got to watch out for the 901, your reigning champion, James Overbeck.
Yeah, James Overbeck had to spend the first stint of this race before that red flag and the restart in no man's land. He got out of the midfield, but the rougher qualifying effort for the reigning series champ has him now finally able to show what he's got speed-wise in that BJRLN Kart. Talked with Brandon Jarsakrak earlier in the week, and I was like, who are you feeling good about? Because we're getting ready to throw a ton of onboard cameras at a bunch of these drivers and race teams. He said, well, if you got one ready, throw it on the number 1 in KA Senior. I think he's my best shot right now at a win. And unfortunately, he's marred in this fight for second that continues now with 2x2 action through the 2 right-handers, turns 8 and 9. And it will end up with really a net gain of nothing except a big loss to the gap to Hodgson.
Yeah, indeed. Oliver's absolutely loving this. The team on the sidelines, the Comp Kart team just said, hey, have at it, guys. This is what we like to see. Fight it out as much as you want for P2. We're ready to get out of here to try to get ourselves out front and potentially into a big lead. Obviously, Hodgson knows how to lead. That's one of the things as well. He's been very consistent. 55.956 last time by. In fact, that was his fastest lap, Xander, on the last lap. He was able to go quickest. Overbeck still the fastest driver on the track with a 55.536, but mired in this battle here, he's not able to show his true speed right now.
It's all going to come down to if anyone's got some serious late race pace as Landon Skinner gets into the back of James Overbeck and now has to fend off Hernandez and Alex Machado, who has driven his Velocity Racing Sodi back up to the main group. Skinner with a nice over-under there on Mauricio. Looks like he should get that spot back away, and he brought Machado with him. Next up, Cooper O'Clair. We talked about him making up some spots in that pre-final. He's done the same here in the main, at least a rebound from where he was off the original start from P10. So 10th now for Cooper O'Clair, the fastest from the slow group, who had to roll from outside the top 20 today's pre-final.
Yeah, and Overbeck able to get by Peyton Phillips on that last lap, so Frankie Mossman would be the next driver on the docket there to see if he can continue to work his way forward. Overbeck now up into the 5th spot, +5, started 10th, so split the difference here at the halfway point. 10 laps down, 10 to go into the second half here for KA100 Senior. Again, watch the battle. The gap now 1.4 second. Hodgson out front, turning those high 55 laps, 55.8 last time by his best. And actually, no, again, 8.35. So he is turning personal fast laps, lap after lap right now, trying to stretch away from Diego Ramos.
This is a good look here in 2 drivers that are having to work their way up the board as we got a spinner. Hernandez is around. Oh no, Bonilla's around. With the all-white suit, he was easier to pick out, but that suit is not white anymore, Rob. He must have went straight through the mud.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy about that. He had Mossman behind him. Here's the shot here coming through as you can see Mossman's closed up here on Diego Ramos. And here comes James Overbeck as well in the Brandon Jarsakrak Racing LN card, your reigning champion. Overbeck has a look over his shoulder. Here comes Mossman. He's going to make his bid for second. He'll get it done before the braking zone. Diving into the corner. Ramos goes back to P3. Mossman, once again, the challenge position, P2.
And Overbeck able to go right back after him too. So James Overbeck now ahead of Diego Ramos. Peyton Phillips, top qualifier today in the 901. Still kind of in the picture, and then the gap now becomes back to Alex Machado's group with the likes of Landon Skinner, Cooper O'Clair, and Mauricio Hernandez. Would love to know what happened there to Dono or hear from him, as all I can surmise that he must have been on the outside out of 11, and we've touched on that being a trouble spot for many.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to number 1 drop a wheel, or if you're aggressively getting into with a couple of drivers getting kind of, let's say, helped off the racetrack.
Yeah.
I'll try to say as next as I possibly can.
Just a brotherly shove, right?
That's it. Yeah, he went all the way off, as you said, that beautiful clean suit no longer. Mossman already going defensive. This is it. He's thinking about second place already, and Overbeck will not be happy with that. Overbeck has the pace to potentially win this race, but he has got to get by Mossman quickly and get out front. Right now, the gap, 2.2 seconds, 56.146 last time by, and they get a 56.174. There's the move to the inside. I think Overbeck may have the pace. He's just never had opening gap yet. He's going to try to get it now. He'll have to cover to the inside, Xander. To the inside, did not cover. Oh my goodness, all those spots he lost.
And it took him so long to get those last couple, and now, granted, again, Rob, we're in the last quarter of the race. At best, it would have been about a 2.8 second gap to track down one of the greats of his generation, Oliver Hodgson, who is not known for making mistakes, who is not known for blowing corners, and especially for a driver like him that develops the next generation, so he's on track a lot. It's all muscle memory, but whether it's that or whether these guys just do not want to work together for other reasons, they are not, and they are fighting. Phillips there, slick crossover move, showing that local expertise through turns 8 and 9.
Yeah, that was a really nice pass for Peyton Phillips, but again, I always get frustrated when I see them kind of just give away the race. When they're there, there's a potential. I really think that Overbeck may have had the pace to reel in Hodgson. He's been quicker than him over the last couple laps. He just needed to cover the bottom in that corner to be able to pull away. He didn't give himself a chance to do that. Mossman threw it to the inside. Mossman's running for second, and he has been for the last couple laps. We've already seen that. Same goes for Ramos. He threw a big block there at the end of the straightaway in the last lap. This is all for the battle. Oh, you're going to point forward now? Too little, too late, boys. You're battling for second.
Yeah, the only saving grace I'd say there, Rob, is just this racetrack. While it's very easy for the shifter guys to kind of defend and not lose maybe a ton of time, it's really tough in a single speed because it's so flowy and there's such a rhythm and back and forth to it all that if James were to block there, he would have to be flawless off the corner first of all and flawless through the S's because you can still dive bomb someone as we've seen in turn 1. You can get them in turn 4. There's so many passing opportunities here that sometimes the only way that you get away is by triggering a fight like this. But if he were to do that, from the second place spot, and James Overbeck hasn't seemed to be that kind of guy.
My only thing is you've just made the pass.
Yeah.
You got to cover at least one time, especially knowing that Mossman's got guys behind him. It's not like Frankie was behind you by himself and can do the monster over-under on you, right? If he tries to come to the outside, one of these guys, it's either going to be Phillips or it's going to be Ramos. They were going to fill the gap for sure, and now he's throwing it away. And again, listen, he's battling back up here again. Phillips goes back. It's now Ramos back into second. James could easily come away with second place here, and that was probably the best he was going to get anyways. He just gave himself a lot more work. I would love to give one shot at trying to cover off and seeing if you can lead, coming out of turn number 6.
One thing I will say, too, is, it seems like the Comp Kart boys have really figured out their go-kart over the last couple of years with the help and development of Oliver Hodgson. And while the battling's still on for second, man, wouldn't it be so cool to watch that guy go after Ryan Nordberg or Austin Garrison in Pro X30 or go after any of our Pro Shifter superstars later in the year. I know that he said he'd like to get back to it. He wants to see full grids, and that's where from their vantage point, that's the important part for him. He said, if they're good, I'll be there. So Oliver Hodgson right now, the focus on KA, I'd say job accomplished, mission accomplished by a lot, and his teammate Cooper Auclair might just be able to join him on the podium here as this group is really catching up now to the fight for second.
Yeah, they are. It's Hernandez, Auclair, Skinner, all trying to get back up into this fight because you can see they're racing like crazy. There's Cooper Auclair right there. He's got the 933 Hernandez right behind him. Landon Skinner there as well with the GFC. Make this 4-driver battle for the final 2 spots on the podium. 7 drivers, Xander. 16 laps down, 4 to go. We're not done yet to see who's going to stand potentially alongside Oliver Hodgson.
No, we are not. This podium fight could change hands quite a bit as this race comes to a close. Check it out. Frankie Mossman leading that 4-pack through the S's. Back to Overbeck and crew. How about a quick look as well at the a final look, if you will, at the biggest movers on the day here. We talked about how you have to be smart. You have to survive. You've also got to have speed. And for those that unfortunately didn't have the best of luck in their pre-finals, well, I mean, right now you are looking at some serious gains when you get outside the top 10. Inside of it, it's looked a lot like the same drivers we've been talking about all day long, but a little bit different right now when you go further back with some of the movers and shakers.
I'm looking at Timothy Pernod, plus 31. I'm looking at Jackson Menchu, plus 25. Those are good races right there.
Problems here for John Main, it looked like in the 9-10, and Jackson Elefante as we come to the line to see 2 laps to go. And this pack that was 4 is 7. So shout out to them. Great drives.
but we're back on what is going to be, I think, a slugfest. There's no way that at least one of these drivers, if not multiple, have gotten frustrated with each other to a boiling point here, Rob. Between the heat and the way they've been racing for P2 and watching Oliver Hodgson that far up the road, I don't know if this is going to stay clean to the end.
Oh, watch this one here. Overbeck trying the outside. He's going to get potentially used up by Cooper Auclair. Outside goes Phillips. Auclair's trying to come away with it here. 3 wide coming through turn number 8 and 9.
Auclair's going to have momentum, but it'll hit the marbles, and Phillips will slide in front of him. Now he's going to have to cover from Overbeck. Landon Skinner as well. Oh, Phillips there coming across. Didn't expect Auclair to be close. I think Cooper misjudged the gap. Look who else is closing. How about Eli Warren on his Hostd debut? Nico Sarfati, the rookie for GFC's there, as a big boot-scooting boogie is given by Alex Machado to Landon Skinner. Just sent him into the weeds.
Yeah, and Sarfati just grabbed at least one spot there coming out of the corner as well. Lots going on here right now. Could be a couple of comp carts on the podium here. Cooper Auclair trying to bring it home as well. This is second, third, and fourth. Here they come down the line. Again, this is the final lap. Leader is long gone. Phillips way wide. To the bottom of the racetrack goes Ramos. Phillips going to try to ride the rail. Mossman gives him a little bit of the side there, coming through turn number 8.
Diego Ramos now with a great launch out of turn number 7 is going to be able to open up the arc. And Mossman, he's got to think about the same back to Phillips. So what happens here in 11? Oh, Diego didn't even want to give him a chance. Covered it low. Over-under from Overbeck to Auclair as Oliver Hodgson dominates the day in KA Senior. And the fight for second rages onto that last turn. Check it out here, boys, as they come out of that last corner. Mossman, Ramos, contact. Diego should hold. Who else is going to join them at the line?
Right there was Phillips. Overbeck ends up in 5th. He's able to get back by, but it's an 11.4 second win for Oliver Hodgson. Wasn't it like 2.5 seconds?
Yeah, it shouldn't have been that big. It was going to be big. Should not have been double digits to P2. But a tip of the hat here to Oliver Hodgson. He obviously was so fast that early on he took the hope away from everyone from second on back that they were going to have something to track him down. And
again, frustrated by that to a certain extent. Listen, it's great racing for us to watch, but when you battle like that so early, he wasn't that far back, and I think Overbeck might have had a shot at it if he and Mossman had hooked up, but that didn't happen, man. All it took was that one move for Mossman back to the inside. A turn 14 after Overbeck had gone to second, that was it. At that point, we were in for a treat. We were in for 5 or 6 awesome laps at the end. Diego Ramos had a great run, ends up coming home in second. Frankie Mossman third, Peyton Phillips in fourth, James Overbeck 5th, Alex Mercado 6th. And how wild does it end up being? Eli Warren 7th, Cooper Auclair, who we thought might have been able to get to 3rd, ends up 7th. So much action over the last couple laps.
Well, the tech officials are working through the scale line. Hodgson took his time coming on in. There's Landon Skinner pushing through. I'm surprised he was able to. He must have been quickly ready to get off the racetrack. He had a rough go of it with the way Alex Machado got in the back of him there with about 2 laps to go. The rest of that pack, hard fighting, hard battling, all 11 plus seconds behind this guy at the end of it. Oliver Hodgson, your main event winner.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be pretty thrilled with that one, Xander. Very strong run. There he is, Oliver Hodgson, helmet off. Impressive drive today. Just didn't put a wheel wrong at all.
All right, explain. What we got? Oh.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial. Dude, we have no time. It's about to start. Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
You ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here.
Big pile up here on the opening lap of this X30 Junior main presented by Rollison Performance Group in the last turn. They had a decent start there. Alexander Vanchev leading us to green alongside Sarah Bradley, but the young lady's been shuffled back to the 4th spot. And she's got a front row seat to our next pass. P2, changing hands again. Jackson Gibson will not be denied right now as he and Nathan Dupuis go at it through turns 8 and 9. Dupuis out of the inside, and Rob, I feel like turn number 9 is shades of MCC turn 1 from last year. You end up on the little bit on the edge of the dark stuff, and the rubber marbles just pull you to the outside.
We've seen a lot of that, haven't we? You really have to be pinpointing the placement of your kart coming to the corner and watch these drivers early on. You're talking about Sarah Bradley, getting pushed back a little bit here, but she's still in that lead group. Now, that said, Vanchev is out nicely to a pretty solid advantage here early on to complete lap number 2. That gap is already stretched out to over a second. 1.080 for Alexander Vanchev out front. Hey, listen, we just watched this race. We just watched the KA100 seniors allow a driver to get away, and they can't do it again. Here's a move to the inside. Jackson Gibson's going to throw it down the inside of Nathan Dupuis. They're going to let Vanchev pull away. Unless they line up and start pushing, Vanchev is gone, because we've already seen it once before. It happens. These guys start fighting, and the minute they think they're only fighting for second, it's all said and done. And a 1 second lead already for Vanchev. It's super early. It's lap number 2 of 20. I don't want to see this just disintegrate into a one-driver battle already.
Yeah, but, I mean, again, that all comes down to, like what you said, patience, trust, faith, and overall just thinking about the big picture. I mean, a lot of it that happens on the racetrack when the adrenaline's flowing is you're thinking of just getting to the next turn, not going backwards, hopefully making some forward strides. You're not seeing from the bigger scope that we are able to, but nonetheless, the result is the same whether they can see it or not. Side by side for P2, Dupuis along with Gibson again.
Xander, I will say this, and I'll be completely honest. You've been doing this a long time, right? I'm 30 years into this gig. You've been doing it for a long time. We say the things we think we know when we're in the booth, but when I get on the racetrack and put the helmet on myself, and for some reason, I don't listen to myself. I get all aggressive in the opening couple laps, knowing that all I have to do is stay, where if you're qualifying in the top 10 and you stay out of trouble, you're going to pull away from the guys behind you. You don't need to fight that hard, but I never think about that when I'm on the track. So yeah, I'll give these guys props. Indeed, I wish they would be battling together, but instead, we got a fight that was 4, now it's 5, 6, maybe 7 here, and Vanchev 2.2 seconds out already. This is going to carbon copy what we just saw out of Oliver Hodgson.
Well, and it's really tough, right? Again, as we see Dupuis go down to the bottom to defend, the nice guys, and in the case of Sarah Bradley, nice girls do finish last, as we see Gibson getting muscled to the outside groove there by Fionn Shi. If you're the one driver that takes that believes that the lie, the sell, that, okay, work together, yeah, I'll push you. And then you get passed by one and passed by another, and then before you know it, you're pushed into the weeds like what just happened to Jackson Gibson, and your race is over, whether it was going to be for second or for first. So there's this fear, again, of walking that tightrope that's just so tricky. And I think, to me, what is this generation that they've got to deal with or learn is these tires. Joe Ruck, I think, put it best when we interviewed him at Cincinnati last year, Rob, at the Pro Tour. He said, look, yeah, these tires do lay on rubber, but compared to previous iterations, it feels like they don't. What it feels like is that it balls up the rubber into chunks and throws it offline. We saw that there. We've seen it everywhere where it's gotten really hot and really humid. That's Houston, Texas. And so, to me, going backwards at all or going, offline to defend, you have a much higher odds, because the track's dirty, to blow the corner or make a mistake. And that's the mantra that I've heard from many fast drivers is, look, you blow one turn, you miss one apex, you blow one brake zone, you slow me down, I'm going.
Yeah.
And if you just pass someone, it's like a tryout. Okay, Dupuis in the lead now. Let's say he and Tristan Murphy get a bit of a gap. Well, all right, if Nathan does not perfectly hit the next 3 turns, even if he hits them good, he hits the apex, but Tristan's faster, he's going back in on him. And it's just so tough. Like you said.
Well, that's a line we've heard from guys like Ryan Norbert before. Sometimes it's pass or be pass. even if you're in that group that's trying to reel in a leader, it's still pass or be passed. If I don't make a pass, the guy behind me is going to come through. And we're like almost 3 wide coming down into turn number 5. So this is what we got here right now, is that Tristan Murphy's like, listen, I got to get out front here right now. Even if I'm just battling for second, I got to be passed. Otherwise, I got Sarah Bradley who's going to try to get by me. Sarah Bradley's got Fianchy right behind her, trying to find a way by. So not everybody in that pack is going to be thinking the same thoughts of you about trying to catch the leader, who is now Alexander Vancho.
To that front, though. Oh, no, we got big contact here in the middle, and things have finally stacked up too much. Jackson Porter, Max Weiland, one of the SCR entries. Don't know for sure. It looked like it might have been Jose Shermer, but there's a lot of them. It could have been quite a few different drivers. We'll see when they drop down the board.
That was 14th and 15th, Xander, for Porter and Weiland. Both those drivers will fall to the tail of the field, having got caught up there coming through turn number, I believe that might have been turn 11.
So looks to be the other one might have been Jeremy. I'm not sure exactly who was the other one we lost out of that. Maybe Katowski lost a little. Either way, Nathan left the door open there. Tristan Murphy almost got through, couldn't quite. He'll have to try again maybe in a moment. The good part, the only good part of carnage like that is that it does open up the opportunity for you guys to build that gap back up, because you just split the pack off from third back. But Nathan doesn't know that right now. All he's focused on is hold them back. And at a racetrack like this here, this is to me where there's just such a fine line to walk, Rob, when it comes to the push to pass terminology or bump and runs. For what's more commonly known to the American NASCAR folk, right? Like myself, that grew up as a NASCAR Cup Series fan, is what I actually kind of went on a bit of a soapbox about this when I was racing the couple of regional events I did last summer. And that's, look, if I'm Tristan Murphy and Fianchy punts me out of the way, I'm frustrated. But if I'm Nathan Dupuis at this point in the race, I got to accept it, right? Because I started it. Innocent bystanders.
I'm 100% with you on that. If I'm doing it as a driver, if I'm running that inside line because I'm blocking, I'm ready to get hit. And I'm not going to get mad if I get tapped if I'm running the inside line, if I'm running that defensive line through the corner every time. I'm with you on that. And if you're a guy behind him, you're just towing the line of the train in front. I don't want you to.
Jackson Porter, and already there you see him stack up again coming out of 11. That corner, that has been the talking point. That has been the trouble spot. That has been a huge portion of the carnage this weekend, along with, of course, those switchback hairpins. And it's not a knock on the racetrack. It just causes it causes close quarters racing action. So as the leaders work their way through the S's, halfway in, and I think Vanchev's going to well out-punch Oliver Hodgson's gap that he had over the field. Goodness.
Yeah, you wonder whether or not Tristan Murphy's starting to get a little bit frustrated. As you said, big run around the outside for Fianchy. Does he get a spot? No, not quite, but he's trying to come around the corner. He's trying to do something different because he's landlocked right now behind them. And there's a little bit of a gap there for Dupuis now, as again, we talked about the fact that Fianchy getting frustrated. He's trying to make the run around the outside. So many guys behind him are right there as well. And Popescu, Gibson, and Woon. A little further back, David Ybarra, Travis Pettit, Eric Doan. Doan was up to 6th spot at one point. He's now down to P9. Look at this, Xander.
Yeah, check it out. That we've got kind of a second pack, also led now by a Nash Motorsports driver with a bunch of cars behind. For the first time all race, Nathan Dupuis gets away with a little bit of a run, a little bit of a gap over the field, as the gap back to Tristan Murphy opened up just enough for him to slip by.
And I guess, is that really what you're kind of trying to do, right? You're trying to keep that going. You're trying to see if you can't be the next guy to pull away because they're fighting behind you. You've kind of given up the race win, but you're trying to battle it out to see if they'll give up second as well. And that's kind of what we're seeing to a certain extent right now. Fianchy was getting a little bit frustrated, picking up some of the drivers coming through there. Tough one for Sarah Bradley. She's moved her way all the way back into the 12th position. A couple spots there behind Travis Pettit, who we were following there for a bit. There's a 743.
So that's a prime example. Eric Doan, right? We just saw him the last time we saw him. He had this group right behind him. Now that group is away. And oh, look at Marco Samet getting put into the marbles. He'll lose a ton of time, as now he finds a hole about 2 car lengths back from where he was. And there's side-by-side moments there across the line. The Ursula and Tony Kart side-by-side with one of the CRG entries, all about midfield. Has anyone been able to move forward? Well, the other kind of downbeat part of racing like this is it's really tough to kind of make forward progress because pretty much everybody's blocking. Again, I feel like in the middle of the pack like this, if the driver in front of you is defending and you're on his bumper and you have someone on your bumper, well, you kind of have to follow. You can't just let someone through, but it makes it really tough to go forward.
Cole Medeiros up 23 spots. Started all the way back in 38. He's up to 15th now and elbows up, trying to work his way forward. Yuken Yao also up 17th spot, started in the 26th spot, now up to 9th, into the top 10 for Yao.
Oh, here we go again. 6.5 laps to go. Nathan Dupuy's got them back on his heels. He was able to buy himself time. And you know, Rob, as much as frustrating as this could be to watch, whether if it sticks, Nathan Dupuy, oh, look at this run around the outside there by Jackson Gibson.
Just couldn't make it stick. She tried it a couple laps ago as well. Couldn't quite get it to stick on the outside. Oh, but he's trying coming through turn number 9 as well. They're definitely dialing things in here. Nathan Dupuy has his elbows up. Look at the gap. That's Vanchev there. 12.3 seconds up. They're coming out of 11, and he's coming across start finish. This is unbelievable for Vanchev. This is what you wanted to get out front. This is a dream race. When they battle so hard for second, you're just able to walk away by banging out nice and easy laps. 54.5, 54.6s. Vanchev actually reset his fast lap on the last one, 54.574. Sarah Bradley's the fastest driver on the racetrack with a 54.561, but she got shuffled back into the 11th position now.
Down the back straightaway, again, nice and low for Nathan Dupuy. Another try around the outside for Jackson Gibson. I think this also becomes a bit of a product of the marbles, too, as the outside move like that is a lot tougher, which makes it that much more impressive. He was able to pull it off on Tristan Murphy. Kudos to Jackson. And they're going to stack up here. Check it out. Ashton Woon, nowhere to go for him or Eric Doan. Just trying to hang on for dear life. Yellow flags waving on the front stretch, so something's gone wrong at the end of the S's, down by turns 4 and 5. Not sure what it could be. We stay on the leaders for now.
Yeah, there it is right there. Xander, the 771, having trouble falling down the tail of the field. Luis Nunez, trouble there. He'll end up in maybe the 40th spot. Vanchev now leading by 14.9 seconds. This battle further back, their lap times are so slow. They're over a second off. Dupuy still holding the spot. Here's Gibson trying the outside again. Is he going to lose a position this time? He does. Not able to get it to stick on the outside, and that's allowed Tristan Murphy to go back into third once again. I got a feeling this is going to hit the boiling point pretty soon, Xander. We got 5 laps to go. There'll be 4 to go when they get back around, and these drivers are going to start getting aggressive.
And I will, oh wow, look at that. Into the side of Tristan Murphy who was that? That was
Jackson Gibson.
That was Gibson again, yeah. The same drivers that have been at the front of this pack here. Oh, contact there. I think that was Yao and Luka Popescu.
Yeah.
That might have been teammates.
It was RPG teammates getting together in turn 14, Xander.
Well, I don't know what else you can add to this one, Rob. We've had the same ones mostly on screen. We've fought back to find good battles. As Doan gets into this. Oh my goodness. I mean, this is, I feel for Bo Barfield. He's got his hands full. But how about that move by Murphy? Oh, Jackson Gibson up and over the side of Nathan Dupuy.
Dupuy worked for 16 laps to try to hold on to that spot. Look at the front fairing is twisted off that kart. Dove to the inside. Contact between those two drivers, and that has opened things up right now for second and third. We're going to see different drivers up front here. Is it still Murphy? Murphy into second. Yeah, then it's the 786 of Fion Shi up into the third spot. Wow.
This time by 3 laps to go. The gap to the lead, 17.5 seconds. You've got pretty much a good chunk of the field. Little gaps here and there. There's Dupuy, obviously, with a broken nose cone. But finally, now are we going to continue the trend that Nathan has set? That's one thing that is typically unfortunate of defending, is you normally, once one driver does it, everyone feels like they have to. And you can't blame because you don't know who else is going to start racing that way, racing aggressively, passing at every opportunity. Tristan Murphy took a chance, didn't block. Fion Shi paid for it. He's lost second now. Fion has now taken over command.
How about this drive for Yukun Yeo? in the number 797, Xander, up 22 spots. He's currently 4th. She's up into 2nd. That's another RPG driver looking to see if they can't get by Murphy and put all 3. They can lock out the podium if he's able to get by Tristan Murphy here as well. Vanches well out front with the lead. RPG looking to go 1, 2, 3.
It wouldn't be the first time, but I would say it's probably the first time in recent memory where we've seen a race like this where the speed almost hasn't really mattered, Rob, to finish 2nd or 3rd, to join those podium ranks. This is a testament to Yukun Yao navigating the field, although it looks like his pushback bumper might be deployed there. Fion Shi trying to hang on over Tristan Murphy. Murphy trying to keep his elbows out. He'll get tagged. Stuck together with Yukon Yao. Look at Eric Doan, rookie Ashton Woon. We've got some opportunity starting to loom here now as here comes Travis Pettit on the TB, and Doan catches Fion Shi off guard. Murphy by.
What a move there by the donor. He puts it to the inside of turn number 11, able to take that spot away. Eric Doan for Nash Motorsports up on the wheel. He has started from deeper in the field as well. It's a +7 for him right now as he works his way up into 2nd spot. 19.3 seconds up the road for Vanchev, who's going to come away on the final lap with P2.
Alexander Vanchev, oh wow, another look there for Ashton Woon. It looked like he was ready to go, didn't quite go. Big run down to the inside. Eric Doan, last lap. This is where this defending's okay. It's happened the whole race. Well, it's gonna keep going for a minute. Murphy, oh man, got kind of tripped up as Fion Shi fed him a wheel.
Fion Shi able to get back up into 3rd, and that is Travis Pettit, I believe, up there, potentially going for it. Look at this victory. Oh man, Vanchev comes across the line, getting up out of the seat, way out front.
Well, look at this. Pettit got around Shi. Last turn, Yukon Yao is going to go for broke. No, Travis Pettit hangs on. The bumper stuck for Yao. He'll lose spots.
Oh no.
Eric Doan 2nd. Travis Pettit steals a podium.
Are you kidding me? Oh, we got a spinner off the racetrack coming out and going to roll back on. Get on the brakes there, right in the middle of the track.
That is Javier Chaparro, and Javier, okay, Rob, we've been lecturing these kids a lot today, but you cannot think you're invincible and just start walking away with carts driving by. You just never know when a part could break or something could go wrong.
So there you have it, folks. Alexander Vanchev, 18 seconds out, smoked the field. And again, as you said, though, not so much about just outright pace. He was able to get away early, and it was more just the mindset of everybody behind him as they were going to race it out. Eric Doan, +10. What a great job. Started 12th, ends up coming home in 2nd for Nash Motorsports. Travis Pettit as well fell outside the top 10. He ends up in 3rd. Fion Shi 4th. Luca Popescu in the 5th spot. Yukon Yao in 6th. The issue there coming through turn 14. He pushed wide. Could have been 3rd. Murphy, who was in the battle for the top 2 spots all race end, ends up in 7th. Ashton Woon, Sarah Bradley, and Cole Medeiros up 28 spots. Medeiros from 38th into the top 10.
Well, Alexander Vanchev first to the scales is probably going to be pretty easily cleared through when it comes to officiating. Tech will obviously have a bit of a different story. They'll want a close look at that 796 machine. But the stellar start to the year continues for Florida's own Alexander Vanchev and Rawlinson Performance Group as they win X30 Junior. Caleb, we can see you're ready down there. Take it away, my friend here, Alexander Vanchev, your X30 Junior winner.
one, but talk about the start to the year you've had. You're a winner here in Pro Tour.
Yeah, an incredible start to the year with my team, Rollison Performance Group. We've managed to basically win in every single weekend that I've raced in this year, and yeah, I managed to pull off a Pro Tour win.
Obviously, a championship is looking pretty good for you this year. I don't want to speak too soon, but what would that mean to you? You already got the Winter Series one. What would a Pro Tour championship at the end of 2025 mean to you?
I would love to be double champion in both Pro Tour and Winter Series, but you know, I'm taking it one race at a time, always thinking about the big picture, and yeah.
Well, there you guys have him, Alexander Vanchev. Not wanting to get too ahead of himself, but he's off to a great start here on the Saturday, the first round of the Pro Tour. Back to you guys. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Caleb. And Alexander Vanchev, your X30 Junior winner. Here we've still got Mini Swift on deck and ready to roll. Of course, Pro X30 will follow them. So 2 main events remain on the day. And we are getting ready to wrap things up a bit later than originally intended. Of course, Podiums will follow. We appreciate all you sticking with us. It's been a long day of racing. We had a lot of you watching on, though, for a good chunk of it all. And it's definitely put our crew to the test. It's put the drivers to the test. Hot temperatures, high humidity, rain, sunshine, overcast skies. I mean, they've had about every single weather condition, Rob. They've had everything else in between. And there still is another full day of action tomorrow, too.
Yeah, we also threw them into a pressure cooker that is these main events, right? We've seen these battles in both KA100 Senior and the one we just saw right there in the X30 Junior class. Man, it was such a battle. And I think you hit the nail on the head when you said it really wasn't about outright speed that gave anybody their positions on the racetrack. We know, of course, that Alexander Vanchev is very fast. He was able to get out front. He raced his way to the front, but it was the battling further back. It really was more about your racecraft, where you could position yourself and just being in the right place at the right time sometimes. And that really kind of characterized those last couple of races we've seen that have been just wild ones for sure. Big wins for Oliver Hodgson and Alexander Vanchev being allowed to essentially run away. So we'll see if we get it here as well in the Mini Swift category. I highly doubt it. I think this is going to be more of a pack race. Speed Concepts Racing, the sponsor of Mini Swift, and Xander getting ready to roll out, led by Enzo Di Gennaro.
Let's pull your starting lineup up now, folks, and keep a tab on your favorite driver. Look for where they will be rolling off of the grid. Enzo De Janeiro and Parolin USA on the inside, row number 1, alongside Jaden Francisco's Nitro Kart. As you mentioned, Rob, this one, I don't think it'll be possible, but never say never to get away. Maxwell Macha qualified pole, so by the numbers, he'd be the fastest. He's joined by fellow Sodi Kart and fellow Velocity Racing teammate Santi Oriola.
Yeah, you go back to row number 3 to Ty Moravec and Sebastian Demosiak. And then row 4, Zane Burgess had a really good run to get himself back up into, I think, what will be a position he can attack from. He was able to get up to the 7th spot, so watch for Burgess to potentially get himself in that lead fight. And outside of row number 4, Simon Klein in number 132.
Moving back from Simon Klein, of course, you've got Royce Vega and Colton Schneegenberg to cap off the top 10. Cooper Lopez had some speed in the pre-final. He rolls off alongside SpeedSportz' own local superstar Aston Wyatt, or Faston Wyatt as he's known around these parts.
Alonso Gonzalez and Cameron Johnson will be on row number 7. Johnson's been very impressive as well. He'll need to jump himself up into the top 10 very quickly. Brandon Ing and Paxton Romero, row number 8. Troy Ferguson and Aaron Spears, row 9. Alex Chandler and Kimo Hamad on row number 10.
Final look at the field here for at least just the first half. We've already got the rest of them ready to go. 30 plus. This is a fast attempt at the start, boys. I don't know if it'll get it. It will. Green flag. Enzo leads us to 1.
Watching things kind of develop there through turn number 6 and 7, the opening corner. Big slider by one of the TB Kart drivers coming through there, dropping a wheel, but nicely getting the steering input to hold on to that. A couple more drivers further back. You can see how crazy it is a little bit further back. And indeed, pretty wild coming in turn 11 for the first time as well. They were too wide. One driver, though, out front early. De Janeiro, I believe, able to get to that run into turn 11 cleanly. In fact, has himself a little bit of breathing room. Are we going to see a carbon copy of what we just saw in a couple of other races? Is De Janeiro going to pull away? We'll see whether or not these two Sodi Kart drivers try to work together, because they're side by side through 1, 2, maybe 3.
Yeah, finally back to single file by the time they get out of 3 and into 4. but the damage has been done. Already Enzo De Janeiro with an opportunity to get away. Are we going to see another fight for second for the third consecutive race? I don't know. But what I do know is that Mini Swift, he's a lot less horsepower, Rob, than a KA Senior or X30 Junior. It'll be that much harder for the Paralin of Enzo De Janeiro to do it. But Maxwell Macha just lost his dancing partner. Orioli back to fourth. Francisco to third.
Nice pass there further back to Cooper Lopez. Got a run on Colton Schniegenberg and was able to get that Kart dodge down to the apex of turn number 6. So he comes away P7. That was a nice pass there early for Cooper Lopez. But again, watching the leaders out front to see how this all plays out on the opening couple of circuits. Enzo De Janeiro, as we said, with the lead. Kind of a gap is going to look like coming across the line for the first time here. It was 0.6, now 0.8 of a second over Maxwell Macha. It's going to be all about lap times. Macha, though, Xander, not pressured from behind either at this point here. A little bit different. He may be able to put his head down and try to reel De Janeiro back in.
Well, he's going to have to do it all by himself. The backward slide for Santi Orioli, he's fighting it, but he is still, unfortunately, riding it right now. Back to maybe, 8th, sending it back down the inside. Side by side now with the all-black 137 machine. That is going to be Colton Schniegenberg for Team GWR. Nitro Kart, it looks like, for Colton as they head down to turn 11. Up the road, contact for third as Francisco gets back around Sebastian de Moisac, and nobody able to work together in this group either, Rob. I mean, we're going to go back and forth for P3, P4. It's allowed some drivers to make up a lot of spots early, like Zane Burgess going from 9th last lap. He'll cross the line 4th, but it's a lot of time to be given away this early in the race. 2.5 seconds here at the end of lap 3.
I think the driver really on the move right now is Cooper Lopez. Remember I talked about him getting by Schniegenberg. That CRG driver was able to go by Orioli. Orioli asked for some help, kind of looked over at him, but I think Lopez is like, listen, I got a fast kart right now. I'm going forward. And that's exactly what he's done. He's been able to get himself up now into the 5th position. He's +6. He and Aston Wyatt both +6 here over the first 3 laps of this race. They find themselves 5th and 6th after starting outside the top 10.
Side by side to the double right-hander there. Big move by Brandon Ang on the 123. Didn't quite work. Broke his momentum. I think he's lost about 4 spots off that one mistake. That's the downside of the lower horsepower racing. It is harder to get away, but it's also harder to make up for any errors because you don't have the power to pull you back out of the corner. And so you feel those for a lot longer. Those straightaways definitely feel a good bit lengthier in the Mini Swift's driver's seat than those in the Pro Shifters.
Last time by, the lead for De Janeiro was 1.2 seconds. He was actually 0.3 faster than Macha. So this very well could be forming into what we saw again, a driver being able to pull away from the field. Not so much because the guys behind are battling it out for second, more on sheer outright pace right now. Lopez is the fastest driver. I mentioned how good he was there. The first driver down into a 59.584. He is the fastest driver on the track. There he is there, the 114, sweeping around the outside of Zane Burgess. Cooper Lopez on the CRG now up to P4.
That was fun to watch there. The 114 going forward, the 156 going back. That's another spot lost. Aston Wyatt able to get by. His march to the front continues. P5 now for the 121. Under fire for it. Trying to keep his elbows out, hold off Zane. An over-under from Burgess. And he will get himself back around Aston. So behind them, check out the 2x2 action too through the S's. Oh man, that fight. How long will they stay side by side? Danny O'Gara's in the mix of this group here. Looks to be another one of those Paralin entries. That could be maybe Luca Becquerel. The 167 there of O'Gara getting shuffled to the wayside.
Big lap there for Jaden Francisco. 59.5, trying to close back up here on Maxwell Macha. De Janeiro leading now, Xander, by 1.5 seconds.
5.5 laps in, long way to go. We didn't get to chat with some of our top contenders in Pro X30 after their pre-final, and looks like we've at least tamed things down for the moment in this Mini Swift main event for the front runners right now. De Janeiro leads by 1.5 seconds. Macha, Francisco. Let's go down to you, Caleb, with AG.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, I'm standing by here with Austin. We didn't get to talk to you after your pre-final, but what a move around the outside on Ryan there. Walk me through that.
Yeah, he went down to go and block in the last corner, and I figured, when you block everywhere else, it's kind of difficult to get around somebody. So that was my best shot. to get around him there. And once I got up underneath him, I kind of squeezed him a little bit on the outside, and obviously there's standing water out there, so he got his two left tires wet, and that was just enough for saying, hey, my tires are wet. We're going to end up getting a little bit sideways in this corner, and we kind of went there too wide by the leading edge going into corner 2.
And I know you were taking a look at the racetrack. The biggest thing you pointed out was there's water on this racetrack now. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, it's since all this rain that came through the past few days, having water on the racetrack, when somebody goes off of the track and they bring all that water and dirt on, makes it very difficult from lap to lap. You don't know what's going to go and happen. I know when Ryan was leading and I was catching him, going around corner 7 and 8, there was a bunch of water that got put on the racetrack, and we went in there fully sideways. So it's kind of, you don't really know when it's going to come and happen, but as you can see now, going into corner 1, the guy had the flag out for water being on the racetrack, but as a professional driver being up front, it's super difficult to go and see all that stuff happening.
Thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
Great stuff there from Caleb down on pit lane with Austin Garrison, and cool to hear a little bit more of what his head's like. He seems pretty loose and free for a guy that normally plays his cards close to the chest, Rob. I think he's probably about as confident as you'll see him.
Yeah, he seemed really relaxed, ready to get at it, knowing that he's got the pace to be right there with Ryan up front. And listen, for me, it just bodes well for a really good final. When you got a really happy and confident Austin Garrison, you're kind of in for a treat.
That's a dangerous Austin Garrison right there. We've seen him put on some pretty dominant drives over the last season and a half. We might be in for one now, but he knows that that pre-final, that speed he displayed, put a target on his back. Same note here when we look to tomorrow, if Enzo De Janeiro can continue this trend of pulling the gap away. We've watched now Jaden Francisco track down Maxwell Macha. The Nitro kart of Francisco might even have a bigger target because the pair of them have now finally closed the gap up. It has stopped bleeding out, and we just took about 4/10 off of it. They'll be there in no time. We're going to keep our eyes on it while we go back down to Caleb for more.
Thank you, Xander. I'm standing by here with Caden. You had a really good start in that pre-final. Not the best of finishes. You fell a little bit off the pace. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, I just think we didn't have a kart underneath us throughout the whole race. I think at the start of the race it was really good and really strong. We've made some changes now, which hopefully should allow us to keep going for longer. Really, I feel like we was quite fast at the start. We obviously put up a good fight as well. So if we can continue that throughout the race, I think we've got a good chance.
And obviously a long one ahead of you. What did you guys kind of learn after the happy hour session on where you guys are standing long run pace wise?
Look, I think in testing we've been on our back foot a little bit. We know where the pace needed to be found, and we found it. So for a longer run, I think we'll be okay. It just depends on what we've changed, if it works or not. It's a little bit of a gamble on what we've done. However, there's no point doing the same of what we've done in the pre-final. So I think this should be better. We'll see.
Going gambling in Texas. We're not in Vegas yet, but I wish you the best of luck. There you guys have it from Caden McQueen. Back to you.
Xander, I like the call. Listen, if you're going to run up front, if you're going to go for race wins, you can't just stand on what you had, right? It's not like it's going to get any better coming to that next race. You got to make a change. You got to throw something at it, and hopefully it sticks. And you got a hot rod that you run up front with.
Yeah, Caden McQueen had plenty of podiums this year alone with the Energy Corsa Americas group. He hasn't yet gotten a win with our cameras on it, and hopefully he can get his first U.S. major victory this weekend here at the SKUSA Pro Tour. Maybe today for the opener as he lines up for that main event. Halfway into this mini Swift one, and we are kind of taking our time to get back to the lead because that gap is coming down from Jaden Francisco to the race leader Enzo De Janeiro. I want to make sure we give a little bit of love to some of the other drivers that have put on great drives so far, and one in particular, Rob, Win Gottschalk, 43rd on the grid from what we're showing here. 12th right now in the 125.
Well, that's unbelievable. Plus 31, working your way forward. That's essentially over 10 laps. We're about 3 karts a lap, right? And every chance you get to get by somebody, you're putting the hammer down. There's Win right there in the 125. Bennick, he is rolling nice. He's got Simon Klein right in front of him. Wants to keep it happening. Let's see if he throws it to the inside here, 11. No, but he's still working his way forward. Thinking about a top 10. Listen, Xander, if you start 31st, or where is he, 41st?
43rd.
Top 10's your goal, right? Let's see if I can get a top 10. There he goes to the inside of Klein. Book it. He's through. He goes up to 11. I love this run.
One spot away from a top 10 run, and there's still time for more. Yeah. I mean, we've still got a lot of racing left
Win Gottschalk is still only, I say only because a lot can change in a heartbeat or in a hurry, 6 seconds back from the overall race lead, 6.5 to be exact. So could we see a big backup to him? Maybe. I don't want to put it out of the question. Also, shout out to Byron Bourneman, up from 39th to 22nd, marching forward as well. We saw Byron have that moment in the pre-final, spinning around. And, of course, Alex Chandler and Troy Ferguson, two drivers inside the top 5 now, up to from 19th and 17th. Race for the lead. Well, it'll happen in a moment here. You won't miss it. Side by side with Caleb for one more.
Thank you, Xander. We're saying goodbye here with Aiden. 13th, not bad considering you found yourself in the water there early on in that one. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, the pace is good. On the start, I just got spun around. Went from last to 13th. Yesterday at practice, we were quite quick. So, yeah, looking forward to the race and hopefully make some spots.
Yeah, and I mean, your passing was really good. You have about 12 karts to pass when you get up to the front. You think you can do it? Do you guys think you guys have the long run pace under you?
Yeah, I mean, that race, that definitely killed the tires quite a bit. So I think that will affect me a little bit in this race. But, yeah, just looking forward to having a clean start. Around this track, it's really hard to pass. So you have to make some pretty gnarly sends. But I'm excited for the race.
Well, there you guys have it from Aiden Grata. Seems excited. Hopefully he does good. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Caleb. Aiden Ingrata rolling from a decent way up the board in Pro X30. Battling for the lead and the win right now in Mini Swift. And another big move to the inside for Enzo De Janeiro as he goes by on Jaden Francisco. Now to the line. 5 laps to go here. 13 complete.
Can you just turn announcers back on with me?
5 laps to go here. Enzo De Janeiro down the back straightaway. The 1-3-6 of Jaden Francisco there, and Maxwell Macha still close down the backstretch.
We wondered whether or not we'd have another one of these battles where a driver was able to get away and the fight behind allowed him to stretch. This is not one of those races right now. Yes, Enzo De Janeiro had a really strong run and was able to pull a pretty good gap, but the lap times just weren't there for him to stretch away. He was consistent for sure, 59.5, 6 and 7s. But Jaden Francisco laying down a bunch of really good laps, significantly quicker, 59 2s, 3s, and 4s. Just kept eating his way up. In fact, Alex Chandler is the fastest driver on the track right now. He's less than 3 seconds behind the leaders. He did a 59.0. And again, he and Troy Ferguson working together trying to reel in Zane Burgess too. So a lot of good action here right now, but this is coming down to a couple of drivers up front. Xander, they have a full second advantage over Maxwell Macha. De Janeiro versus Francisco right now. And again, with about 6 laps still remaining. There is still, oh, pardon me, it's only an 18-lapper. There's only 3 laps to go when they get back around to the stripe.
Yeah, this is a shorter one, right? 3 laps to go when they hit the loop, and too much passing, too much fighting could bring everybody back into the conversation. Enzo De Janeiro still has the 1-3-6 of Jaden Francisco right on his heels. Maxwell Macha a little bit further back here, trying to bring his former teammate, still chassis teammate in Zane Burgess, along for the ride to the lead, or Zane maybe to go by Maxwell in this last turn. Let's see what happens. For the lead, nothing there. Will we see a swap for P3? There's not a lot of time left. Those boys back there, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Rob, they've got to make a decision right now. Zane just went to 3rd, as we thought might happen in the last turn. Max has to put all his faith in him. If he goes back around Zane, it will trigger a fight that will probably never end. At least it will concede the race win, or the hope of it, to these two.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. These guys still have an opportunity to close out, especially with guys like Chandler and Ferguson turning their best laps. Here's another move to the inside, but a really good, really a strong line still. Ferguson, the guy on the move, though, in the 103. Remember, you've got to work together here now. Otherwise, you're going to give it to De Janeiro and Francisco. Ferguson and Chandler were the 2 of the fastest drivers here over the last couple of laps. They've got to line up. Nope, there we go. We're going to go side by side again. Man, they're not getting it done. They're just not doing what they need to do right now.
No, they are not. This kind of battling is just gonna open the door for more drivers to take a podium shot away from them, lower their odds at it. With 2 laps to go, we've got a 2-driver duo up front. Burgess and then Troy Ferguson there, 3rd and 4th. Then Alex Chandler and Maxwell Macha
and then Cooper Lopez and Sebastian de Moisac as they trail. At one point, they were 4 seconds back from that second group. They're down to about 2, and this is going to close them even more because the leaders aren't fighting. The battle for third is.
Yeah, white flag going to fly this time by. So indeed, this is a battle here for P3, and they're all going at it right now to see who's going to come away with the spot. Up front, again, De Janeiro and Jaden Francisco right on top of each other, and Francisco's been a fantastic wingman over these last 5 laps. Xander, he has not tried, he's not put a wheel there, he's stuck right with them. This thing's going to come down to the final circuit to see who comes away with it right now. Big outside run for Francisco, not quite enough to do the over-under. White flag will fly, I believe, this time by. Indeed, Aaron Likens giving him 1 to go.
1 lap remaining here from Houston. Last time around, Enzo De Janeiro, Jaden Francisco. Time to dance, boys, down the backstretch. Do we start the fighting now? You've definitely got the time to do it, and I think Enzo might have hurt himself. He pulled that car down so sharply. It's a big run for Jaden. It looks like it'll stall, and they will stay even with no net change through 6, but here we go, back and forth.
I was looking for the double over-under there, not quite enough. Jaden way to the outside again. De Janeiro, can he tuck it to the inside? Coming through here, he does not. Through the double apex right-handers, the 8 and 9 corner, through 10, back into 11. Big move down the bottom for De Janeiro, trying to hold them off. Xander, here they come through turn number 11 and 12. This is it, final run to the last corners.
Last turn, side by side, De Janeiro to the inside. Back and over under again. Francisco got sideways. They're going to drag race to the dog leg. Over the curbing. Enzo's going to barely hang on.
Wow. A little bit of contact there at the apex of turn number 15. De Janeiro comes away with it by 81 thousandths of a second. It looked to me like Francisco might be able to take it, but indeed De Janeiro comes away with the victory. Francisco, a beautiful over-under coming out of turn number 14. Not sure that Francisco's super happy about the way that played out over the last couple of corners. That said, Maxwell Macha able to come out over top of that battle as they had all those drivers, the 5 drivers fighting for the final spot on the podium. Maxwell Macha finishes in third. Alex Chandler up 15 spots to go P4. Aston Wyatt, the local driver, nice job for him. He goes up 7 to 5th. Great job there for Aston Wyatt.
Beyond him, Zane Burgess slides down the order to 6. Ferguson, Cooper Lopez, Win Godshock, you said it, 43rd to 9th.
Are you kidding
Impressive.
me?
What a great drive.
Plus 34, Xander, over that 18 laps. What a great run for Win Godshock. Santiago Orioli rounding out the top 10.
Beyond them, of course, we'll show you the remainder of your mini Swift field, and surprisingly, here, this one had just about everybody make it to the line. Only a couple of DNFs at the very end, and nothing really too notable. Of course, we want to send our best wishes to Liam Nachawati for his broken arm from this morning's practice session. We cannot wait to see Liam back after it, joining the likes of Enzo De Janeiro, Jaden Francisco, and the rest of the front of this mini Swift field. But we've got one more race to go. Pro X30, you saw them a little bit in the background, getting ready down on the grid. And this one should be a barn burner. Austin Garrison, pre-final winner. Ryan Norberg, top qualifier. And a hungry grid of 38 are ready to try to take the fight to the number 1 and the number 6 here, Rob.
Yeah, this is it. We saw these 2 drivers, Garrison and Norberg, fight it out early through that pre-final. There's just so many great drivers in this field. And again, I think we heard, of course, from Caden McQueen, they're making changes, right? We didn't have the kart. We needed to make some changes. There's going to be guys that are going to be throwing a lot of their karts, taking big swings to try to get themselves up here to grab a race win. The Pro Tour underway for 2025. All but one main event set to go to wrap things up here from round number 1. Who will it be in Pro X30?
Lots to talk about, lots to debate on, all getting ready to roll your way next as we wait moments away here from this Pro X30 main event going green. And you've heard from a number of the top contenders already. We know we're going to get to hear from more of them at the end of the main. There we go. I believe the engines have been fired now. It's time to turn them on and get ready to let them loose. Let's talk about some of the other notables as well that you should keep your eyes on further back in the field for Pro X30. Got to give a big shout out to Remo Ruschetti and Enzo Nienkotter first and foremost. Tail end of the field. They'll line up behind Ming Nan Zhu and everyone else.
Ming was at least able to, I guess, make it out. I imagine it must have been either an engine change or a DQ at the end of the pre-final that has sent the 95 and the 65 to the rear.
Indeed. A couple other drivers to watch out for further back. Chase Gassi at least starting 26. We know he had the pace to run in the top 10. Same goes for Paulie Massimino as well.
Austin Garrison's ready for a shot at the SKUSA Pro Tour. We caught up with him earlier this week during Media Day. Here's what he had to say.
We definitely want to go for the championship win. Never won a SKUSA Pro Tour Series in X30. And, we've been fast all last year. And hopefully we can carry that same momentum coming into this year with the SKUSA Pro Tour.
Word, man. Momentum. Again, there's only so many things you can do to separate yourself from the field. There's just so many great drivers, Andrew, as we know, up and down through this grid that are going to be running the Pro Tour this year in Pro X30. Momentum is one of those things, again, you can't buy it, right? You got to get it by the performances on the racetrack. He's trying to pull on the momentum he had from last year, but if you can get it here, start the season here at the Winter Nationals, you roll that momentum to Cincinnati in the Spring Nats in May, man, that's what it takes to win a title in this program.
Beyond Austin Garrison, Ryan Norberg, and Caden McQueen, well, there's, of course, Jesus Vasquez Jr., who was very, very impressive in that pre-final, and I think kind of flew under a lot of drivers' radar based on the way Vegas went. We've known Jesus Jr. has been fast in KA Senior, and in his Pro X30 doubleheader weekend in Las Vegas for the Super Nats, a crash in the heats kind of took him out of the running because you have to be perfect all the way through that weekend. But the speed was there for him back then. He's been doing a lot of training, and he rolls ahead of two more young guns that could really make some noise this year.
Yeah, I'm telling you, for me, Ty Fisher, so super impressive to see Ty do what he did last year at the Super Nats. We've watched him the last couple of years really develop his skills coming to the junior categories. But for him to roll off here, P5, against the big guns of the sport right now, this is, I think, fantastic for the Canadian Ty Fisher. P5 start right alongside Chase Hand. This is going to be a great run down in again to turn number 6. Looking forward to seeing how it all plays out. There's Ryan Norberg, as we know, getting himself set, that pre-game ritual that each one of these drivers have. What do you say to yourself when the visor's ready to tip down, the engine's fired up, you're getting ready to roll off the grid? You've got to stay in the right mindset. So many of them have, again, that ritual that they do, which side of the cart they get into, whatever it may be. But they're all ready to put it on the line here to cap off a day's action. SpeedSportz Racing Park. Beautiful day right now, as we said, 82 degrees. It's a warm one here in Houston, Texas. Xander, they're going to roll them onto the track here right now to get things underway. We'll give you a full look at the grid here as well as they start building some heat into the tires here on the warm-up lap.
We know this one's going to be fun to watch here. Austin Garrison on the front row, of course, alongside Ryan Norberg, Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Caden McQueen, Ty Fisher, Chase Hand, and Diego Ramos and Ruben Moya. International experience back on row number 4 will be fun to watch.
Yeah, I like Jake Drew and Colin Lloyd on row number 5. Lloyd, of course, jumping into the Pro X30 category this year. He has been strong for certain. Jake Drew, part of that crew over with GFC and Formula Works. Outside the top 10, Quentin McPherson, impressive, starting 11th alongside Victor de Alencar. Aiden Grade, who had that issue, still able to bring himself back up to 13th. I would keep an eye on the number 55. I have a feeling he's going to be an absolute beast over the first couple of laps, trying to get through and get himself up into that lead group for sure. Same goes for Donovan Bonilla back in 15th. He knows he's got better pace than that. And then further down the field, you got guys like Blake Dash in 24th, Paulie Massimino in 21st. Xander, there's a lot of big guns further back having issues in that pre-final.
Quite a few further back down the board. Again, of course, this Pro X30 grid is massive. It's bigger than any of the grids that they witnessed on the Pro Tour last year, even just barely beating out last year's Winter Nationals. And from the full tail end of the field, Remo Ruschetti, Enzo Nienkotter, the likes of Timothy Pernod with work to do. Paulie Massimino got spun, went basically to the rear, drove back into the middle of the pack. Keep an eye on the number 5. He was purple for a lot of it. He might be fast enough to run for a main event win here today. Pro X30, 20 laps. Here we go down the front stretch, ready for green as Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg have the field at their command.
Garrison on the inside, Norberg on the outside, and for the first time, main event for Pro X30 is green, green, green. And they'll race themselves down into turn number 1.
Side by side, a bit of contact, and around Paulie Massimino with Michael Boyadzis on his right rear, and more. Ruben Moya, Colin Lloyd, contact through the field as they continue to try and fight through the infield.
Wow, the bad luck of getting starting in that middle of the field there collects Paulie Massimino again. Ruben Moya, another driver we expected to be part of it. He was 8th. He didn't have any luck coming out of turn number 6 for the first time, but Garrison with the whole shot, he leads over Ryan Norberg. They're going to try to see if they can't stretch away early. Really strong cold tire laps out of the gate here. That first half lap from 6th back into 15th. Great start to get them out into the early lead. Caden McQueen jumps up into 3rd. Vasquez 4th. Ty Fisher, the top 5 Xander essentially holding station over the first half of the lap.
Single file as they rocket down the backstretch and get to full song for the first time. And Austin Garrison right off the rip is going to defend low from Norberg. McQueen in no man's land, and then a mad scramble behind there for 4th on back with Vasquez leading the pack here. 2 by 2 around midway all the way to market maybe at Fernando Luque and Remy Andretos. And you can even go further than them. Sunset hour here. What a sight it is at SpeedSportz Racing Park, albeit much later in the day than what we anticipated. Pro X30 through the infield to the last turn to put the first full lap at full speed in the books, and we are almost side by side. Looked like more just an aggressive defensive maneuver for Chase Hand behind Jake Drew.
Yeah, well, I believe it was Drew threw a pretty good move down onto Chase Hand the first time at speed down into turn number 6, took that apex away from the 2 GFC drivers currently running 6th and 7th. They got Diego Ramos now right behind Hand, but a great start for Olin Galley as well. He's up a bunch of positions. Up 10, he goes to 9th. Same goes for Blake Nash. He's able to take advantage of some of that mid-pack chaos, Xander. He goes up 13 positions. Blake Nash from 24th to 11th. Here's that replay.
Side by side off the bat, let's see it. First, there you see Blake Nash going to the high side as Remy Andretos kind of got into the side of Caden O'Connor. Nowhere to go for Paulie Massimino as he gets driven over, trying to check up, and then Ruben Moya misjudged the marbles or something there, and it collects.
He was into the grass and came back across.
It looked like he was kind of just on his own, just washing off as there's issues for Carlo Rochetti, the Nash Motorsports 97 out as well at the end of that. So a good bit to catch you up on. Pairs of 2 up front. Austin Garrison leads Ryan Norberg. Caden McQueen leads Jesus Vasquez Jr., although Vasquez has been a good bit quicker. He might go. Yes, he does. New man in 3rd.
2 very impressive American veterans up front in Austin Garrison, Ryan Norberg. You know, factory drivers for their teams, educators, coaches as well. They both have their own programs to coach young drivers. And indeed, not surprised to see them up front at all. Caden McQueen had the spot, but Jesus Vasquez Jr. puts the GFC up into 3rd as he's able to get by it. In fact, stretches out a little bit here as we're working lap number 4. Good job for Vasquez to try to pull it away, not running any defensive lines. He's pulling away from Caden McQueen here early on. McQueen in the energy, running in that 4th spot, and Ty Fisher settling in comfortably into that 5th position with Drew behind him. Ramos, Xander, able to get by Chase Hand, move Diego Ramos on the PSL barrel arc up into 7th.
The number 3 plate now with a little bit of breathing room to try and hunt down Jake Drew. Let's see if he can make some headway as Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Caden McQueen are so far back from Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg. It's incredible how good these 2 are out of the gate. Will it stick for the entirety of the main? Hard to say, but I don't know if anyone's close. If anyone is, well, it's got to be this kid right here, Ty Fisher, closing in.
So impressed with Ty, like I said, how he's kind of come on over the last year and a half, really stepping things up to be here with these drivers in Pro X30 on that TV Kart, running P5 right now, and good lap times as well. Last time by 53.568, couple tenths off of the leaders. The fast driver right now, Ryan Norberg, not surprising, got the draft from Garrison. Those drivers pulling away to now 2.2 seconds from Vasquez. But again, the big moves, guys coming forward. Another one I mentioned earlier, Chase Gassiet-Lee, who started back in 26. Andrew, he's up into 14th as well.
Yeah, great start here for Chase. Let's look at some of the other drivers up the board. Of course, Blake Nash up 17, as we've touched on. Olin Galley up 10, moving the board forward. Not sure what just happened moments ago again to Ramos, but, well, here's at least what's going on in the middle. You can see Neen Cotter, who started last, Lloyd and Moya, who fell to last, trying to fight their way through the middle of the pack. That's Remy Andretos there in front of them. And leading the group looks to be Fernando Luque in the 45.
Yeah, Nienkotter, unbelievably impressive. Obviously, we watched his father win Super Nationals in the Masters category, Leonardo Nienkotter, but Enzo plus 17, up to 21st over the first 5 laps. So really attacked early, stayed out of the chaos that we saw through the opening couple of corners. There's your lead, but nonetheless, a great run for guys like Nienkotter, Chase Gassi at lead. Aiden Ingrata has not got those advances. He's still 15th position. But guys we talked about, like Olin Galli up 11, Blake Nash up 17. There are a handful of drivers that really maximized over the opening couple laps of this main event.
Oh man, 3 wide as Olin Galli's right in the middle of it all. New look for Donovan Mania after the white suit got turned not so white in that KA main event. He's now to the point of this group in the number 8. Then right behind him, who's that? I believe that's one of the new faces on the year. Looks like one of the Hoots DD maybe entries. Right behind Olin Galli. 7 down though, and we've got a change in the lead. First time so far, Ryan Norberg pulls the pin and goes by Austin Garrison.
And one of the drivers in that battle there was Victor DeAlencar as well, the number 57. He's having a really strong run here right now.
That would have been it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Normally we saw him in the Winter Series with no body work at all, no graphics on the car at all. They've got her stickered up this time. That number 57 is pretty strong. Good run here for Victor DeAlencar into the top, at least top 12 right now.
Yeah, he's running under the Brandon Jarsikrak Racing tent this weekend, but sporting still the AM Racing Team colors and support from Ariel Castro's group. I want to give a big shout out to Vasquez Jr. though, and I think it'll be a big test this lap if the 77 makes any inroads at all. Last time, of course, he gained some time as Norberg passed Garrison. Now, Ryan is at that point in the race all too often where we've seen the number 1 just drive away as we check back in on how he got it done on Austin there in turn number 7. Smooth, easy. Garrison didn't obviously seem to fight it too hard, but that time, true test, Vasquez still better. 53.40 to Norberg's 44.
And look who's up in the 4 spot as well. Ty Fisher has gotten to P4. He's gotten by Caden McQueen. So Ty Fisher on the TV, now up into the 4th position. What did he do? He did a 53.465. He was only a couple of hundredths off of Norberg, but indeed, Vasquez quicker than Norberg by 400ths of a second. He's back by 2.2. He'll need to keep digging, maybe chip away a little bit. Wait for those 2 drivers up front to battle, and hopefully you're close enough to potentially dive into the fight.
Jesus Vasquez Jr., that young man is all about business, Rob. He is at the go-kart track, I think, more, or at least showing that he is more than anyone else. You look at his socials, and it's just him testing in any condition. 2 weeks ago, K1 Circuit had a monsoon. Who was there? The number 77. He is dedicated to his craft. He wants this. He wants to win. He wants to lead the GFC brand forward. Last year, an opportunity to do just that with the KA package across the country. And this year, Gary Carlton going head first into the Pro X30 category with 3 superstars. And this Californian with that King Taco black and white GFC suit is starting to really make a name for himself against 2 of the best of the last 10 years.
King Taco.
Have to think about tacos now.
Easy there. That's how you know it's been a long day for
Yeah,
us.
no, so true.
Almost dinner time, 7 p.m. Central.
And let's say it straight up again, a 53.280. He's putting the lap times exactly the same as the leaders right now. Bodes well for tomorrow as well. Yeah, we got another race tomorrow, folks. So you have the momentum and confidence of this race here as we're at the halfway point. That's going to give you that little bit more you need. Vasquez knows he can run with both Norberg and Garrison. Last time by, though, lost a little bit. Both the leaders going down to 53.1s. Vasquez settled in there at a 53.3.
We've got to change. Back to the lead for Austin Garrison. All we need is a little bit of that for Jesus to get there. And I think that's why the last lap, those 2 kind of picked up the pace a little bit. They were probably hitting the same marks, but Garrison was beating Ryan Norberg's bumper back down to try and push him a little further ahead. These 2 drivers, like many of the veterans, you know, it's such a wild thing to me, Rob, to think about. But again, I haven't been there to race the Supernats or race at a track with the Jumbotron. To even hear when Mateus Morgado, we've caught up with him earlier this year in Orlando during the Winter Series. He said he was watching himself on the Jumbotron at Vegas, so he knew that we had the spotlight on him. And again, think about that. Where that's positioned is way out of your peripheral on a very short shot on turns 1, 2, and 3. And so with these 2 of the best, 2 drivers that are so used to having eyes in the back of their head when they do driver development and coaching, I guarantee right now they're playing this game
from that bird's eye view that we preach to the juniors by looking at where Vasquez is in comparison to them at every kind of crisscross back and forth on this racetrack. And there's a lot of them.
You got to use the peripherals. You got to pick up where those drivers are. There's going to be places, like you said, especially coming over in turn number 13, right? 13, 14.
Yeah.
Through the right-hander. As you come back across, you got to make sure you have a look there. And you're looking through the corner anyways, but you got to find out where he is. No doubt about it as you come through there, because you know that he is up on it. Last time by a 53.284. He was quicker than Norberg. He's got it down to 2.2 seconds right now as they come back across the line to put the next one in the books, lap number 12. He's lost a couple of tenths of a second again. Although still running very good. He's pulling away from Ty Fisher. He's locking his spot down, but right now Vasquez just not quite enough pace to be able to reel in the leaders with, 8 laps to go in this 20-lapper.
I think we've got a problem looming here for Vasquez's teammate. Jake Drew has a Blake Nash problem back for P6. The 64 has driven forward as we see McQueen's closing in on Ty Fisher, and right there
it is.
Blake Nash gets by Jake Drew, P6 from 24th on the grid.
Come on.
Last year, at this point, Blake had fully committed not only to go across the pond to race the OK Senior division at the FIA Championship events and the European calendar with the Tony Kart Factory team, but they'd also kind of, I wouldn't say given up hope, but in a way a little bit on their Pro X30 package. They focused on their strengths on KA Senior, where they knew that they had a shot to win. And it was a bit of a surprise to me, Rob, to see him on the entry list this weekend. But I think there's without a question right now, they've got something that they can fight with the best, because he has been, for the most part, even or very close to even with the top two.
Yeah, I'm going to say this is really impressive. He's plus 18 getting by Drew. Last time by quicker by a full tenth of a second on McQueen. He's 1.6 back. He needs more than that with 5 to go if he's going to try to get McQueen for the top 5. But nonetheless, Blake Nash still plus 18. A tremendous drive. Focus back on the leaders right now as we are going to start working our way into the last couple of laps here. Garrison and Norberg still 1-2. And again, Vasquez not with the pace. He's down to 2.2 seconds now. What'd you see?
Well, you see Norberg's back end just completely washed out. All he did was defend a little in the center. I don't know if he hit dirt or if he didn't anticipate the outside edge of the line that he'd have to track out to keep his speed up to be as dirty as it was. But the number one went way wide. And thinking back to where he and Joe Turney talked about the dirty air behind each other, using up the front tires, how important it was to get to the lead and make the other guy ride in your wake in Orlando. I think we're seeing a lot of the same right here in Houston. This is a lot of long apex corners. Look how much Austin Garrison just lost right there alone in the run from turns 8 and 9.
Yeah, again, that long duration right-hander, double apex right-hander, where you're really carrying a lot of speed through. You got a lot of load in the car as well. Like you said, when you have load in and maybe a little bit of that dirty air, that's when you're working. Look at that, Garrison to the inside. Book it. Garrison goes by in turn 14.
And the other part of that, knowing that and thinking on your feet, Austin Garrison, Ryan Norberg, they are looking for every moment that the other one relaxes for a second and then sends it on the other.
And that's the question I had. Do you want to be first or do you want to be second? We talked about the fact that being the leader, you're going to put that dirty air on the guy behind you. You kind of control the race a little bit. Or do you want to be the attackee? Do you want to be the guy that's pulling the over-unders, who's going to throw it in there, going to send it on the final lap? Right now, Garrison showed you he wants to be out front. He was not content to sit there, P2, to run over the last couple laps. He wanted to be back out front and potentially show if he has the speed to pull away. It'll be 4 to go when they get back around. Garrison leading Norberg.
We've given a lot of love here to the man in third, Jesus Vasquez Jr. We've given a good bit as well, maybe not as much as we should, to the rookie in fourth. What an incredible debut effort for Ty Fisher and that TB Kart USA squad. They're not even officially a race team yet. This is kind of the first weekend of them really being a team. The last couple of seasons, Ty and Autumn Fisher and Travis Pettit, most recently, have kind of worked together on their own. They've brought in, of course, some of the best coaches and mechanics in the business to be able to work with them. Like, of course, Martin Pierce, who was the mastermind that developed Lucas Palacio, recently signed Williams development driver. But for Ty Fisher to do this on debut against some of the best, I mean, I'm so impressed.
I think it's phenomenal. Just and again, that kind of a breakout Super Nationals last year where he was kind of right in the middle of everything, right, with a shot at race wins. But to do this here right now, to start off a Pro Tour season, we're going to see him in USF Juniors this year as well, running for Zanella Racing. So we'll see how much karting he can do. Hopefully he'll be able to do the entire season. I think he may have to miss the Summer Nats, I think, because of the Juniors race. Otherwise, regardless, he's still putting on a show here right now. running P4.
Now, talk about putting on a show. When these two have dueled, we've talked about Norberg versus Garrison on kind of the kryptonite factor, Norberg versus Turney on the kryptonite factor at the last couple laps.
True, yeah.
But it's been the same with these two, where Ryan's kind of had the upper hand sometimes in these head-to-head fights with a couple of laps to go, but Garrison just pulled a pretty good lead into the S's. Ryan was able to close up to him into these hairpins, and you can see how much he's having to change that lineup to try and get some air on the nose and air to the tires. I mean, talking about tire deg too, Ryan said at his most recent win back at Daytona that it's all about heat. It's all about temp. We're not really saving because the rubber doesn't wear that much for us, but we're trying to keep him cool. And if he can just get Garrison to block and work those fronts harder, we're going to have a fight. 2 to go. Let's see it.
2 laps remaining in Pro X30. Garrison versus Norberg. This is what I love when we get 2 veteran American karters battling it out here. Speed Concepts Racing versus Rollison Performance Group, OTK for both karts. Here's the move to the inside. Little defense down the bottom. Is this going to potentially help out Vasquez further back? He's going to try to dig back in. He was 2.8 seconds back across the line. It is on right now, the duel between these 2 drivers for the starting win of the 2025 season.
Austin Garrison works a good bit with Tim Lobaugh's Trackside Karting Services Group based out of Houston. He's done a lot of defending and aggressive racing and coaching development with that group. Can he put that to good use against the 9-time champ? Last turn, a big over-under. Norberg's going to get a nose, and he'll nose ahead. And Norberg gets the lead away, coming to the white flag.
Oh, it was a beautiful over-under move right there. Set it back up over in 13, completed it in 14, and wrapped it all up in 15. Does Garrison have anything more in the tank? You know he's got at least a couple of tricks up the sleeve. Norberg gets a good run out of turn number 5. He clears him by about a length coming down to the braking zone. No need to cover. In fact, 2 lengths coming out of turn number 6, Sander.
Yeah, Garrison really struggled in the S's that time following Norberg between going offline with a pass like that, getting pushed into the marbles on the straightaway. He has to have a lap to recover. He doesn't have that kind of time, and Ryan knows it. To the turn 11 complex for the last time earlier this week. He announced that he's going to be a father later this year. He got engaged. He bought a house over the offseason. And as he gets ready to defend that number 1 plate to chase his 10th Pro National title, Ryan Norberg wins round 1 in Houston.
Oh, master class up front for the legend Ryan Norberg. RPG with another victory. It's been a big day for RPG. Norberg, like you said, gets that run to a potential 10th national championship off to a fantastic start. A beautiful pass. I said, where do you want to be? Do you want to lead or do you want to be in second? He was second, was able to get the pass done there over in turn number 14 and 15, and then able to show what he had on the final lap of 53.510. The last lap time for Norberg comes away with the race win. Excellent job for Austin Garrison. Still just going to have a little bit more for tomorrow. Can't say much more about Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Ty Fisher, Xander. Super impressive results for both of those guys.
Absolutely, Rob. Ryan Norberg, the number 1 plate, on top of the box in a head-to-head fight here with Austin Garrison. Jesus Vasquez Jr., P3, Ty Fisher, P4. Caden McQueen has not finished, I believe, outside the top 5 in hardly any American major main event that I can think of. This is another consistent run for that superstar, but you could see the emotion after a hard-fought battle like that, and Ryan, it's got to feel good for him to be able to come out on top after such a clean and good battle with Austin Garrison. And on the flip side, of course, the frustration he's experienced it plenty as well, being on the losing end of really clean, a hard-fought battle where you've got nothing left in the tank, Rob. 20 laps, and at the very end, you've got to find a little bit more than the other guy.
That's what I love about it, man. It all came down to the end, right? They all played their cards correctly. They got to the last couple of laps, and that's what you got to do. Stay out of trouble, get away from those behind you, set up for that final battle at the very end, those last couple of laps. And it was obviously a big run for that driver right there. Ryan Norberg winning by almost 0.2 of a second over Austin Garrison. Great drives from both Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Ty Fisher. Caden McQueen, another one. And how about that as well in terms of chassis up front? 2 couple OTKs, GFC, TB Kart, and Energy as well. I love what we're seeing out of Caden McQueen. The win's around the corner. And a big national for Caden, no doubt about it.
It's coming close, that's for sure. As we get set to go down to pit lane, of course. with Ryan Norberg and Caleb Vieska here shortly.
Back-to-back years, you win the opening round of the Pro Tour. Talk about it.
It's good. It feels good. I mean, I really didn't think we were the stronger one. I think, it really came down to, unfortunately, his mistake than my speed, I guess. It's kind of more luck than anything that he messed up that last corner. But, we were not pacing so great with me out front. So I kind of was, open to having Austin pass me. Just so that we could kind of keep that gap. I mean, we've been watching the racing all day, and it's been pretty hectic, so we kind of want to stay out of the trouble. And so with him pacing out front, it was good, but I just, the air wash is so bad when you get behind somebody, so I think that's why you guys saw me running, the curbs everywhere, because if I wasn't over the curb, then I was just losing a lot of time behind him. So that kept me in it. Once I figured that out, it really kept me in it. And then, after that, it was just stay there, and I knew at some point he was going to start defending. He had more bottom, so I didn't really expect to get him there, but it's kind of like what happened in the pre-final. When you drive the inside into the left, you just really messed up going into the right, and that's kind of where I saw an opportunity. I took it, and then, on the last lap, I didn't really have to defend too hard, so, in the end, it was good.
How special is this victory to you? I mean, this year started off as hard as it can get, right? You were the quickest in Orlando. You're becoming a dad. How special is this win here?
It's a big deal. I think, as you get older, you just get tired and you start overthinking things. So to be able to just kind of stay in it and stay at the front is always good. It shows that we've got speed.
Congrats, Ryan. Enjoy it.
Thanks, man.
There you have it from Ryan Norberg, folks. A big, big win there, and probably the most, I think, excitement we've seen out of Ryan Norberg in quite some time, Rob. Cool to see that kind of release and a bit of emotion out of him, too. He has been through the meat grinder over the last couple of months. He and Austin Garrison both have been head down trying to build up their own businesses at home, stay on the road with the race team, and to get a win the way that he did there, you could tell how much that one that felt good.
Yeah, again, a lot going on. Caleb talked about the fact, the news that he's going to be a dad later this year, but talk about buying a house. Listen, there's the pressure of this. This isn't just a young driver who's racing because he's thinking about a racing career and wants to go to cars one day and is learning to all the ins and outs of racing at a high level. This is a guy that does this for a living, so there's a lot of pressure there as well. And to get that victory, you could feel kind of the relief of having that win to get the season off underway. We talked about getting the season off to a strong start as well, how crucial it is to have that momentum. I think both he and Garrison will be happy with that. But to get that first win in the books, knowing that there's 5 more races to go, trying to get that other championship, always trying to deliver for your team. We're also a performance group, right? There's the pressure there. So I think maybe a little bit of a relief there of getting the first win and realizing you got the pace to be there on Sunday as well.
For sure. It's just a culmination of so much. And, well, Caleb, let's go back down to you to hear some more of the aftermath.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. Austin, obviously that one stings a little bit. Talk to me about what went wrong.
I think Ryan was a little bit quicker than we were, because when he got out in front, he started going pull away, and I had to push a little bit harder to get back up to him. And you can only do that so many laps, so you end up burning your tires off. So once I caught back up, I passed him, and definitely when you're behind somebody here, you end up getting a aero push in the high-speed corners. So it's pretty key to stay up front as much as possible. But he had when he was behind me, I never really pulled him. He was pulling me, so I just had to make sure I stayed up front. And on 2 laps to go, when I'm blocking the bottom of the racetrack, which is so dirty, and he was trying to go and set up to get a run. But after he got in front of me, I already had so much dirt on my tires, and his were a little bit cleaner than mine, and I couldn't do anything with that. Coming out of here, when he overed in under me, probably learned from last time when I overed under to him coming out of there. I tried to go and block it off, but it wasn't enough to go and beat him to the start-finish line to stay in first going into corner 1. But I'm super happy with the Kart. We definitely need to work on it a little bit more going into tomorrow. But for our first opening round for SKUSA Pro Tour, I think we did quite well against Ryan.
And it seems like it's been a straightforward day for you as well. It seems like you're always kind of fighting something. How good is it, and how good does it feel having just a straightforward day, straightforward start to your weekend?
It takes a lot of stress off of you because kind of being qualifying up front. Last time I qualified here, like you guys said in the post, I didn't have I said I didn't have as best of luck, but luck's been a lot better to me now coming into this weekend, and we had a really good qualifying. We showed really great speed, and we just kept working on the car each day, and we were battling with the wet conditions and dry. We were really fast in the dry, but we were pretty quick in the wet. We knew Ryan had a little bit of an edge on us, but we kept working and put our heads down. Had a really great qualifying. Pre-final was really fast, and just came up a little bit short in the main event. But tomorrow we're going to go back to the drawing board in a way and try to find a little bit more speed so we can go for the win.
Thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
Xander, for me, one of the things is when you roll off the trailer good and you're fast and you're not taking big swings at setup, that's just such a different call. Like he said right there, from the get-go, they've been strong. They were good in the wet. They've been good in the dry. They're going to make small adjustments, right? This isn't one of these deals where you're struggling, you're back in, again, 10th, 12th, whatever it may be, and you got to really fight for it. You got to have your elbows up. This is more of a you're up front, and we're going to make just fine-tuned changes throughout the entire weekend or the entire day to make sure you're in it in the end.
100%. I mean, talking about being there all the way to the end and making sure that you have something at the end. How about Jesus Vasquez Jr.?
Amazing.
So close. Couple more laps like that. Couple of those 25-lap remains like last year's format. He might have been there. Even still, his presence known. And on debut weekend, he is a podium finisher. P3. Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Jesus, I know you like to win, but how special was the top 3 finish in your first race in X30 Pro?
Yeah, well, not my first, but this year it is. But, I mean, it feels really good because I've only done 4 X30 Pro races so far compared to a lot of these guys who have a lot of more experience under their belt. But, yeah, I managed to stay in third. Pretty boring race, to be honest. I was hoping there would be more battling up front. And, yeah, I just salvaged what I had and came home third.
Yeah, talk to Gary a little bit. He said the 2 guys up in front, they're the standard, right? What do you guys need to get up there?
It's kind of hard to tell because they were so far ahead, so it's kind of hard to really tell what I need. I mean, the kart felt great. I definitely think the tires fell off towards halfway through the race. Like I just was kind of sliding a bit, but we're going to go back, watch maybe some video, look at data, see if anything can improve.
Best of luck tomorrow, Jesus.
Thank you.
You know what he needs? 0.2 of a second. That's pretty much it. 53.0414 for Norberg, 53.051. Those were the fastest laps for he and Garrison. 53.220. He was the best of the rest, all right? He was a couple tenths of a second off. But also 0 draft. He was by himself. He was out there by himself. So I think the Vasquez still has it. I think, again, just like Garrison, just a little more. Just that little bit more, make it a little bit better. Otherwise, again, he was right there running strong laps. They didn't battle. He wanted them to battle. He said that straight up, and they didn't. So, again, get himself maybe into the fight a little earlier, and I think he'll probably be in a chance to potentially go for a race win tomorrow.
The last driver that we'll chat with here before we sign off from the main coverage, although we'll keep things going for podiums, is rookie Ty Fisher. What a standout drive today. P4 provisionally. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. From one rookie to another tie, 4th place. How does it feel?
I mean, it feels pretty good. First ever race in X30 Pro, so it feels good. Hopefully we can do a little bit better tomorrow, maybe get a podium. That's what I'm hoping for this weekend, so yeah.
What's been the biggest learning curve for you this weekend, and what's slated to be a full year of X30 racing?
Yeah, the biggest learning curve was definitely adjusting to the new tires. The softer compound definitely has a lot more grip. It takes a lot more time to get up to temperature. So getting used to that took me a little bit. But other than that, I mean, learning how the racing works, definitely a lot different compared to KA. A bit more my style racing X30. Not as much as a dogfight like KA is, but I think what I'm going to take in what I learned from today, and hopefully we can do a bit better tomorrow.
Well, best of luck tomorrow, Ty.
Thank you, Caleb.
Send it back up to you guys. That's it from down here.
Caleb, thank you so much. Xander, how you like that? Think about the amount of races in the top level 125 liquid-cooled single-speed category that Garrison and Norberg has. And then you got Ty Fisher and Jesus Vasquez with 5.
Right.
It's his first ever Pro X30 race. He ends up P4. The fourth race or fifth race for Jesus. Again, only did a couple races last year, and he finds himself P3. Again, great, awesome storyline with the veteran drivers battling it out, but those two drivers going at it for third and fourth, and finishing up third and fourth, I think two of the better storylines of the entire day.
Oh, hands down.
Right.
I mean, both of them, I think, were way better than where they should have been for as little experience as they've had. Again, for Jesus Vasquez Jr., he's right. He kind of broke out with that first, I believe his debut would have been Utah a couple years ago with Nash Motorsports in his first year in senior. Then after that race, I believe maybe one more might have been Supernats that year. He obviously did Supernats and X30 this past year, and I think there's one more. I can't quite recall, but I'm sure if I put enough thought to, I can. Or, again, go to our resident statisticians like Emery Lida, David Cole, Kyle Cuthbertson, plenty of guys that could get those kinds of stats, especially Emery. I mean, he's on top of that kinds of stuff. So, but nonetheless, for him, limited amount of starts. And, I mean, he's only done 2 on the GFC to my knowledge, so that's huge. Tack on, of course, Ty Fisher. I think he put it really well. The racing is just drastically different, like he said. There are times we do get those X30 pack fights similar to KA, right? Orlando had a couple of times that the pack kind of got together, and it's a matter of out-chess matching positioning-wise the drivers around you. But there's also races like this one where you still have that positioning, as we saw with Ryan versus Austin. They were talking like it was a pack fight, but they were still more laps than not having to hit their marks and be inch perfect. And take in so many other factors. And then you add, of course, in Pro Shifter, 6 gears to that equation, front brakes, and the ability to change the brake bias to that equation.
Very true.
And it's just a testament as to the level of skill taken that you don't always get to see from our cameras as you progress up our ladder.
That's very true. Indeed. Great runs for all of them. Great way to start off the season. I got a couple of red flags on the day. We're going to wish those drivers that were involved the best. Hopefully they're okay. And are going to be able to be back at the racetrack with us sometime either later this weekend or later in the season. Otherwise, I thought the racing was just absolutely fantastic. Couple of breakaways. We saw that with guys that were battling so hardcore behind them. But all in all, great way to start the season.
It's a great way to start it, and as you can see, the podium backdrop's getting set up. You guys will be able to watch that, of course. You'll be able to watch all the action tomorrow, hopefully ending up a little bit sooner. We're, of course, a couple hours delayed, partly due to those red flags. We've had a hiccup or two of our own, no doubt about it. We appreciate all of you, though, watching along with all of us from the action from round number 1 of the 2025 SKUSA Pro Tour. Wasn't easy from all aspects, from the weather to the field size to just fitting into the paddock. We're back at it for another full day tomorrow. And, of course, tomorrow we get to watch the Pro Shifters get after to kick off our main events. That'll be a fun one as well. Again, podiums will be able to be viewed on the stream. Other than that, folks, for Rob and myself, from a commentary standpoint, Caleb on pit lane and our hardworking crew that's been at it for almost 12 hours live and more than that working on it. Thanks for tuning in. Check. All right, everyone, we'll go ahead and get started with podium ceremonies here. Kicking things off with TKG Beer Art USA, KA Junior. Third place today in KA Junior, Tristan Murphy. P2 today in KA Junior, Max Weiland. And your main event winner in KA Junior, Alexander Vinchev. All right, boys, trophies above your heads. Raise them up nice and high. One more time for your KA Junior podium. Next up, it'll be Velocity Racing Micro Swift, the youngest superstars on the Superkarts USA Pro Tour. Third place today in Micro Swift. Also, a quick reminder for everybody before we start with Micro Swift, every class minus Master Shifter has more than exceeded its entry list requirement for a payout or a purse or prize money. So come over here to the corner. If you're on the top 3 in your class, Master Shifter, you're good. So we can get you guys sorted out and paid tomorrow. Velocity Racing Micro Swift, third place today, Jack Kotowski. P2 in Micro Swift, Dutch Westbrook. And it's a first-time national race winner on the SKUSA Pro Tour, Lennox Lockhart. Next up will be KA100 Senior, presented by Nash Motorsports. Third place today in KA Senior, Frankie Mossman. P2 today in KA100 Senior, presented by Nash Motorsports, Diego Ramos. And your main event winner in Nash Motorsports, KA Senior, by over 11 seconds, Oliver Hodgson. All right, next up, X30 Junior, presented by Rollison Performance Group. Third place today, Tristan Murphy. P2 today in RPG X30 Junior, Luca Popescu. And your main event winner might be a record on the SKUSA Pro Tour, at least a recent one. 19 plus seconds, Alexander Vinchev. Trophies up, fellas, here. Let's give it up one more time for X30 Junior. Speed Concepts Racing Mini Swift will follow as we roll through the podiums here. With 2 classes remaining, SCR Mini Swift. P3 today, Maxwell Macha.
Second place in your SCR Mini Swift main event, Enzo De Janeiro. And your main event winner in Speed Concepts Racing Mini Swift for Nitro Kart and Ryan Perry Motorsport, Jaden Francisco. Raise those trophies up, boys. Congratulations to your Mini Swift podium. And finally, your Kart CRG USA Pro X30 division will cap off today. I believe Master Shifter is the only one that I may have gone over that one. Let me go to that. Master Shifter, presented by Rocket Racing Company. My mistake. Third place today in Master Shifter, Luis Gautier. Second place today in Master Shifter, Scott Hargrove. And your main event winner in Rocket Racing Company Master Shifter, Scott Presti. And finally here with Kart CRG USA Pro X30 to cap off day number 1 from the Super Karts USA Winter Nationals before we open the podium for additional pictures. Third place in Pro X30 presented by Kart CRG USA for GFC, Jesus Vasquez Jr. X30 Junior, can we have our X30 Junior top 3 report back over here to the corner really quickly? X30 Junior top 3, come over here. Pro X30 P2 today, presented by CRG, Austin Garrison. Mini Swift top 3, Mini Swift, please report back over here. Mini Swift and X30 Junior. And your main event winner in Pro X30, Ryan Norberg. Mini Swift and X30 Junior top 3. We're just, that race, both podiums are still under review, so we just want to hold on to everything. Mini Swift, X30 Junior. Top 3, please report over this way. Pro X30 to close out our day, Ryan Norberg, Jesus Vasquez Jr., and Austin Garrison, your top 3 as we sign off round 1 of the Super Karts USA Winter Nationals.